On our third wedding anniversary, my wife was dating her lover. Instead of stopping them, I was very happy. William, lying on the hospital bed, stared at his wife Monica. He was having difficulty breathing and his consciousness was blurred. I couldn't believe that my wife was going to end her own life. Monica, Mr. William can still be saved. What you're doing is illegal, the doctor said helplessly. I told you to remove the tube. Monica's voice was cold and emotionless. I was seriously injured in the car accident and could not resist. I watched the doctor pull out the trachea tube. As the tube was pulled out, my body began to convulse violently, painful and helpless. The doctor walked away coldly without saying a word, leaving me and her alone. Monica was still sitting beside the bed, with her arms folded, her face expressionless and her eyes cold. William, I'll make you understand clearly, she said in an icy voice. Ryan is my lover, and all 3 children are his. She paused for a moment. A sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. The Su family's hundreds of billions of assets will soon be named Jiang. I struggled to breathe, but could only watch her indifferent face. She continued, you broke us apart and forced me to marry you. In the past 20 years of marriage, every time I slept with you, I wanted to vomit. My chest was heaving violently. I almost suffocated due to lack of oxygen. My heartbeat accelerated rapidly. My head felt dizzy, and my consciousness became increasingly blurred. I forgot to tell you, her voice rang in my ears. The car accident was caused by someone I sent. My body twitched for the last time, and I completely lost consciousness. I stared at her with my eyes filled with resentment and anger. William, get out of the way. Her voice penetrated my consciousness, and I was stunned for a moment. I'm going to a class reunion. Ryan is waiting downstairs. I was stunned. The Monica in front of me looked the same as she did when she was young. She was as beautiful as ever, wearing a low-cut dress, black stockings, long boots, and exquisite makeup. She was a beautiful scenery walking on the street. However, the indifference in her eyes remained unchanged. I looked at her, and for a moment I could not believe it. Wasn't I already dead? Looking around, this is the big flat we used to live in. I moved to a suburban villa a few years ago, and that place has been sold long ago. How could it be here? In my hand, I held a bunch of red roses with a card on the petals that read, 3rd anniversary. Love you forever. A strong sense of déjà vu swept over me, and Monica's words seemed as familiar as if they were yesterday. I was born again. Today is our 3rd wedding anniversary. I had already booked a dinner at a restaurant, but she stood up and came back in the middle of the night. She was dressed up to attend a class reunion, and Ryan was the one who invited her. And I was standing in the doorway, though she showed no shame and was angry that I was stopping her. I clearly remember that in my previous life, I humiliated myself by opening the door and whispering an apology in order to appease her anger. In front of Ryan, I even pretended to be magnanimous and acted like a tolerant husband. I'm such a joke. How much have I paid for her in the past 20 years? Her parents are addicted to gambling and drinking, and her brother-in-law does nothing. I silently bear the brunt of it behind the scenes and try my best to support her. But she has never been grateful to me. In her eyes, all my efforts are taken for granted. I have always compromised and endured. And what about her? She has never seen my heart. In the eyes of my relatives and friends, I have always been that fool. Even though she humiliated me in every way, I still loved her deeply. But now, I feel extremely disgusted with her. William, I'm talking to you. Her voice broke my thoughts again. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Monica's tone became more and more impatient. If you don't get out of the way, I'll be angry. You still have the right to be angry. I laughed in anger, and a surge of rage rose in my heart. Thinking back to all these years, I had been humble and acquiescent to her. Now, I didn't want to endure it anymore. What do you mean? William, are you still a man? She asked coldly, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. She never expected that I would dare to resist. She thought I was always under her control, but today, everything is different. I'll say it again, get out of the way. Her voice became louder and louder, as if to overwhelm me. The neighbors heard the sound and began to whisper. William, are you still a man? Questioning voices came from downstairs. However, I still didn't move away and even looked at her with a sneer. As soon as she finished speaking, I slowly moved away and placed the rose in my hand on the table. She had a smug smile on her face, thinking that I was still the fool who gave in. But she was wrong. William, she began to say with some pride, come down with me. My old schoolmate wants to meet you. I didn't respond, but turned around and shouted into the house. Butler Wong, make a midnight snack and make it larger. Nanny Wong responded and quickly prepared for her work, but she sighed in her heart. William, why are you so blinded by this woman and live such a humble life? Monica had a smug smile on her face. I felt a chill in my heart. When I saw her smug look, she was so confident that I could swallow my anger. She really looked down on me. A voice in my heart was roaring. I will never let such a woman control me again in this life. Master, shall I cook noodles for you? Butler Wong asked in a low voice. I nodded. I haven't eaten noodles made by Butler Wong for a long time. I really miss it. Monica was about to send a message to Ryan to ask him to wait, but suddenly she looked up and shouted coldly. Butler Wong, my classmate, doesn't eat spicy food, don't add chili. The neighbors were stunned. It seems that she planned to take this midnight snack away for Ryan. It was really shameless. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. She is really a model of a good woman. Housekeeper Wong looked embarrassed, but finally nodded. She was just a nanny and couldn't interfere in my family's affairs, but she must have been scolding Monica as a silly child of the landlord's family in her heart. I whispered, Housekeeper Wong, I'll eat the noodles by myself. It has nothing to do with your classmate. After that, I walked straight to the room and pushed Monica away without any hesitation. I didn't even have dinner, and I was starving when I got home. After waiting for a whole night, Monica suddenly stood me up and went to meet that man. What could I do? She didn't care whether I had dinner or not, but she remembered that the man didn't eat spicy food. She was really considerate. William, what do you mean? Monica was stunned. I looked at her coldly. It doesn't mean anything. This is to give you freedom. From now on, we are done with each other. Close the door and get out. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow. I remember in my previous life, I was waiting for her foolishly, compromising and apologizing to her. In the end, I was ridiculed by Ryan. No matter what, I will never bow my head again tonight. Just like a piece of trash that has been thrown away, I never want to pick it up again. Do you really want a divorce? Butler Wong looked at me in disbelief. Divorce? Whoever doesn't divorce will be a grandson. I said every word like a declaration blurted out. I will never sacrifice myself for a woman again. I am not a fool. All I want is my freedom and dignity. I looked at the noodles in front of me, feeling relieved. Tonight, I will finally be freed from this cancerous marriage. Butler Wong looked at me with a barely perceptible smile, as if he was happy for me. In a kitchen nearby, the noodles cooked by Butler Wong gave off a strong aroma. Smells good. It's really Butler Wong-esque cooking. I devoured the noodles with relish, feeling particularly happy. I looked at Monica's smug look, and my heart couldn't help but feel cold. She could make me swallow my anger so confidently. She really looked down on me. A voice in my heart was roaring. I will never let such a woman control me again in this life. Master, shall I cook noodles for you? Butler Wong asked in a low voice. I nodded. I haven't eaten noodles made by Butler Wong for a long time. I really miss it. Monica was about to send a message to Ryan to ask him to wait, but suddenly she looked up and shouted coldly. Butler Wong, my classmate, doesn't eat spicy food, don't add chili. The neighbors were stunned. It seems that she planned to take this midnight snack away for Ryan. It was really shameless. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. She is really a model of a good woman. Housekeeper Wong looked embarrassed, but finally nodded. She was just a nanny and couldn't interfere in my family's affairs, but she must have been scolding Monica as a silly child of the landlord's family in her heart. I whispered, Housekeeper Wong, I'll eat the noodles by myself. It has nothing to do with your classmate. After that, I walked straight to the room and pushed Monica away without any hesitation. I didn't even have dinner, and I was starving when I got home. After waiting for a whole night, Monica suddenly stood me up and went to meet that man. What could I do? She didn't care whether I had dinner or not, but she remembered that the man didn't eat spicy food. She was really considerate. William, what do you mean? Monica was stunned. I looked at her coldly. It doesn't mean anything. This is to give you freedom. From now on, we are done with each other. Close the door and get out. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow. I remember in my previous life, I was waiting for her foolishly, compromising and apologizing to her. In the end, I was ridiculed by Ryan. No matter what, I will never bow my head again tonight. Just like a piece of trash that has been thrown away, I never want to pick it up again. Do you really want a divorce? Butler Wong looked at me in disbelief. Divorce? Whoever doesn't divorce will be a grandson. I said every word like a declaration blurted out. I will never sacrifice myself for a woman again. I'm not a fool. All I want is my freedom and dignity. I looked at the noodles in front of me, feeling relieved. Tonight, I will finally be freed from this cancerous marriage. Butler Wong looked at me with a barely perceptible smile, as if he was happy for me. In the kitchen nearby, the noodles cooked by Butler Wong exuded a strong aroma. Fine. It's really Butler Wong-esque cooking. I ate with relish, feeling particularly happy. Butler Wong looked at me and smiled unconsciously. She hadn't seen me so happy for a long time. In this family, Monica's one-man show made it hard to breathe. I was not allowed to play games, add other women on WeChat, invite friends to my home, or talk loudly. Everything that could make me happy was forbidden by her. Obviously, I was the one who supported this family, but she oppressed me like a queen. This was not marrying a wife. It was clearly inviting back an ancestor. If I had a daughter-in-law like this, I would feel suffocated just by imagining it. Steward Wong's eyes gradually became firm, and she silently swore in her heart that she would force her son to fall in love when she got home. It's better to suffer a loss early, she whispered. If he doesn't obey, I will not recognize this son. Although she is a nanny, she knows very well that life should not be like this when she sees me now. Everyone should have their own freedom and dignity, which cannot be trampled by anyone. I stood in front of the window, watching Monica hurry downstairs, and sneered in my heart. Ryan got out of the car, opened the door attentively, and looked at Monica with a smile. Monica, long time no see. Hey, why didn't your husband come down? He was in a bad mood and wouldn't let me out. What a coincidence. I'll go upstairs and talk to him, and then we'll go. Ryan's words were understated, but I knew he was proud in his heart. Goodbye, let's go. I don't want to talk to him now. Monica's tone was cold and a little angry. She didn't want to pay attention to me. Well, I didn't plan to talk to her anyway. The atmosphere in the VIP room of Houching KTV was lively. I knew Monica and Ryan had a past, and her performance tonight proved it. She entered the room, but she didn't look happy at all, only anger and dissatisfaction on her face. She sat in the corner, her eyes were dazed, as if she was uncomfortable. Lily came over and whispered, "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" That damn William. He actually dared to yell at me. Monica briefly told Lily what happened. Lily was stunned for a moment. William actually lost his temper? Didn't he always obey you in the past? Lily slapped the table angrily. He is too ignorant. You just had a party with your classmates. It's okay to be late, but he actually doubted you. He doesn't trust you at all. How can such a man say he loves you? Lily's words hit the nail on the head. Her anger seemed to ignite a little fire in my heart. Yes, I have never been trusted. Instead, Monica can do whatever she wants, and I can't react. Lily picked up her phone and dialed my number. William, you're going too far? Monica is very angry now. The phone rang a few times, and then it was connected. Who are you? I'm Lily, Monica's friend. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Bang. The call was hung up. Lily was stunned for a moment, and then she found that I had blocked her. I didn't hesitate at all. This kind of person is never worth wasting my time. She called today just to sow discord between us. I'm tired of it. I patted my stomach, stood up, and said to Wong, pack up all of Monica's things and throw them outside the community. Then contact the property management to cancel her access rights. I don't want to see her. Wong almost laughed out loud when she heard this. She always knew how Monica was bossing me around, and today I finally made up my mind. This time, Monica had completely offended me. At this time, the atmosphere in the KTV has become increasingly depressing. Monica's smile is becoming more and more forced, and she obviously realizes that she has completely lost face today. Her classmates are looking at her, and Ryan is also quietly observing. I know that Monica has never thought that I would do this. After all, she always thought that I would compromise unconditionally. Monica, are you okay? Ryan asked her in a low voice, with a little worry in his eyes, but more of expectation. Monica forced herself to squeeze out a smile. It's okay. I know him. He will call me to apologize in a while. She said it easily, as if she was comforting herself, as if she could still control everything. After a while, I noticed that Monica was always looking at her phone. She kept calling me, but was always hung up. I turned off my phone because I didn't want to talk to her anymore. Monica's face became more and more ugly, until she picked up the phone and dialed my number again. The result was the same. The number you dialed is powered off. She grabbed the phone, extremely angry, and almost crushed it. This damn man, I'm going to make him kneel all night when I get home. Monica growled in a low voice. Meanwhile, I had already fallen asleep at home. Tonight, I slept very soundly. I had never felt so relaxed before, and this feeling of relief made me feel happy. I had experienced work pressure in my previous life, so I was not afraid of it now. On the contrary, this decision made me feel more relaxed than ever before. My neurasthenia problem was relieved at this moment. I was ready to end this marriage and start a new life. The nannies and property management groups in the community were chatting quietly, and my decision had become the focus of the topic. If William really decided to divorce today, it would be big news. The nannies began to discuss it. No one thought that I would dare to make such a decisive decision. It was 3 in the morning, and the KTV was about to end. Lily leaned over to Monica's ear and said, "It's rare for Ryan to come today, so hurry up and seize the opportunity." Monica's eyes wavered a little. Ryan was indeed very attractive, but she didn't agree directly, but glanced at her phone coldly. "No, I have to go back today to teach William a lesson." She deliberately raised her voice. "You haven't had enough fun yet. Why don't you come to my house and have a seat? I have top quality XO and 1982 Lafite at home. Let's go drink together." Ryan's eyes lit up. "Great. Let's go see your house and meet your husband." Lily also agreed. "Now we can support Monica. William is too much. Let's make him kneel on the washboard today." Monica nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, we have prepared a washboard at home. Let him reflect on his mistakes today." The group was ready to leave, but when they arrived at the gate of the community, they were stopped by the security guard. "This is a private community. No outsiders are allowed to enter." Everything seems no longer so simple. Monica immediately scolded. "You stinky security guard, you have no eyes. I'm Monica. I don't know you. Who are you? Leave now. This is a high-end residential area." The security guards looked sarcastic. The owner sent someone to give out red envelopes, but for the sake of the money, he had to keep the people out. Besides, everyone has their own scale in their hearts. Going out with a man late at night is fickle, and you deserve to be kicked out. Monica pointed at the security guard, her fingers shaking. "I live here. Believe it or not, I will file a complaint and have you fired. Get lost. Who do you think you are? That pile of garbage belongs to you. Take it away and don't get in the way." The security guard was not polite. Follow his gaze. There were several large boxes and a pile of miscellaneous items on the side. "Why are my things here?" Monica was dumbfounded. She immediately figured out the situation. Was it William who did it? "Let him come out. I'm not done with him." Several classmates looked at Monica with interesting expressions on their faces. I stood in front of the window, watching Monica standing angrily at the door, yelling at the security guard. "Are you blind?" "I am Monica." The security guard answered bluntly. "Who? Hurry up and leave. We are a high-end community. There is no such person as you." I sneered in my heart. No matter how arrogant Monica was, she was just a joke in my eyes. She pointed at their faces, her fingers shaking violently. "How dare you do this to me? I will complain immediately and make you fired. Get out." The security guard did not give in at all, with obvious contempt in his eyes. "Hurry up and take away the garbage. Don't block the road." When I heard this, a barely perceptible smile appeared on my face. Monica was stunned. The sundries and suitcases in front of her made her realize something instantly. Was it William who did it? Call him out. I knew that her anger had completely exploded at this moment. Several classmates stood aside and looked at Monica with an embarrassed expression. After all, no one expected that William would make such a decisive decision at this time and kick her out. William said, "See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning," the security guard added. This made Monica's face pale. She took a deep breath and responded coldly. "Go ahead, I'll see how long you can hold out." Then she turned around and said viciously, "Tell William that I'll set the time. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." She left with anger and humiliation. Several classmates helped her carry her luggage to the car and sent her back to her parents' home. Along the way, her face was sometimes blue and sometimes white, completely exposing her anger and confusion at the moment. "William is too much. He must be taught a lesson," she roared in a low voice. Lily comforted her. "He deliberately pissed you off. Don't forgive him easily. He doesn't deserve such a good woman like you." She nodded. "I'll wait for him to kneel down and beg for my forgiveness tomorrow. I won't let him off easily this time." Her tone was firm, and it was obvious that she had made up her mind. After returning to her parents' home, Monica woke up both of her parents. Her father just scolded her impatiently and went back to sleep. Her mother, Amanda, seemed calm. She yawned and asked, "Are you having a conflict again? Did William make you angry again?" When I heard these words, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I sneered in my heart. Monica gritted her teeth and said, This time he kicked me out and didn't let me enter the community. He thought I would bow my head like this? So naive. Her mother narrowed her eyes and whispered, William dares to divorce. Even if he has 10 guts, he wouldn't dare. Don't you know that he almost broke off relations with his family for you? But now he dares to divorce you. He is so ignorant. Monica seemed to relax a little after hearing this. I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to see what he can do. The mother chuckled and nodded. You can't be nice to this kid. Give him a lesson and let him know how powerful you are. If he doesn't buy a BMW for your brother, just divorce him. If he dares not to buy it, I will really divorce him. Monica's voice was firm, with determination flashing in her eyes. At night, Monica lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The bed at home was so hard that it made her feel like her bones were aching. The older generation liked to sleep on wooden beds, which were just padded with straw mats, and were not comfortable at all. She missed the mattress worth millions more, especially when she thought of William. The anger in her heart became stronger. Damn William, he was just born into a good family. She tossed and turned in bed, her heart full of anger towards William, thinking that he had no idea about romance, and compared with Ryan, they were people from two different worlds. If it weren't for his wealthy family background, she would never have married him. Unable to calm down, she finally decided, as long as he kneels down and apologizes, I will forgive him. The next morning, the sun shone through the curtains into the room, and the birds chirped. I slept very soundly, without the depression I felt yesterday. What happened last night seemed like a dream. In the dream, I was almost laughed at by Ryan as a fool, almost killed in a car accident, and was plotted against by the two. I felt a chill all over my body, and the morning sun brought me a long-lost sense of comfort. Today, I want to end this marriage completely, break Monica's control, and walk my own path. Master, the security guard, stopped Monica last night. She said she would go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at 2 p.m. today. Butler Wong's voice came from outside the door. I'd already made up my mind and replied calmly, Okay, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 2 p.m. Butler Wong smiled and nodded. Master is really amazing. After driving her away, we can have a good rest for a few days. I know, Butler Wong. I replied, feeling relieved. I finally got rid of Monica and was ready to embrace a new life. I drove the Audi A6 back to the Sue family villa. The bodyguards didn't dare to stop me. After all, they knew I was the future heir of the Sue family. Although I was kicked out of the house, I knew that everything in the Sue family would belong to me in the end. I stepped into the villa and was greeted by my parents and my second sister, Jessica. Mom and Dad, you don't know him at all. Jessica was blocking a yellow-haired young man behind her, obviously defending me. Hearing this, I was so angry that I almost exploded. Oscar, this yellow-haired boy, was not a good person at all. He had a low education and a shady job, but he had a mouth that could deceive women. With this mouth, he fascinated Jessica to death. Although our family strongly opposed it, she was like a demon and insisted on being with him. She even got pregnant before marriage and threatened our family to accept him with the baby in her belly. But I know that Su Duong, the father of the Su family, would never compromise and would never agree. The more he opposed, the deeper Jessica fell into it. She even worked to support the family with a big belly for Oscar. She tried desperately to live with this guy, while Oscar relied on her to support himself and was still lazy. I couldn't bear it, so I secretly gave her money many times, trying to help her, but it was useless. It wasn't. Until the child was born that Oscar went out to date other women, which made Jessica wake up and decide to divorce. But unexpectedly, Oscar approached her only for money. When he found that Jessica was about to get away, he actually brought people to kidnap her and forced us to pay him a ransom. Jessica fought back desperately, but he accidentally beat her to death. This tragedy directly broke my parents, and they died one after another due to grief and illness not long after. I read a lot of books and finally understood that this is called the Romeo and Juliet effect. When two people encounter obstacles in love, their feelings will become deeper. The instinctive reaction is that people will regard obstacles as a test of love. The more obstacles there are, the more determined they will be. But Oscar was obviously after money, while Jessica was really in love. His father's stubborn temper made him refuse to accept Oscar, and I knew that the more this happened, the more Jessica's heart would be unable to be taken back. Every time I saw my father angry about this, I felt helpless, but I couldn't change anything. As expected, the silence was broken by the father's roar. I don't agree. I will never recognize this son-in-law. He slammed the table, feeling that he had failed in his life. He worked hard to raise us 2 children, but in the end, our son was seduced by a vixen and lived like a dog, and our daughter was bewitched by a yellow-haired man and her mind was not clear. The family business he worked so hard to build now seemed to be ruined. What have I done wrong? I worked so hard to support my family, and this is the result. I could hear the despair and heavy heart of my father, but I knew that no matter how much he said, it would not change Jessica's current mentality. Dad, don't be angry. Xiaoqing and I are truly in love. This is definitely not just a joke. Oscar smiled confidently and flicked his hair. Although I'm poor now, I will make Xiaoqing happy. I promise that I will let her live a good life. Jessica smiled infatuatedly beside him, obviously buying into this. You. Father Su Duong covered his chest, almost choking with anger. Mother Zhang Yufeng hurried forward to massage his chest. Mom and Dad, look how cute he is. Jessica tried her best to defend herself. He speaks nicely, looks handsome, and is perfect in every way. Why are you not satisfied? Her words were firm, and she didn't realize that her father's anger had reached its peak. Oscar, on the other hand, didn't care because he knew that the more opposition his family had, the more he would win Xiaoqing's heart. He hoped that the angrier his parents were, the more he could benefit from it. Find me a lawyer. I want to make a will, and when I die, all this property will be donated to the country, my father said angrily. My mother looked at us, helpless, with tears in her eyes. Why are you so ignorant? It's all because we were busy starting a business and left the children to the elderly to take care of. Now it has become like this. Mom and Dad, why don't you understand me? Jessica also got anxious and turned away to ignore her parents. Bringing your boyfriend home is a good thing. I looked at the chaos in front of me, suddenly stood up, and tried to calm down the dispute. Everyone calm down. Let's get to know each other first. I walked in front of Oscar, stretched out my hand and smiled. I am Xiaoqing's elder brother, William. What's your name, young man? Oscar was obviously a little panicked. Seeing me wearing a high-end suit, revealing my Rolex watch, and exuding a strong aura of wealth, he instantly became a little nervous. The clothes I wore made him feel a lot of pressure just standing here. I know that the Su family has always lived a simple life. Oscar didn't take our family seriously at all, but when I appeared in front of him, the situation completely changed. Hello, Mr. William. My name is Oscar. You can just call me Xiao Lu. I smiled and nodded. Xiao Lu, nice to meet you. Where do you work now? Still looking. Which university did you graduate from? I never went to university. I frowned and continued to ask. What are your hobbies? Playing billiards and listening to music. Coincidentally, I also like listening to music. Do you like Beethoven or Mozart? Oscar was stunned. He didn't expect me to ask him this. He was a little confused. Hey, I like shouting. He answered nervously. I couldn't help but laugh. Shouting, that's quite unique. Oscar's face was a little embarrassed. He knew how big the gap was between him and me. Suddenly, I saw cold sweat on his back, and he was obviously a little anxious. You're right. Young people have endless possibilities. I smiled at Jessica. Let's have dinner together tonight so we can get to know each other better. I turned to look at Oscar and continued. However, I see that your clothes have some holes and don't fit you well. I have a few sets of clothes. I'll give them to you first. Oscar panicked and felt uneasy. My clothes are fine. No need to change. Change them. You have to make a good impression when you meet your parents. I said gently. Only when you are clean can your parents feel comfortable. Don't you think, Xiaoqing? Jessica nodded and smiled. Then change them. Jessica and Oscar left. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. My father Su Duong slowly recovered his breath and stared at me. You bastard, give me an explanation. If you can't explain it clearly, I will be childless in this life. I took 2 steps back, knowing that his anger had not dissipated. Dad, you can't oppose this openly. The more you oppose, the more you will push Xiaoqing towards him. I lowered my voice and spoke carefully. She has no experience in love and was fooled by Oscar. We must expose Oscar's flaws and break his perfect image in Xiaoqing's heart. My father, Su Duong, was an old hand, and he immediately understood what I meant. He took a deep breath and called the housekeeper. Prepare a big dinner, the best. Bring more people to give that kid a shock. It would be scary if a poor kid could stay in such a grand occasion. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at me carefully with a look of surprise in his eyes. At this time, my father actually felt that I had become a little strange, as if I had opened my mind. He never thought that I had such a flexible mind. He looked at me, his eyes flickering. Are you really William? You look different from the foolish, rich second generation who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. I felt unhappy. He could see that I was no longer the son who was controlled by women and compromised for money. Thinking of the various ways I cheated my parents in order to get funds from my family to start a business, I felt a little guilty, but I knew that my determination today was no longer for money, but for my family, especially my sister. Dad, don't be angry. I will divorce Monica this time and never have anything to do with her again. I promised solemnly with a firm look in my eyes. But I knew it was not easy for my father to believe. My promises in the past few times had made them numb. When they heard my words, they even had a look of looking at me like a fool on their faces. Do you think I'm stupid? Are you going to pay off your mother-in-law's gambling debts? Or compensate your brother-in-law? My father sneered and then added, did the last plane flight go smoothly? I bought it for $50 million, and now I'm selling it at half the price. And that Bentley, I heard that your brother-in-law drove it secretly and crashed it. Their family is really troublesome. My father said indignantly, they won't let go until my Sioux family goes bankrupt. I lowered my head and said nothing, feeling deeply guilty. Dad, I'm really a bit disappointing. I promise that I will make a clean break for myself and the Sioux family this time. I looked at my father's face, which was full of anger but deep love, and I suddenly felt endless guilt. You're right, I did a lot of things that I shouldn't have done, and I got my sister into trouble. I paused, but I will never let Oscar succeed. My sister is not a pawn that can be manipulated by others. My father, Su Duong, looked at my serious face. Although he didn't believe it completely, he was relieved. Men's words are as good as words. If you say you want to do it well. If you do it well, you can get a sports car or a yacht, whichever you want. Remember, this is your sister's future. I nodded, my eyes were firm, and I made up my mind. This time, I will do the right thing, protect my sister, and stop that kid from coveting everything about the Sioux family. I won't ask for any reward. This is what a family should do. I stood up and turned to leave. I'm going to talk to Xiaoqing and put down some nails first to let Oscar know that the Sioux family is not a place he can trample on at will. Old man, why do I feel that my child has grown up? Mother Zhang Yufeng looked at my departing back, her face full of worry. Can he really change? Look at him now. He doesn't do things as frivolously as before. Father Su Duong smiled and said, he is just pretending. His true colors will be revealed sooner or later. Just look, something must have happened too. Monica's family again this time. Can't you think positively? Mother sighed helplessly, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. I know in my heart that this time is crucial. In the eyes of my parents, I was just a rich second generation who did nothing and let women control me. This time, I will not let my family down again. Oscar, even if you approach Xiaoqing for money today, you will not get what you want easily. I will not let the Su family become a joke again. I must fight for the family business. How dare the little yellow-haired boy covet his sister? Then let me crush his fantasy with my own hands. I stood on the stairs, looking at the photo of a family for hanging on the wall, and my mood became more and more complicated. I looked silly and stupid with my little carrot head, but Jessica was only 6 years old at that time, with 2 pigtails, making faces, lively and cute. At that time, she was my follower, calling brother, brother, all the time, every day, and she would save the delicious food for me to eat together, play with me when there were fun things, and tell her stories at night. She was really cute at that time. Now, she brought back a yellow-haired boy, and my heart almost stopped beating. Imagining Oscar's appearance, I really want to find a pit to bury him immediately. I began to empathize with my parents' worries. Thinking of her future and the harm that boy had done to her, a hint of murderous intent flashed in my eyes, but I knew that the stubborn temper of the Su family must not be ignored, and forcible separation would only backfire. I have to find another way. I walked into Jessica's room. She was sitting there looking through her childhood photos, as if she was ready to share her childhood with Oscar. I walked in and asked coldly, "Where's Xiao Lu?" "I want to change clothes." She answered softly without looking up. "It's normal for my parents to not accept it for a while. We'll have dinner tonight and get to know each other better. Maybe they'll change their impression." She smiled, her eyes full of expectation. She looked at me with a flash of admiration in her eyes. "I will learn from my brother and never compromise. If they don't agree, I will run away from home." Her words made my heart tighten. How could I let her make such a decision for a man? I can't let my sister follow my old path, although I also know that she really loves Oscar. "Don't run away from home. Your parents are old and can't stand the excitement." I whispered to her. "If you are too excited, you may really be hospitalized." My parents worked very hard when they started their business. Although they have some money now, their health has broken down. Now that they have money, they can't afford to take care of their health. They have been hospitalized many times over the years, which has made me see clearly that I can't let them suffer any more stress. I'm not forcing you to break up. I sat next to her and said seriously, I hope you can think about the future. You've made such a big sacrifice. Xiaolu should also have some sense of responsibility and work hard for your career. He's a man. He should fight for himself, not just talk and let you bear the pressure alone. I suppressed my dissatisfaction in my heart. How could I say this clearly? Oscar is not worthy of her efforts at all. I know that a direct attack will only make my sister more stubborn. Since she won't listen to my advice now, I can only try another way. Xiao Qing, I'm not forcing Xiao Lu to start a business and become rich, but at least he should have a stable job. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a high degree. His family has a company. I patted her shoulder gently. I can arrange for him to join the company, start from the grassroots level, and slowly accumulate experience. This will not only give you peace of mind, but also help him realize the responsibilities on his shoulders. After a while, the family will support him to start business. If he achieves success, his parents will have no objection. After hearing this, she was slightly stunned and frowned. Brother, what you said makes sense. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes, but she finally nodded. I understand. I will discuss it with Oscar. Seeing her expression soften, I knew that at least I did the right thing. Brother, you're much better than before. She smiled happily. I thought you would be like my parents, not understanding me, and even forcing me to break up. Her smile made me a little stunned. I didn't expect that my status in her heart was so high. I'm your brother. I must consider you. I smiled bitterly and touched her head. I was wrong before. I cared too little about my family. From now on, our family will live a good life. If anyone has bad intentions, I will kill him. When she heard it, she giggled. Brother, you are joking again. Looking at her brilliant smile, my heart suddenly felt heavy. I know that my sister is very naive, and she cannot see Oscar's true nature. She only saw the so-called enthusiasm and concern of the yellow-haired man, but did not realize the insidiousness behind it. I dare not directly expose Oscar's true face, for fear that she will go crazy. But I can't just sit back and watch. Since Oscar wants to play with fire, I will let him get burned. Arranging him to join the company is the best way. As long as he shows his true colors at work, Jessica will really understand who he is. I don't believe this yellow-haired man can stay in my company. Okay, I'll handle my own affairs. I smiled perfunctorily. I'm going to divorce Monica today and get rid of her completely. Jessica's expression froze immediately. Brother, are you telling the truth? She reached out and touched my forehead. You don't have a fever. Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? That's Monica, your sweetheart. Are you willing to divorce her? I took a deep breath. I'm telling the truth. She's not as good as you think. Sooner or later, she will make me die without a burial place. I said in a cold tone. Jessica frowned. No way. She doesn't look bad. I know that although she doesn't like Monica, she still can't see Monica's true nature. But I can't be too direct. She is a burden to me, not the future I want. I said firmly. I will handle it all and not let my family suffer anymore. Jessica seemed to hear the determination in my words, silent for a moment, and finally nodded. Watching my sister turn around to sort out the photos, I was still anxious. She didn't know that Oscar was not worth her efforts. I had to let her see the truth as soon as possible. Arrange him to work in the company, and after a period of contact, the truth will come out. Oscar is a man who will do anything to get what he wants, and he might use more radical methods to force the Su family to accept him. For example, having a child before marriage. Jessica, I want to ask you a private question. I stared at her, my heart beating faster. How far have you and Xiao Lu progressed? She was stunned. A trace of uneasiness flashed in her eyes. I just want to make sure she is not deceived by that boy. I know. Oscar, he can do anything for money. If he wants to threaten our family with an unmarried pregnancy, it will be a big trouble. Brother, why are you asking this? Her voice was trembling, obviously trying to avoid the question. I'm your brother. I have to take care of this matter. I stared at her, and my tone was not one to be refused. What happened between you two? Jessica blushed like an apple and lowered her head. Oh, how shy. Speak, I said in a serious tone, not giving her any room to escape. We just held hands. I was so embarrassed. She was stunned. Brother, why are you asking this? I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing more extreme happened. You're still in college. Study is the most important thing, I said sternly. I must make sure you don't do anything excessive. Don't you know? Some female college students don't concentrate on their studies. Instead, they go to check into a room with men or even give birth to children in the dormitory and end up dropping out of school. You can't do this kind of thing. Your parents will be mad to death, I said forcefully, trying to let her understand the seriousness of the matter. Her face turned red like a monkey's buttocks, extremely ashamed. I know that Jessica is a traditional girl who cannot accept having sex before marriage. She just wants to fall in love and doesn't plan to be a mother so early. Holding hands has already made her heart beat faster, not to mention the next step. I'm not that kind of person. I won't cross the line before marriage. Her tone was a little anxious, obviously trying to defend herself. I believe you, I nodded. But Xiao Lu has been in society for a few years after all. He may not think so. She shook her head hurriedly. No, he is not that kind of person. I told him that we should keep our love pure before marriage, and he agreed. My eyes narrowed, feeling something was wrong. You said that, obviously he made excessive demands, right? Did you guys date and play very late, so you had no choice but to stay in the hotel? She was stunned. How did you know? I took a deep breath. I couldn't let my sister go astray in this matter. She continued. A few days ago, we went on a roller coaster, a pirate ship, a pendulum, a haunted house, and watched a movie. When the movie was over, we realized it was late, so we went to have a midnight snack and had a great time. Chatting. I listened, feeling even more uneasy. She didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Then what? I asked. By the time we got back to the dormitory, the lights had already been turned off. She continued. Oscar was very sorry and immediately called a taxi to take me back, but there was a traffic jam and he missed it. My heart suddenly tightened. She was almost at the dormitory, but she was still going out with that boy. This kind of thing must not happen again. Then he suggested staying in a nearby hotel for one night. She whispered. I stood up suddenly, with an ominous premonition in my heart. How was the hotel? Jessica's expression changed slightly, and she lowered her head. The hotel rooms were full. He gave the front desk a bribe, and there was only one king-size bedroom. My heart sank. This kid really dared to do such a thing? She then said, but nothing happened. The dormitory head came down from the sky and pulled me back. I took a deep breath and suppressed my anger. Xiaoqing, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. Brother, what do you mean? She looked confused, with innocence flashing in her eyes. I looked at her and couldn't help sighing in my heart. Her family was too well protected, and she was completely unaware of the danger and was easily deceived. If you don't understand, brother will tell you a story. I said in a low voice with a hint of coldness. I had a college classmate who died tragically, and was killed by her husband. Jessica was stunned for a moment, with a strong curiosity flashing in her eyes. What's the truth? Her eyes lit up, and she was obviously interested in the story. She was the most beautiful girl in our class. She came from a wealthy family and had a simple personality. In college, she met her current husband, and everything seemed fine. I paused for a moment. But one day, she was asked out for dinner by a boy. As a result, her best friend colluded with the boy and put drugs in her wine. Her eyes widened, obviously in disbelief. Then what? I continued coldly. When the girl woke up, she found herself lying with the boy. Everything had happened. The boy apologized profusely and lied that he was drunk. The girl softened her heart and forgave him. She whispered, that's impossible. The girl's parents insisted on not agreeing, so the boy deliberately didn't take any safety measures, which led to the girl getting pregnant before marriage. I said in a heavy tone. The girl was soft-hearted and finally decided to marry the boy, but her parents never accepted it. Later, the boy cheated on her and the girl wanted a divorce. I looked at her with cold eyes. The boy killed her in a rage for money. Oh my God. Jessica covered her mouth, her face pale. This is terrible. Her horrified expression made me feel a little uneasy. She didn't expect that there would be such bad people in reality. Are there really such bad people in the world? She asked in a low voice. I nodded. Boys are bad, and girlfriends are also bad. They sell out their friends for money and do all kinds of despicable things behind their backs. Did you see it? Those people will do anything to harm others and themselves. I said in a low voice, remember, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. They will gain benefits from others under the banner of sisterhood, but in fact they just want to use you. Do you have such a best friend? I looked her straight in the eyes, wanting to make her truly aware of the seriousness of the problem. They should be good friends. Jessica shook her head quickly. obviously unwilling to believe that her best friend would have bad intentions. I get along well with them. Although I sometimes help them pay the bill, it's because they're short of money at the moment, and we just help each other. I looked at her without saying a word, but I became more and more worried. Her trust may become her fatal weakness. I know you mean well, but don't you think that sometimes girls have hidden motives? I looked straight at her and said sternly, if they see that you're always willing to help, they may gradually get used to it. Jessica frowned. My roommates don't have bad intentions, especially the dormitory head. Although she doesn't talk much, she always helps me. It's a matter of course for her to help you. I answered calmly, trying not to sound so harsh. But do you really think there is no motive at all? I've become accustomed to the complexity of people's hearts. Brother, don't worry about it. My roommates are very nice, especially the head of the dormitory. She was the one who had a quarrel with the dormitory manager last time, so she took me back to the dormitory. She smiled and said, she's a great beauty, prettier than Monica. What does beauty have to do with me? I interrupted her, but I began to pay attention to the background of this head of the dormitory. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable, and the Sue family does not need any unexpected troubles. It's not important to talk about these now. You should prepare in the evening. The old man said that he wants to have a family reunion dinner and specially invited the state banquet team. Take this opportunity to talk to Xiao Lu about work. Don't let difficulties become his excuse to refuse. I said calmly, but I was thinking about how to control the situation. Oscar, that guy who has no ambition, can no longer be allowed to evade responsibility. Brother, don't worry. I will let him do a good job. Jessica's face was full of confidence. He has never had any bad intentions. I believe in him, but there are not many opportunities. I can almost hear the innocence in her words. She really believes in Oscar, but I know that he is just a typical lazy guy. You believe in him? Look at that yellow hair. What ambitions can he have? I couldn't help but sneer, with a hint of sarcasm in my words. What do you think he can give for you, except his mouth? She was slightly stunned. What do you mean by this? I took a deep breath. You know yourself that he has no ability at all. I added, I have introduced a lot of jobs, but he always has excuses to refuse. Even if he reluctantly does it, he doesn't stick with it for long. He refuses all opportunities that can make him stand on his own feet, and just wants to rely on you to support himself. Jessica seemed a little puzzled. He just can't find a suitable job. I frowned. Xiaoqing, listen to me. You can't give up your reason for love. A man shouldn't rely on a woman blindly, especially when he doesn't even have a basic sense of responsibility. You just have some difficulties seeing him now, but that's not what I'm worried about. I'm really afraid that he will take advantage of your kindness. Brother, you worry too much, she said, smiling and patting my shoulder. I believe in him. He will change. I sighed in my heart. Jessica is too naive. She doesn't know that she is giving everything for the unworthy person. You believe in him. That's good. I sneered, but I still have to remind you, be careful of fire, theft, and best friends. Brother, what do you mean? She was a little confused, obviously not understanding what I really meant. I was anxious, but I still pretended to be calm. Let me tell you a story. I had a college classmate who died. She was killed by her husband. Jessica's eyes widened immediately. What? How could it be? Her family was rich, and she had a simple personality. When she was in love with that boy, everything seemed to be fine, until one day, the boy and her bestie conspired to put drugs in her wine. Then she woke up and found herself lying on the bed, and everything had happened. The boy apologized profusely, and the girl forgave him out of heart. She covered her mouth in horror. Oh my God, how could this happen? Then, the boy began to push the girl further, making her pregnant before marriage, and then forcing the girl's family to accept him and even asking for the family property. Her eyes became more and more horrified. Obviously, she had never expected such a bad thing to happen in the world. The girl wanted to divorce in the end, but the boy was just for money from the beginning. Seeing that he couldn't get anything from the girl's family, he killed her directly. I said in a heavy voice, this kind of thing may happen around you, but you didn't see it clearly. I don't believe it. Jixin is not that kind of person. Jessica clenched her fists, as if unwilling to believe it all. He just didn't have the chance. I took a deep breath. Things you can't see clearly will be exposed sooner or later. I've already said, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. I said word by word. A true friend should warn you instead of condoning your mistakes. Jessica was silent for a moment, a trace of confusion in her eyes, but Jixin, he's not what you think. I sighed, wanting her to understand that although she refuses to accept reality now, sooner or later she will have to face the truth. Just then, Oscar came over. wearing William's old suit. He looked a little clumsy, and he looked uncomfortable in this expensive suit, as if he was wearing a sack. I almost couldn't help rolling my eyes, but Jessica looked at him with joy in her eyes. When she saw him wearing a suit, a happy smile bloomed on her face. "GXIN, you are so handsome." I frowned and looked at this man with disdain in my heart. This kind of person is not worth her giving so much. "Jishin, today I'm counting on you," I said calmly, but I had a plan in mind. I had to let him show his true colors at work, so that Jessica could see clearly what kind of person he was. This time, she couldn't blindly trust him anymore. Jessica didn't notice my thoughts. She was still immersed in her own world, looking forward to every little progress of Oscar. I looked down at the check my mother stuffed in my hand, feeling a little complicated. 100,000 a month is definitely not enough. Her words were like an old drama that was played out every day. I was used to it, but I couldn't help feeling sad every time. She always knew that I would ask her for money, and she always gave it so easily. It was like comforting me, and also like a means to solve the problem. I took the check, and my heart felt even heavier. The past came flooding back like a tide. Most of the money I got was given to the Liu family. My mother knew it very well, but she still acquiesced so that she could continue to live in peace, without worrying about the debts that were squandered. "Mom, don't worry. I will cut off all ties with the Liu family," I said calmly, trying to look firm. "Okay, I believe you. Don't forget to tell her about the child." Her response disappointed me. The perfunctory tone made me realize her helplessness and powerlessness. I sighed. "I have really decided this time. I won't delay any longer. You guys wait to see the divorce certificate." A trace of uneasiness flashed across my mother's eyes. I quickly turned around and left. The suppressed anger in my heart had not completely dissipated. While driving, Butler Wong called and said, "Master, the madam called, and she seemed very angry." "I know. Block her number, and there's no need to care about her anymore." I responded coldly. I had made up my mind not to tolerate anything anymore. I know that in the past I would always bow my head, always endure, and even endure all insults in exchange for a moment of peace. But all this is over. Today, Monica can no longer control my life. What if my wife is angry? Butler Wong's voice was a little worried. After all, I didn't dare to be angry for too long in the past. Monica's mood almost determined everything for me. "I'm divorcing her today," I said calmly, with unprecedented determination in my words. The moment I hung up the phone, I felt a sense of relief, as if everything was changing in the direction I wanted. This time, I will no longer swallow my anger, but make a complete change. I can no longer bear more pressure for her and the Liu family. When I got into the traffic again, my mood had completely changed. The car sped up, the wind blew through the window, and the cool air made me feel the long-lost freedom. I kept the speed limit, stretched one hand out of the window, and felt this long-lost pleasure. Young, energetic, rich, all this made me more convinced that the past me should have said goodbye long ago. However, on the other hand, Monica obviously did not realize the seriousness of the situation. She slept very uncomfortably on the sofa last night, and when she woke up, she felt depressed and seemed a little numb. She was waiting for my apology and waiting for me to give in, as usual. But today, what she waited for was a complete rejection. At noon, Monica finally couldn't help herself and called Butler Wong. "Butler Wong, why hasn't William come to pick me up yet?" "The young master has gone home," Butler Wong replied calmly. "What?" she exploded. "How could he go home without my consent? It's simply lawless." Monica's anger made her lose her mind. After hanging up the phone, she was so anxious that she almost jumped up and down, and her heart was even more anxious. Little did she know that I had made up my mind as early as the moment I left home. I had decided to get rid of her completely. Amanda also noticed something was wrong. "William went home? How could that be? Shouldn't he listen to you and come pick you up?" Her voice was full of confusion. She seemed to know what William's abnormal behavior today meant. Go call him and explain it. She tried to get Monica to compromise and solve the problem as she did in the past, but Monica seemed a little hesitant at this moment. "Why?" Monica asked back, obviously unwilling to give in. "Because I'm your mother." Amanda's tone was unquestionable, and the anger in her eyes was ready to explode. Monica finally picked up her phone and dialed my number. "Where the hell have you been?" "The Civil Affairs Bureau, waiting for you to get a divorce." I answered briefly and hung up the phone without mercy. Monica was stunned, staring at the phone screen. Her heart was churning, and she couldn't accept the decision I made at all. She clenched her phone tightly, and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes. Amanda's eyes widened as well. He's really changed. William was never so straightforward before. Monica's face turned pale. She was horrified and angry. She couldn't understand why I was so decisive on this matter. How dare he? She said in a hoarse voice filled with anger and fear. He can't do this. I'm going to call him and scold him. Amanda was no longer rational, and her anger made her lose her usual calmness. She held the phone tightly. William, you should apologize to Monica right away. How could you say such a thing? She asked me angrily. She has given so much to this family, and you treat her like this. Chapter 11, Lou Family. Don't say that. It makes you laugh. I have a car, a house, and savings. What did she give? She doesn't have a job, doesn't do housework, and doesn't have children. She just brought a bee and moved in with her luggage. You little bastard, how can you talk like that? You are just a rich second generation who has accomplished nothing. If you hadn't held her back, she might have become a mayor's wife now. Amanda looked a little annoyed. After hearing William's words, she put aside her previous thoughts of showing weakness. If you dare to file for divorce today, you will dare not give me money tomorrow. William must be severely suppressed in order to make him return to his previous state and continue to provide blood transfusions to the Lou family. That's perfect. Let's get divorced now. I'll be my good-for-nothing rich second-generation kid, and she'll go find her mayor. William, you're going too far. Tell her to come to the Civil Affairs Bureau as soon as possible. We agreed to meet at 2 o'clock. Let's get divorced. Monica snatched the phone and yelled. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face was distorted. William had just been insulting her, which was excessive and hurtful. William, who had tried to please her and treated her like a queen before. She firmly believed that William was deliberately trying to piss her off. I just want to use this method to force her to be obedient and become a slave. This is impossible. Her mind has been awakened. Her personality has become independent. Her body is her own. She can do whatever she wants with it. What's more, she firmly believed that William didn't have the courage to divorce. This is all just scare trolls. Monica, do you really want a divorce? Amanda looked dazed and confused. If this really gets divorced, my family will suffer heavy losses. Humph. I know William better than anyone. He doesn't have the guts to get a divorce. Just go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and play with him and see how he ends it. Monica sneered. William is not willing to divorce at all and will definitely back down at the critical moment. She felt happy when she thought about William crying and admitting his mistake at the Civil Affairs Bureau. She wanted to let William know that William couldn't live without her in this family. Not that she couldn't live without William. Just at this moment, the door opened and Naruto walked in. He was spoiled by the whole family. As the second child in the family and a boy, he has been favored by his family since he was young. Although my family was poor, I never suffered since I was a child. He is domineering in his words and deeds, loves drinking and gambling, and even more likes to flirt with women. It costs a lot on weekdays. Fortunately, after Monica married William, she sent a lot of money to the family, allowing him to live the life of a rich second generation. He is generous and often visits high-end places. From time to time, he would steal William's car and go out to pick up girls. Life is more carefree than anyone else. It's not that he wants to spend money like this, but his sister is too generous and gives him tens of thousands every month. The family depends on him to carry on the family line, and we can't let him suffer. Of course, he was not grateful at all to that wimpy brother-in-law, who was just a breathing ATM machine. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that the mother and daughter looked angry. Mom, sister, what's wrong with you? It's still William. He said he wanted a divorce. What? Why are you panicking? He just wants to scare me so that he can suppress me. Monica is full of confidence. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He is pursuing a beautiful girl and needs a lot of financial support. He also wants to buy a BMW. Without William, his carefree days would be over. Only when he saw his sister was so confident did he feel relieved. Come to think of it, William gave almost everything he had when pursuing Monica. In order to get Monica married, he even broke up with his family. After getting married, he was even more obedient. He didn't dare to go west because Monica persuaded him. How dare such a person file for divorce? Sister, you have to teach him a lesson. You have to make trouble for having such a good life. I know. Monica waved her hand and didn't care. Lu Juanhao winked at Amanda. I wanted to cough around. Girl, after you teach him a lesson, remember your brother's car purchase. He really has his eyes on a girl this time, and he really likes her. Whether our Lu family can continue the family line depends on you. I asked around, And that car isn't expensive. The top model is 1.5 million. Mom, it's a bit expensive. Monica also frowned. The Su family only opened a credit card for William, with a monthly limit of only 100,000 yuan. She wanted to buy clothes, cosmetics, and jewelry, which was not enough. If it weren't for the occasional subsidy from the old lady of the Su family, the family would have hardly made ends meet. But this subsidy is not fixed at regular intervals or in fixed quantities. Most of it was transferred to the Liu family, and she had no cash at all. If you buy a car, you have to pay for it from your own pocket, which will affect your quality of life. I gave so much money to my family. Don't you have any savings? Then you should keep it for your brother to marry. The Su family is rich anyway, so they can afford it. Amanda spoke with a guilty conscience. The family's savings were indeed in her hands, but she loved gambling, and she had already put all her savings into gambling, and still owed a lot. Don't even mention buying a car. If I don't get some money from the Su family, my family will soon have trouble making ends meet. I recently found a financial manager, but I can't withdraw the money. Please send some money home for living expenses. Okay, I'll do it after I teach William a lesson. We can't let the purchase of a car slip away. Mom, it's really too expensive. It's not expensive. I've asked someone to calculate it. William only needs to pay a down payment of 300,000 yuan and then pay 20,000 yuan a month for the loan. It will be paid off in 5 years. Amanda gestured with her fingers, looking relaxed. This little money is nothing. If the Su family has a little money left, it's enough to buy 10 cars. I don't think those two old guys will live for many more years. In a few years, all the Su family's assets will be yours. Why would you care about this? You only have this one brother. Shouldn't you help him a little? All right. Monica thought about it and finally nodded in agreement. It was difficult for her to refuse the request from her family. Anyway, the Su family is rich, so they should take care of their own family. Thinking of the Su family's property, she frowned and became more and more dissatisfied with the two elders of the Su family. It was because of these two old guys that she was living in poverty. She agreed to marry William just for the title of the Su family's young lady, and she was also planning to join the Su group to make her mark. But unexpectedly, the two elders of the Su family refused to agree at all, did not treat her as a daughter-in-law at all, and even forced William to divorce her. They should have died earlier so as not to get in the way. William is also a loser. He can't even compete with his parents, so he can only hide outside and be a loser. He couldn't even get a job at Su Group. As a result, she became unemployed and failed to get the position of female CEO she wanted. As a result, I have graduated for 3 years but have no work experience at all. I have a lot of skills, but no platform to display them. It's all the Su family's fault. They're all deliberately targeting themselves. The whole family deserves to die. It would be best if I died immediately, so that all the Su family property could be inherited by me. Junhao, come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau and see what he can do. Sister, I have a date this afternoon. Naruto looked reluctant. He had finally asked the girl out and wanted to perform well. Monica then said, Mom, then you come with me. Amanda hurriedly shook her head. No, Mom has something important to do this afternoon. She has already made an appointment with her card-playing friends and decided to build the Great Wall. Monica had no choice but to call her best friend Lily. Chapter 12, he definitely doesn't dare to come. Civil Affairs Bureau. William entered the door. He saw a middle-aged man and woman coming out. The man was dejected. A fat woman ran towards her best friend happily. Finally divorced. Finally divorced. She turned around and scolded the man. You're a loser. You're not good at work, and you don't understand romance. You've wasted my life. I won't serve you anymore. I want to find my own life. The man's eyes were red, and he squatted in the corner with a sad face, as if he had suffered a blow. William glanced. The woman and her best friend immediately smiled happily. Look, a handsome guy noticed you right away. I said, there are plenty of rich and handsome men waiting for you. You should have dumped him long ago. A sentence. William was filled with anger. Say I like you? Grass. This is an insult to my vision. These two fat women were stripped naked and thrown into the pig pen, and they couldn't be found anymore. William walked up to the man. Brother, how much is your monthly salary? 10,000. Who are you? The man was baffled. Immediately, a stack of red banknotes was thrown into his hand. Play a game, go online, and spend 10,000 yuan now, and the money is yours. Real? Absolutely. William has a strong aura. After receiving the money for the ornaments, the man suddenly perked up and all his sadness disappeared. The man placed an order online and bought a game console, a fishing rod, clothes, shoes, socks, and some small toys. It was obvious that he was still not satisfied. I bought it. Please give me the money. Yes, are you happy? Somewhat. From now on, you can spend your 10,000 yuan salary every month. There will be no vampires to share your money, and no fat women to scold you for not making progress. Divorce is such a happy thing. Why are you crying so hard? This. The man's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world. The woman suddenly panicked. That's my money. You can't spend it carelessly. The man walked out with his head held high. William was delighted. Monica and Lily are on their way. After Lily heard the whole story, she immediately started cursing. William is such a scumbag. You worked so hard to take care of this family. Not only does he not show any gratitude, he even dares to ask for a divorce. He must be reluctant to part with the money and wants to force you to give in. He definitely doesn't dare to divorce. Without you, who will take care of the family? Don't be afraid of him. Never give in. I thought so too. Monica nodded. The reason why she became best friends with Lily is because she understands herself. She had sacrificed a lot to marry William, and she was already unwilling to do so. But after the marriage, the Sue family did not give decent compensation, nor did they give her the position of president of the group. She had had enough of being wronged. Now William is still trying to grab hold of something, trying to make her give up her self-esteem and become a housewife completely. But this is impossible. Think of this. She missed Jiang Ryan again. Bai Yue Guang is still the same as he was in his student days, still handsome, elegant, and speaks nicely. When the two chatted, he was always concerned about her well-being and was much more considerate than William. If William hadn't interfered, maybe something would have happened between the two of them. As for the guilt towards William, not all. It's all because William is inconsiderate, unmotivated, and a good-for-nothing rich second generation that his life is such a mess. It's all William's fault that she did this. Do you think he has someone outside? Lily suddenly asked. How is that possible? Monica sneered. I check his chat software every day and didn't give him the chance to mess around with other women. He has the heart, but not the courage. Besides, I have a secondary card, so I know how much money he has spent. Monica took out a black bank card from her bag. The Sue family specially applied for a card for William and transferred 100,000 yuan every month. Yes, you can't give money to men. They will just spend it recklessly. Well, I'll take his card later to prevent him from having any bad intentions. The two came to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I saw a man coming out with his head held high and his chest puffed out. A woman followed eagerly. Hubby, wait a minute, what do you mean? Get lost. Who is your husband? We are divorced. Oh my God, I'm really divorced. The woman stood there in a daze, tears streaming down her face, and kept chasing after him. Monica and the other person stared at each other. Is this woman crazy? She's still not happy after the divorce. This man is such a bastard. He didn't even look back when his wife was crying. Fortunately, William is a softie. He treats your words as an imperial decree and obeys them 100%. What a waste. I don't want him to be gentle and accomplish nothing. I want him to be ambitious and motivated, even if he doesn't care about this family. Monica was furious and looked down upon William even more. At the same time, she is not worried about divorce. During their 3-year marriage, the couple had many conflicts. When the quarrels became too intense, she would file for divorce, and every time she would make William give in. I still remember one time, Naruto borrowed a car to go on a blind date and gave the Bentley keys to her brother without asking William. Naruto drove to a bar to pick up girls instead of going on a blind date. Because he played too crazy, he crashed the car and scrapped it. William had a big quarrel with her because of this. Finally, Monica resorted to divorce and forced William to swallow his anger and never mention it again. Similar things happened several times. She's used to it. William will definitely be reluctant to let her go, so she won't suffer any loss. Even in her heart, she had some expectations because William was not worthy of her and could not give her the life she wanted. She married William because her father was in the hospital, and she also wanted to make a name for herself in the Sioux group. But now she can't enter the Sioux group. It was William who was sorry for her. Even if they really get divorced, she won't feel the slightest bit of guilt. It's a pity that William was like a dogskin plaster and never agreed to divorce. But this time there was something unexpected. William filed for divorce. But it's not a big problem. When the last moment comes, William will definitely give in. Now, it's a competition of who has more patience. The two walked to the door. Lily smiled and said, maybe he doesn't even dare to come, and has already gone to your house to apologize. Monica sneered. It's no use apologizing. I'm really angry. There were very few people in the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The few couples who remained were all queuing for divorce, and the marriage registration office was empty. Lily looked around and clapped her hands. Look, he really didn't dare to come. He only made harsh words, but he didn't dare to come at all. I think he knows that without you, he won't be able to find a wife as good as you. I was blind to marry him. I can't wait to divorce him. Monica snorted. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everything was just as she expected. William was still the same William. No matter how fierce the quarrel was, he would still admit defeat in the end. When she got home, she planned to buy a washboard and make William kneel down and admit his mistake. Let's go, they definitely don't dare to come. The two were about to turn around and leave. You are finally here. William's voice came. Chapter 13, so ordinary, yet so confident. They saw William. Both Monica and him froze in silence. There was disbelief on his face. How dare he come here? Lily said in surprise. William, asshole. Monica gritted her teeth and stared at William. I had security blocking my way home yesterday. He didn't apologize at night. Now you actually dare to come to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Believe it or not, I will really divorce you? He is still the same William, the good-for-nothing rich second generation. Where does he get the courage from? William looked at Monica and her bestie calmly, his expression calm and composed. Lily was already furious. William was rude on the phone yesterday, and she has been holding a grudge against him ever since. Now that she has finally caught him, she doesn't want to endure this. Moreover, Monica would stand on her side. She didn't believe that William would dare to say anything else. Lily raised her eyebrows. William, you are going too far. You don't have any tolerance at all. Are you still a man? Not only did you kick your wife out of the house, you also forced her to divorce. Don't you know how to reflect on yourself? Lily put her hands on her hips and spoke righteously. Ridiculous. Shameless. William sneered inwardly. Birds of a feather flock together, and Monica's friends are all bitches. Not only did he not admit his mistake, he also turned the tables. William ignored her and asked directly, Monica, you need your ID card to get a divorce certificate. You should bring it with you. Monica was stunned for a moment, then immediately shouted, I brought it. She originally didn't bring her ID card with her when she went out, but she happened to bring it with her when she went to the KTV yesterday, just in case. But that's not the point. William actually dared to talk about divorce to her face, and she was furious. His surname is Sue. What's your attitude? If there weren't some people here, she would have started cursing and vented her anger. She said with a frosty face, You want a divorce, right? I'm telling you, I wanted to leave you for a long time. If you hadn't cried and begged me every time, I wouldn't have lived with you. I tolerated you for 3 years because I felt sorry for you. Divorce. She took out her ID card from her pocket and walked toward William. With his chin held high and looking at people through his nostrils, he looks like a proud peacock. William, even if you kneel down and apologize, I will never forgive you. From now on, I will go my way and you go your way. Don't bother each other. Hee hee. William was too lazy to argue and just wanted to get the divorce certificate as soon as possible. The two walked towards the divorce team. Lily, on the other hand, widened her eyes and stared at William. She noticed that something was wrong with William's eyes. There was no fear or panic in them, just complete indifference. She had only seen this kind of indifference in the eyes of some successful people. It seems that he is used to all kinds of things in the world, and everything is under control. She felt inexplicably worried. Is this kid serious? No, it must be a pretense. Lily immediately shook her head to deny the idea. William's been a coward for so many years. It is impossible for him to become a different person all of a sudden. It must be a pretense. Monica also noticed something was wrong, but when she saw Lily's encouraging look, her confidence suddenly increased. Now it depends on who can endure more. If you lose, you will be stepped on, etc. William suddenly spoke. Monica glanced at William, and a hint of pride flashed through her heart. I thought they were really going to get a divorce, but after a little pressure, they were back to the way they were before. They are still the obedient wimps. But the next second, William solemnly took out the divorce agreement, which stated the property distribution. He just left to write the property division. I calculated that the family assets are negative 15 million, half for each of us. You're talking nonsense. That's your debt from starting your business. What does it have to do with me? The debt is yours, but the property is mine. There is no property in the family. The house, car, and bank cards all belong to my parents. The family has nothing except debts. I don't care. The debt is yours anyway. Okay, then there's no need to divide the property. William threw away the property division agreement. He was just pretending to do it so that Monica wouldn't argue about the property again. Monica felt humiliated again. The Sue family is really too much. They're guarding against her like they are guarding against a thief. The car and the house refused to be transferred. Even the nanny's salary was not as high as William's, making it impossible for her to manage the household. Shame and anger, angry, hate, all kinds of emotions flooded into my mind. Monica's eyes were red. Sue, I don't want to live with you anymore. Do you really think you are so rich? I don't care. If you weren't in the way, I would have found something better. Monica's roar spread throughout the entire hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The men waiting in line for divorce turned around one after another. These words were too familiar. Every woman who wants a divorce has to say this. As long as they are women, they feel that they are worth a fortune, as if they were originally queens, but their hands and feet are bound by men. They are so ordinary, yet so confident. Seeing William's calm expression, the men all nodded with admiration in their eyes. Faced with the woman's hysteria, William remained calm and didn't even raise his eyelids. Have determination. What a character. Even Lily looked at William in surprise. She felt more and more guilty. William's appearance. It looked like she had made up her mind and really wanted to get a divorce. Monica was furious. Say something. Are you still a man? Yes, you are right. William was full of perfunctory words, even with a smile on his face. What's your attitude? I totally agree. You are a woman, so everything you said is right. The Prince of Dubai is waiting for you. You need 10 oil wells to be worthy of your status. William said slowly, with a mocking look on his face. If even a cleaner can be favored by the President of the United States, what else can women not dare to dream of? You. Monica gasped. Her face flushed, and she was so angry that she was speechless. Lily finally came to her senses and scolded. Mr. Sue, how can you say that? What's your attitude? If you don't admit your mistake, Monica will never forgive you again. Kneel down and apologize. She stepped forward and pointed at William. Bang! William reached out and slapped her in the face, his face full of impatience. Roll. Who the hell do you think you are? You. Lily covered her face with her hands, looking horrified. William in disbelief. In the past, she relied on being Monica's best friend to scold William often, and William was always obedient. But now he actually hit her and told her to get out. It's incredible. How dare he? How could he? He is actually unreasonable. Lily was sure things were getting out of control, but the burning pain on her face made her too afraid to speak. Monica was startled, then blinded by anger. Well, you're a domestic violence man. You dare to hit my best friend. Divorce me now, divorce me. Okay, let me cut in line, and I'll give you 500 each. William took out a stack of money and spent it directly to shorten the time. Chapter 14, Divorce. William walked forward. Monica was furious. To insult her bestie is to insult her. She couldn't help but think of Jiang Ryan. When the two were together in college, Jiang Ryan was always gentle and polite. No matter who he was facing, he always had a smile on his face and never blushed. Every move goes into my heart. She has also always dreamed of becoming Ryan Jiang's wife. The man next to her every night is not the one she likes, and she's been enduring it for a long time. But even though she made such a great sacrifice, William did not cherish it and dared to insult her in public. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and her eyes turned red. Looking at William's back, a thought suddenly came to her mind. If I hadn't gone home last night and followed Jiang Ryan to the hotel, after being husband and wife for one night, she wouldn't feel so wronged. She should not have gone home last night. Instead, William thought she was weak and even dared to threaten him with divorce. When William proposed to her, he promised to be obedient to her for the rest of his life and treat her as a queen. Now, only a few years later, William has put this remark behind him. This man is really unreliable. She looked at William with anger in her eyes. If it weren't for William, she would have married the right person, but it was William who ruined her love with dirty money. They sat down. The clerk asked the two to hand in their materials and certificates with an expressionless face. Looking at the two of them, his eyes suddenly widened. She knew the two men in front of her, especially William. When he proposed, he organized an unprecedented fireworks display, which was said to have cost tens of millions. So much so that the two of them made headlines the next day. Everyone also knew that the eldest son of the Sue family broke with his family and would rather give up the inheritance rights of tens of billions of assets. What is love? This is called love. But now they are getting divorced. All the materials are complete, and there are no problems with the documents. I want to confirm one last time whether you two really want a divorce. Monica looked at William instead. You said, William, you have to think it over carefully. If we really get divorced, I won't even look at you again. I made such a sacrifice to marry you. I wouldn't be so stupid now. This is your only chance to kowtow and admit your mistakes. As soon as these words came out, the clerk was stunned. He stared at the two of them blankly. Grass, the opposite of Tiangang. Who made the sacrifice? William gave up his billions of assets. But does that mean he has nothing in your eyes? It's a bit shameless. Even though she had handled countless divorce procedures, this was the first time she had seen such an outrageous case. Monica had no idea. She has always been like this, doing her own thing, whether at home or outside. William must obey. Even if William felt wronged, that was the retribution he deserved. William lost tens of billions of assets, but what she lost was love. Buy my brother a BMW, and I'll forgive you this time. Otherwise, expect a divorce. The clerk held his breath. Unbelievable. She really couldn't figure out what favor William owed this woman that he was forced to this point. Monica is pretty though. Beauty can be measured by money, but rich people are the least short of money. If she is a rich person, fuck her love, she would rotate with a different young hunk every day. Look at William. There is admiration and sympathy in her eyes. It's not easy for a rich man to have a romantic heart, but it's a pity that he met such a woman. Monica dared to make such a request. She must have been sure of William. Gemitasin. Monica smiled and was about to curse. You're overthinking it. William suddenly spoke, causing Monica to suppress her smile. If it were in his previous life, William would have immediately given up and gone around buying a BMW to beg for forgiveness, then continued to invite Monica home to be the queen. But now he is no longer the original William. He had a mocking look on his face. I was the one who filed for divorce this time. Monica looked at William, confused for a moment. It is not clear what exactly William meant. William continued, I've had enough of your family. You're all vampires. Don't cry and don't want to leave, clinging to me like a dogskin plaster. Monica was dumbfounded, staring at William blankly. His eyes were firm, and there was no trace of the love he had before in his expression. Horrible, ruthless, like a different person. This time he did not choose to apologize, but instead really wanted a divorce. No, this must be a posturing. William wanted to force me to admit my mistakes, so I would never be willing to divorce him. I'm not as good as he wants. Let's see who can last until the end. Leave now, Monica said coldly. Did you hear that? Do it quickly, William urged. Clerks no longer procrastinate. Take the certificate and stamp it. Click. 2 noises. The formalities are complete, and you are officially divorced. Monica was completely stunned. She wanted to control William and was not really planning to divorce. But I never dreamed that the divorce procedures would actually be completed. Take it back now. We were just arguing. We're not really getting divorced. Sorry, the formalities have been completed and your marriage has ended. If you want to remarry, please go through the marriage channel next door. What do you mean? Are you trying to embarrass us? Husband, please explain to her that this is just a joke. Monica looked anxious and confused. She just wanted to use divorce to control William. She didn't really want a divorce. William always lost every time he filed for divorce. Not only will they agree to give money, but they will also agree to various requests. She also thought she had William's life in her hands and often talked about divorce. But this time, it actually came to the point of divorce. Although I really dislike William, I even hate him a little. But the family still needs William's money. Without William, who would help her father with his medical treatment, who would help her mother pay off her gambling debts, who would help her brother buy a house and a car. William, however, just looked at the divorce certificate with a smile on his face. Monica pulled William's arm. Hubby, please say something. Who is your husband? William got up and left, feeling pleased with the divorce certificate in his hand. Finally got rid of Monica. From now on, he will live a carefree life and have fun every night. The second generation of rich people should have the awareness of the second generation of rich people. Eating, drinking, and having fun are the serious things. Hubby, wait a minute. This must be a mistake. Let's get remarried and pretend this never happened. Get out of the way. I've had enough. William decisively pushed Monica away and walked out. Decisive. Never looked back. Monica almost fell to the ground, cold sweat all over her body. After divorce, what does she have? A drunken father, a gambling-addicted mother, and a disappointing brother. Each of them costs money. Where will she get the money to fill the bottomless pit? All this happened because William wanted a divorce. Looking at William's receding back, she felt extremely strange. Then his eyes were filled with resentment. Damn, William. Why can't you be tolerant and accommodating? Why did you trick me into getting a divorce? Why don't you take care of my family for the rest of their lives? Chapter 15. Girlfriends Fighting Each Other. William left the Civil Affairs Bureau in high spirits. It was as if he had just gotten rid of the oppression of the Three Mountains and was now the master of his own house. The pace has quickened a bit. Lily looked at William's receding figure, feeling somewhat puzzled. Can divorce be so happy? The answer is no. How could a man want a divorce? How can men survive without women working like slaves? He must have failed to get a divorce, so he apologized inside. And Monica generously forgave him. That's why I'm so happy. He must be driving out now, ready to pick them up at the door and maybe even treat them to a big meal to apologize. Lily sneered. Things don't go away that easily. She was still angry and had to make William compensate her. I heard that LV has released a new bag, so I have to buy at least 2 to appease her anger. At this time, Monica walked out quickly, looked around, and tried to stop William. Lily blocked the way. Monica, how could you forgive him? These men are all cheapskates. You can't treat them well. If you forgive so easily, he will definitely do it again. Lily started to act coyly, hoping that Monica would control William again. Get lost, it's all your fault, you slut, you caused my divorce. Monica yelled and swore, venting her anger on Lily. If she hadn't been chattering and saying weird things, there's no way I could have gotten a divorce. It's all her fault. She pulled Lily towards the door and shouted at William's back. Hubby, she's talking nonsense. It's all this bitch's fault. William had already walked far away and didn't hear it at all. Even if he heard it, he wouldn't turn back. Snakes and rats all belong to the same nest. Neither is a good thing. Lily was stunned. No, Monica, what's wrong with you? William doesn't have the guts to divorce. Have you been deceived? Monica grabbed Lily's hair and gritted her teeth. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. I'm really divorced. Calm down. There's no way he could get a divorce. Lily still didn't believe that William would dare to divorce. But her scalp ached, and she struggled desperately. The two pushed and shoved each other. The divorce certificate fell out of Monica's bag. Shock. Are you really divorced? William is so manly? Before she could think it through. Bang. Monica slapped Lily hard on the face. You stinky bitch, how dare you hit me? Lily covered her face with her hands, her eyes red, and immediately started fighting with Monica. She followed Monica just to get some benefits. Monica relied on William's favor and spent money lavishly, buying things worth tens of thousands of dollars at will. Cosmetics and clothes are luxury goods. Naturally, Lily, as her best friend, can get a lot of things. I took a lot of clothes, bags, and cosmetics. Even when money was tight, I could ask for some money. Monica, this stupid woman, didn't keep accounts, so she never paid me back. When there are benefits, of course, they're good girlfriends. Now William and Monica are divorced, and considering William's behavior, it is clear that there is no turning back. Without William, his money, Monica became a pauper and could no longer be as generous as before. In that case, why do you still spoil her? Lily no longer held back. The two women pulled each other's hair and faces and had a lot of fun fighting. It wasn't until the staff came out that they pulled the two apart. Monica's clothes and hair were disheveled, and there was a wound at the corner of her eye. She no longer looked like the refined, wealthy lady. I returned home in a daze. Girl, what happened? Did William hit you? That damn William actually dared to do that to you. It's outrageous. I'm going to sue him and make him pay. I'll call your brother back right away, and we'll go get an explanation. If you don't give me the money, I will never forgive the Sue family. Monica quickly stopped the furious Amanda. It wasn't him who hit me, it was Lily. Then he was also wrong for not protecting his wife. You're just too soft-hearted. Amanda simply sat down and no longer cared about Monica's injury. Where did William go? He should come and see me. He should bring some cordyceps and ginseng to show his appreciation. Even if you forgive him, our family is still angry. Mom, this bastard really divorced me. Monica took out the divorce certificate with a crying voice. Amanda took it and looked at it. Her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly calmed down. William pursued his daughter for 5 years before she married him. After 3 years of marriage, he treated Monica like a treasure, holding her in his hands for fear of dropping her, and holding her in his mouth for fear of melting her. Monica is like the emperor at home. William really dare to divorce? It must be because the daughter was too strong and the pressure was too much this time, so the two of them divorced impulsively. William will come and beg for remarriage. When he comes, I'll take good care of him. It's all because you pushed him too hard. You shouldn't always put yourself above him. When a man is out there, he always has to take care of his face. If you put him under the fire, he will leave even if he doesn't want to. Give him a call, give him a little sweetener, and the matter will be over. Really? Monica turned her worries into joy. The method of controlling men taught by her mother was very useful, and it was also how she suppressed William. She took out her phone and prepared to dial, but was stopped by Amanda. Don't worry about it now. Let's leave him alone until he gets anxious. Amanda looked at her house and narrowed her eyes slightly. My son has found a partner, so it's time to move to a new house. The flat in William community is a good choice. I heard that each unit costs tens of millions, and the tenants are either rich or noble. Just in time to catch William making a big mistake. He wanted him to transfer the house to his own family. She felt extremely jealous when she thought of William's family background. She asked herself that she was no worse than the two old men of the Sioux family. So why didn't she get rich? It's all because of her dead husband who brought down her luck. Otherwise, she would have become a rich lady long ago. As for William, he is just a stupid son of a landlord. With a little coaxing, he will come back. Monica was still a little worried. I feel like he's a little weird. Maybe he's serious. Don't worry, I know what men are thinking. In 2 days, he will come and beg for mercy. Then I feel relieved. Monica's heart sank back into her stomach. Thinking about what happened today, she hated William. The scar on her face still hurt a little, and a piece of her hair had fallen out. It's all William's fault. If he hadn't divorced, none of the things that happened later would have happened. It's all this bastard's fault. He caused all this mess for no reason. Isn't it good for everyone to live a peaceful life? She was determined not to forgive William easily. He must be made to kneel down and beg for forgiveness in public. Only in this way can he save face. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on her lips. But she was impatient and couldn't wait for 2 days. I secretly took out my cell phone and sent a message to William. William, I'll only give you 1 day to admit your mistake. William saw the text message. He immediately blocked all contact information of the Liu family. He had finally gotten rid of the vampire and didn't want to be involved in anything. Now, we have to deal with the yellow-haired cat at home first. Chapter 16 Bank Card Suspended. Monica didn't stay at home for too long and went to Chanel with her best friend Wang Qian. Whenever she is in a bad mood, she will go shopping with a few close friends. Lily is broken up with her best friend, but she has no shortage of best friends. She has a secondary bank card of William, which contains about 1 million yuan in deposits, enough for her expenses. Wang Qian said happily, I heard that Chanel has a new batch of perfumes, which are very effective in attracting men. Monica nodded. Go and have a look. If it's good, I'll buy you one too. The two came to Chanel and took a look around. In addition to perfume, I also bought a bunch of cosmetics. Monica bought a lot for Wang Qian, which cost less than 30,000 yuan. Wang Qian smiled shyly and said, I'm so sorry for making you spend money. If William knew, would he be unhappy? Monica didn't care. He doesn't have the guts. Come to the checkout counter. Hello. The total is 100,000 yuan. Do you want to pay by credit card? Monica handed over her bank card skillfully, not taking the 100,000 yuan seriously. Drop. The bank card was swiped, and a harsh sound was heard. The clerk said, sorry, this card has been canceled. Monica got angry when she heard this. She has always used this card smoothly and has never encountered this kind of problem. Do you know how to use it? Your machine must be broken. Ask your store manager to come over. Hearing the noise, the store manager hurried over, a smile on his face. Ma'am, he's new and doesn't know much. Let me take a look. Drop. Swipe again. The store manager glanced at the screen and immediately put on a professional smile. I'm sorry, ma'am. Your card has indeed been canceled. How is that possible? Check it out again. There's indeed no problem with the machine. You could try using another card. Monica's head buzzed. The card was canceled. It must have been William who did it. How could he do that? Ma'am, how do I pay the bill? The store manager urged. Monica stood there awkwardly. She had no other cards on her, and after searching her pockets, she only had $500 left. The people queuing behind started to make a fuss. If you don't have money, leave now and don't stop us from buying things. I'm in a hurry and don't have time to spend with you here. You're dressed nicely, but you don't have $100,000. Monica was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Wang Qian, please lend me 100,000 yuan first. No money. Wang Qian was neat and tidy, and her expression was a little colder. I heard that Monica and William got divorced. I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems to be true. My bank card has been suspended, so it's better not to have this best friend anymore. Monica was so anxious, but there was nothing she could do. I had no choice but to say I didn't want to buy it and left under the murderous gazes of the shop assistants. She hurried out of the store, feeling mocked from behind. She couldn't stay in this usually comfortable and happy place for even a moment. This is the first time I realized that 100,000 yuan is quite a lot. Monica left Chanel in embarrassment, feeling extremely aggrieved. Normally, she would spend money without even looking at the numbers, but now she was almost kicked out by the security guards because she had no money and she was laughed at by a group of people. Tears welled up in my eyes, almost about to fall. She took out her cell phone angrily and called William. The number you dialed is powered off. I sent a WeChat message, but saw a red exclamation mark. Monica was getting angrier and angrier. William was such a jerk, and now she finally saw his true colors. Just because of a small matter, all bank cards were suspended. The WeChat account has been blocked, and the phone call is unreachable. Does he still want to remarry? He looks petty and doesn't act like a man at all. Wang Qian was also very angry, and the benefits she had obtained were lost. Monica, what's going on? Damn, William, stop the bank card. Wang Qian glared angrily. William's going too far. Why did he suspend my bank account? A man's money should be spent on a woman. What does he mean by that? It's because of him that we are so embarrassed. Even if there is a conflict, what right does he have to suspend the card without your consent? I'm going to call and scold him. Wang Qian dialed the number using her mobile phone. William, you are such a bastard. How could you stop my bank card? Monica and I are so embarrassed today. William answered the phone inexplicably. Who do you think you are? Monica and I are divorced and we have no relationship anymore. Why should I let her use my money? You just couldn't take advantage of her, so you stood up for her. How can you say that? Wang Qian's thoughts were revealed, and she was immediately at a loss. She follows Monica just to get some benefits. Monica is very generous and often buys things for her best friend, such as cosmetics, bags, and clothes. They're all luxury goods. It's rare to find such a generous girlfriend. She was very motivated to help Monica. Let me tell you something. Monica and I have broken up completely. There is absolutely no chance of getting back together. You will never get any advantage from her again. You can decide for yourself. William, what's your attitude? You're a man. Can't you be more generous? Bang. The call has been disconnected. William looked at his phone helplessly, ready to change his number. These people are annoying. Wang Qian was stunned. Then her expression turned cold as she looked at Monica. If there are no benefits, who would want to be your best friend? Get out of the way. Bitch, don't contact me anymore. I don't want to waste my time with you. She left without looking back. Monica's neck and above quickly turned red, and bloodshot appeared in her eyes. Damn it. Her best friends left her one by one. It was all William's fault. How could he bully others like this? Monica's throat tightened, and tears flowed from her eyes like a dam breaking. William, you are such a bastard. Woo! At the same time, the Su family hasn't been this lively for many years. The whole villa was busy. Although Su Duong did not explicitly say that he forgave William, he made his attitude clear by not directly kicking him out. Today also means accepting William again. But when the son came back, the daughter had problems again. There must be something wrong with the feng shui of old Su's family. Jessica and Oscar chatting and laughing on the lawn outside the villa. He felt his blood pressure rising. I'm going to be this guy. Dad, calm down. If anything happens to him, Xiaoqing will fight you to the death. William said lightly. The father and son could only look ahead in silence. Oscar probably said something that made Jessica laugh so hard that she almost fell to the ground holding her stomach. Oscar stepped forward. Their hands naturally clasped together. Shit, where's my knife? Dad, you have friends in the police station. There's a body buried in our backyard, and no one should investigate. William was furious. Damn it, little bastard. They dared to hold hands at Su's house, so I dare not imagine what they would do when they were alone. Kill him. You must kill him. Su Wangda said leisurely. Let your Uncle Chow handle it. He is good at this. Gao Feng, Nikam Gao Lao San. Gangsters are best at doing things that make people disappear. On the surface, he has no relationship with the Su family, but privately he and Su Wangda are sworn brothers. If he takes action, Huang Mao will not be able to leave his body intact. William sighed. Be patient, it's not the time yet. Let's wait until the relationship between the two of them fades. Then we can take action. There was helplessness in his eyes. Jessica is now deeply in love and regards the yellow-haired boy as her eyeballs. Oscar were to pass away, I would probably suffer a physical and mental blow. You can't force it. Chapter 17 Dinner at the Su family. Oscar kept an eye on the Su family father and son. The expressions of both of them were in full view. I sneered in my heart. He knew that the Su family would be dissatisfied and even unwilling to accept him. But it doesn't matter. As long as they capture Jessica as Hart, the Su family will be helpless. If there was a chance for Jessica to get pregnant, things would be settled. Having people in key positions is more important than anything else. He should also have a share of the Su family's property. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Today went smoothly. Although the Su family was unhappy, they still kept him for dinner. Even a feast was prepared. All this is thanks to my eldest brother-in-law, William. He is indeed the stupid son of a landlord. He must not be a smart man to break up with his family for a woman. If things work out, he will definitely thank this brother-in-law. Time soon came tonight, and the Su family villa was brightly lit. Although there were only 5 people eating, there were at least 40 servants serving them, moving around like dragons. A servant with a wash basin and towels stood aside. Servants serving dishes and pouring wine moved around in an orderly manner. The table was already filled with dishes, including lobster, caviar, foie gras, bird's nest, Buddha jumps over the wall, shark fin. A table of dishes combining Chinese and Western cuisine costs more than 1 million yuan. Oscar had never seen so many luxurious dishes, and he had never even heard of some of them. He nodded with satisfaction. The Su family was very sensible and prepared such a feast. Using Jessica's method to control the Su family was indeed extremely correct. Since you're giving in, I will press on. Thank you for your hospitality, uncle and aunt, and thank you for your help, brother. Xiaoqing, and I will be grateful to you for the rest of our lives. William replied indifferently, expressionless. Su Duong and Zhang Yufeng both looked gloomy and didn't want to talk at all. Even though the two of them had experienced many ups and downs, they couldn't pretend to be welcoming at this moment. Oscar seemed unaware and sat down carelessly. My heart was filled with joy. It doesn't matter if you don't like it now. There will be many days in the future when you won't like it. You will get used to it slowly. Xiaoqing, you sit down too. Let's have a good meal as a family. Oscar regarded himself as a member of the Su family. Jessica took a look and didn't object. She sat down with a smile. It's boring to just eat. Let's drink some 1982 law fight together. William clapped his hands, and the servant brought up a bottle of wine. Puff. Unscrew the cork. A wisp of white mist rises from the wine bottle. Then drink some. I can drink quite well. Oscar was grinning from ear to ear. This is 1982 Lafite, a fine wine that costs 100,000 yuan a bottle. He has only seen it in movies. While he was happy, he thought William was a fool. He fooled her with just a few words and treated her as his brother-in-law. It would be better for me to take the property myself, rather than letting a fool inherit it. Su Wangda stared at William with murderous intent in his eyes. Bastard. It's already disgusting to just give them food, and now they also treat them to wine. You really treat him as your own. William pretended not to see it. Xiaolu, this wine is 1 bottle less. Let's drink more today and not go home until we are drunk. Because of what you said, I will risk my life to accompany you today. Oscar patted his chest and promised. In the past, he only ate barbecue on the street and drank beer at most, and had never tried any high-end food. Now that I have the chance, I must drink until I die. If you don't take advantage of a good deal, you'll miss it. Don't drink too much. Jessica warned with concern. It's okay. If you're drunk, just rest here. We have many bedrooms at home. William was very generous and signaled the servant to pour the wine. Fill both cups immediately. Oscar took a sip and was delighted. It tasted quite good. It's worthy of being a wine that costs 100,000 per bottle. Cheers! William raised his glass and drank it all. Oscar picked up the cup and drank it all. 1 cup down. The state becomes slightly tipsy. Oscar became bolder. Brother-in-law is straightforward and has a good alcohol tolerance. We 2 brothers must drink to our heart's content today. Fill my glass again. Under the influence of alcohol, he confirmed his identity as the son-in-law of the Su family. He decided that William was the best opportunity to break through, as he was a dog with a dull mind and was easily deceived. William is captured. The old couple will be completely helpless. Oh, why are you yelling? We haven't gotten married yet. Jessica blushed and covered her cheeks coquettishly. You are the only one in my heart. I have already regarded you as my wife. If I can't marry you, I will be single all my life and die alone. Xiaoqing, I only dare to speak my true feelings when I am drunk. I love you more than I love myself. Oscar and Jessica looked at each other, their eyes full of tenderness. Jessica's face was like a red apple, and white steam was almost coming out of her head. The blunt language and burning emotions almost overloaded her brain. The old couple of the Sue family looked as black as the bottom of a pot. Oscar laughed wildly in his heart. He deliberately acted like this in front of the Sue family. Jessica is under control. The Sue family won't dare to do anything. What's the use of having money? If someone catches you in a weak spot, you can't do anything about it. How embarrassing. Why are you talking about this in public? Jessica turned away with an angry look. This is because my love for you has overflowed. Oscar continued to say cheesy love words. Then he looked at William. Brother, you must feel the same way. Love can really make people crazy and unable to control themselves. I can understand that. William resisted the nausea in his heart and echoed the words. Brother-in-law understands me. Oscar was delighted. Done. William has been captured. In a happy mood, he ate with relish. His slightly tipsy state made him forget everything else. He eats from a plate, spits out food crumbs everywhere, and smacks his lips while eating. All kinds of bad habits pop up at once. The Sue family ate quietly, spitting leftovers onto their plates and picking up only the food in front of them. Their table manners were impeccable. In this comparison, Oscar is like a primitive man who suddenly breaks into civilized society. Even the servants looked at him sideways. Jessica frowned. When they ate at roadside stalls before, she had never noticed this problem. Now, it is extremely dazzling and gives me a strong sense of discomfort. Love is love, but basic manners are always necessary. William saw that the time was right and finally put down the cup in his hand. This is what he was waiting for. The little yellow-haired dog has almost zero table manners, so dog meat cannot be served at the table. Only by letting Oscar come to the stage and show his true face can Jessica see clearly. Jessica, with a teasing look. Chin pointed at Oscar. The meaning is very clear. Look at the way your boyfriend eats. Jessica blushed again, this time out of embarrassment. Jackson, eat quietly. You're eating too noisily, and don't spit out the crumbs. What's the problem? If you do this again, I'll be angry. Jessica frowned. She had noticed these problems before, but chose to ignore them during the honeymoon period. Now, in front of her family, she finally faced these problems. The quality is too poor. It really affects the appetite. Seeing Jessica angry, Oscar felt nervous. My mind raced, and I immediately thought of an excuse. As long as you show your own suffering, these rich girls will be full of sympathy and will forgive even the biggest mistakes. I'm sorry, my family was poor and I didn't receive any education. This is my fault. I will change it in the future. It's good as long as you can change it. Jessica's anger disappeared. His family is poor, so you really can't blame him. Let's slowly correct these bad habits. Chapter 18: The Nature of Little Yellow Hair. Oscar has already understood Jessica's temper and is not afraid of her getting angry at all. By the way, he smiled at the Sue family. It was a good opportunity to show off his control over Jessica to the Sue family. The old couple looked unhappy and wanted to speak, but were stopped by William. Things were not that easy to solve, and there were more tricks to come. Oscar relaxed even more. Pointing to the empty bottle, he said to William, Brother, give me another bottle. We finished all of this. Okay, drink more then. William seemed unaware of the impoliteness in Oscar's tone. The commander asked the servant to serve wine. Drink one glass of wine after another. Oscar's face was as red as a monkey's butt, but he still drank one cup after another. It's rare to get to drink good wine, so I'm going to drink enough today. Jessica wanted to persuade her, but she didn't say anything in the end. Oscar and William were having a great time drinking, and it was good for them to get closer. Xiao Lu, you can't drink anymore, right? Bullshit. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Now I'll drink for you to see. Back then, I drank all night in Nanai Lane and got more than 10 people drunk. Do you think I'm awesome? Ahem. Oscar completely let go of himself and called me Bozy all the time. His throat felt sore from talking, and he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. Jessica's eyebrows twitched as she watched. How come this guy becomes a different person after drinking? He has no manners at all. Oscar does not have a high degree. That is due to his poor family conditions. He is actually a good person, polite to others, and knows how to do things. Jessica thought she had a keen eye and saw the advantages that others didn't see and discovered the good man hidden under the yellow hair. But now she was a little shaken. The quality is too poor. Seeing Jessica frowning, the old couple of the Sue family smiled instead. Good. The crazier the better. The more arrogant he is, the more his daughter will realize that Huang Mao is not a good person. The quality of a drink reflects the character of the person. After drinking some horse urine, his true colors will be revealed. This meal is not a waste, and a few bottles of wine can be considered feeding the dogs. This idea that my son came up with is indeed very good and much smarter than before. I'm going to buy him a Rolls Royce. William continued to ask with a smile. Oh, maybe everyone else is pretending to be drunk, just waiting for you to pay the bill? That meal cost hundreds of dollars. Only an idiot would pay the bill. I'll just run away. Did they ask you for money later? They didn't bring any money either. We had already agreed before we went there that the last person to leave would wash the dishes to pay for the meal. You guys are pretty smart. You eat for free. That's. Oscar looked excited and found that William was a good listener, allowing him to show off. I didn't notice that Jessica's cheeks were tense, and she looked extremely serious. If smacking her lips and swearing while eating is a problem of quality, then eating out without bringing money is a problem of character. It sounded like they hadn't even prepared to pay for their meal and were just waiting to wash the dishes to pay off their debts. Jessica's 3 perspectives were shaken. Isn't eating for free theft? Oscar again. There's a big gap between him and the image of a self-reliant, hard-working, and progressive young man that he describes himself. He had clearly said before that even if a man is poor, he still has lofty ambitions, and that even though he has no money, he will work hard to live. Although he was materially poor, he was spiritually rich, kind to the world and to others. But before she could think it through, Oscar's stomach churned, and he vomited all over the floor while holding onto the table. Everything I ate and drank tonight was sprayed out at once. There was a strong, sour smell in the air. Jessica jumped back in shock. The servants around wanted to step forward to help, but William waved his hand to stop them. Xiaoqing, your boyfriend is drunk. Take him to the bathroom to wash up and sleep here tonight. William explained the matter calmly, not at all surprised. It was he who instructed the servants to add a medic to make Oscar vomit. Jessica was full of expectations for love, so her fantasies were shattered by shit, piss, and fart. I heard that there was a celebrity who married a beautiful woman, but when he saw that she was constipated and her face turned red, he filed for divorce. This is the power of shit, piss, and fart. Oscar vomited heart-wrenchingly, emptying his stomach. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, his legs felt weak, and he was about to collapse. Jessica was still hesitating. She is a misophobe and can't stand dirty things. Oscar now reeked of alcohol and vomit, with sticky stuff on his sleeves. Nausea. She didn't want to get close. But seeing Oscar about to fall, she gritted her teeth and stepped forward to support him. I'll take you to the bathroom. No, I can still drink. Oscar opened his eyes dazedly and looked at the vomit on the ground. It's a pity that so many good things are wasted. Hearing this, Jessica felt nauseous, and for the first time she wanted to keep her distance from Oscar. But he still took the lead and led the people down. Several servants followed closely behind, not to help, but to prevent Oscar from having sex after drinking. Just a little hooligan. Su Duong slammed the table, still angry. But it was also thanks to William's arrangement that his true nature was revealed. Jessica is young and inexperienced and is easily fooled by sweet words. If she can understand Oscar's true nature, she will never accept it again. Come a few more times, and Xiaoqing will give up on this idea. When it's done, I'll buy you a Rolls Royce. Dad, I don't want a Rolls Royce. I want to join the company. William stated his demands without hesitation. He has memories of past lives and knows how the next few decades will develop. If he were at the helm, the Su group could avoid some losses and move towards glory. The Su family's assets will also grow like a snowball. Su Wanda just kept sneering. You? I've funded your business over the past few years, and I've lost 100 million every year. Do you want to bankrupt my Su group as well? Every failure makes you wiser. I have grown up. William didn't lie. After starting businesses many times and accumulating experience from a lifetime, he has actually become a business tycoon. Su Wanda still sneered. Oh, unless I die, if you join the company will be named Lu. Monica and I really broke up, and we're divorced. From today on, I have nothing to do with her, and I won't talk to her anymore. Don't think I don't know your little tricks. You pretended to have a conflict with Monica, and then tried to cheat me out of my money. Su Wanda didn't believe what William said at all. For the sake of women, I cheated my family too many times. Now William's credibility is zero. Even if you do something small for the reward, it won't save your image. Zhang Yufeng also spoke. Son, we old couple make money, and the future is all yours. It doesn't matter if you eat and drink all of it, but we can't accept giving it to outsiders for free. That's what we've both been fighting for our whole lives. The old couple both shook their heads slightly. The son doesn't feel sorry when he sells his father's land. They worked hard from dawn to dusk to build up their huge business, and were unwilling to see it fall into the hands of others. Unfortunately, the son was not ambitious enough and was bewitched by a vixen. If William were to take charge of the company, the old couple might not even have money to buy a coffin. I'm really divorced. William took out the divorce certificate. Chapter 19, I have a friend. Su Zhuang snatched the divorce certificate and looked at it again and again. As a father, he never thought that one day he would expect his son to get divorced. But the one William married was not a wife, but an ancestor. Before they got married, their family clearly opposed it, but William secretly took the household registration booklet and got the certificate. After marriage, William became a complete slave. He had to listen to Monica's arrangements in everything and had to report any spending. But Monica was still not satisfied and asked for the position of president of Su Group. Does she deserve it? Graduated from junior college, no work experience. She's not even qualified to be a full-time housewife, and she wants to be the president of a group. Apart from making money for my parents' family, I do nothing else. This kind of woman is a disaster. Now, I'm finally free from that stupid and bad woman. Wrong. It must be another scam. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. As soon as a smile appeared on Su Diwang's face, it disappeared immediately. You guys are playing a big trick. You actually learned how to use the divorce certificate to deceive people. Dad, this is a real divorce certificate. The certificate is real, but the divorce may not be real. You can't fool me. Then how can you believe it? Find a woman to marry and have kids. I'll talk about other things after I see my grandchildren. William thoroughly felt the harm of credit bankruptcy. Even though he had dumped Monica, his family didn't believe him. The old couple went straight back to their room to sleep, leaving William with a helpless look on his face. He was about to go back to his room to sleep when he saw Jessica sitting in the corner in a daze, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. He looked a little lost. William's heart skipped a beat. It was not normal for his sister to behave like this. Jessica was daydreaming when someone suddenly tapped her right shoulder, waking her up. She subconsciously looked to the right. William's voice came from the left. What's wrong? You're just daydreaming so late at night. Jessica realized she was being teased and immediately guessed it was her brother and sighed. Brother, you don't understand. William looked at his sister's worried look and knew it was related to Oscar. Oscar's performance tonight was terrible. His sister should have noticed something was wrong. He didn't expect his sister to break up with Oscar all of a sudden. After all, the Su family is stubborn. His sister is still a young girl who has just begun to fall in love, and it is even more difficult for her to give up her first love. My sister has been living in a honeypot ever since she can remember, and has no idea that human hearts are unpredictable. Oscar hangs out at the bottom of society and is best at dealing with naive girls like this. William pulled over a stool and sat down next to Jessica. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. I'm an expert on love. Jessica looked at her brother's serious face and suddenly let down her guard. My brother is risking his life for love, so he can be considered a senior and should be able to offer valuable advice. But after all, I feel a little shy to ask my family for advice on love. She held her face in her hands, hesitating. William sat patiently beside her, not interrupting her, waiting for her to speak. My sister is cheerful and lively, but she is very strong at heart. In her previous life, she ran away from home for love, and after marrying Oscar, she took on the responsibility of supporting the family alone. Even working 3 jobs, he was unwilling to compromise with his family. This kind of personality can't force a breakup. William also felt helpless. For some big families, the best way to deal with this kind of thing is to make the person disappear. But the Su family is a new elite, and they are not so decisive in their actions. In the previous life, it was because of my hesitation that my sister got pregnant and later broke up with my family. He was filled with anger when he thought about how his sister was possessed by the yellow-haired man and brutally murdered. My sister is kind and loving, and she must not be allowed to suffer like this again. William squinted his eyes, almost falling asleep due to drunkenness. A sigh came from Jessica, next to me. He looked over and hesitated for a while. Finally spoke. Brother, is there a perfect love in the world? Maybe. You don't believe in perfect love? William did not directly express his inner thoughts. Having lived 2 lives, he knows too well what love is. But Jessica is in the passionate love phase now and firmly believes in love, so she certainly cannot directly oppose it. Instead of answering the question, he asked, "Why are you asking about love out of the blue? Is there something wrong with your relationship with Xiao Lu?" We don't have any problems, but a friend of mine wants to know. So what's your friend's relationship problem? As long as his sister is willing to speak up, it will be much easier. William just thought he was fooled and helped analyze it seriously. Seeing the clarity in her brother's eyes, it seemed that he really didn't realize that this friend was herself. Jessica breathed a sigh of relief. It's somewhat embarrassing to talk about feelings with my family. But William is already the most perfect person in love around, so it's a good idea to consult him. Brother, what should I do if my friend finds out that his partner has many shortcomings? William was delighted. Today's strategy really worked. But his face still showed a thoughtful look. What are the shortcomings? Jessica looked at her brother's face and hesitated. My friend thought her boyfriend was perfect, but recently I discovered that he has very bad living habits. He not only swears, but also spits everywhere and even has smelly feet, especially after drinking. They have no manners and are disgusting. Divide quickly. William immediately spoke up to persuade them to separate and immediately suppressed his excitement, saying in a deep voice, "Think about it. The next step in a relationship is marriage, which is a lifelong thing. It's impossible to tolerate a bad habit forever that I can't tolerate now." Jessica shook her head. But if we break up over such a small matter, is that still love? Books always say that a couple should be together for life, and that we can't treat relationships casually. Sister, love isn't that important after you get married. William sighed, as someone who had experienced it. Seeing that even a romantic man like her brother could say such things, she began to doubt the word love. Is marriage really the grave of love? Jessica finally looked a little serious. But think about the happy times with Oscar. She stood up. No, I still need to talk to him again. My love can't end like this. I believe he can get better. Aren't we talking about your friend? William squinted. Jessica smiled with her hands on her hips. The friend I'm talking about is myself. GXIN just did something wrong, but he's actually a good person by nature, and he will definitely change. Just wait, he will surprise you. William smiled slightly and did not try to persuade her any further. This girl had already made up her mind before coming to chat with him. It's not about venting troubles. It's clearly about enlightening family members. The next day, Oscar woke up from a hangover with a splitting headache and dry mouth. After taking a big gulp of water, I remembered what happened last night. I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If I drink too much and act too wildly, it will be troublesome if Jessica dislikes me. He quickly found Jessica and started to apologize, crying without saying a word. Xiao King, I'm sorry. I was drunk yesterday and boasted nonsense, making your family laugh at me. I really love you. Please don't be angry. Chapter 20 Work. Oscar, I'm angry. Jessica had a stern face and turned her head away. Oscar was very anxious. It's over. All the efforts were wasted. Xiaoqing, I'm sorry. I know it's my fault. My parents were not around when I was young. I grew up with a bunch of older kids, learned a lot of bad habits, and did a lot of wrong things. It doesn't matter if you think I'm not worthy of you. I'll leave right away. As long as you are happy and happy. He turned around, looking distraught. Oscar, wait a minute. Jessica finally spoke. Oscar finally put his heart at ease. This is the good thing about being a daughter of a wealthy family. She can get away with it by playing the victim. I'm just a poor boy, not worthy of you. Don't talk about this. I asked you if you can change it. Yes, absolutely. Oscar was delighted. Done. The easiest way to coax a girl is to make a big promise and brag about it. Then I'll introduce you to a job, and you go to work. Xiaoqing, but I already have a job. Oscar looked embarrassed. His family already knew his situation. He was just a lazy person who didn't want to go to work at all. Work 2 days and lie down 2 days, and your life will be full of joy. Oscar, do you still want to change? If you hang out with that bunch of bad friends, you will only be led astray. I'm willing to argue with my parents for you. Can't you change a little for me? Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you? Oscar's head was buzzing. The two have been together for several months. Jessica has always given him enough personal space and never interfered with his life and work. He was naive and a little silly, never doubting his words and never forcing him to do anything, which allowed him to enjoy the feeling of being outsmarted. College students are just like that. William coughed and stood up. If you love someone, you must give everything for her. You know, I would rather give up the Su family's 10 billion assets in order to be with my wife. Even if I lose my fortune and break up with my family, I will do it. I love her, so I can do this. You keep saying you love Xiaoqing, but when I ask you to change jobs, you refuse to do so. Do you really love her? No, you don't know what love is. The righteous words of the bootlicker made Jessica nod and Oscar blushed. Only William could say this. Oscar's eyelids were twitching. He can attract a bunch of cute young girls with just one phone call. He doesn't know what love is, but he knows what love is. Want to be a bootlicker? Pooh, despicable. Oscar complained about William, but saw that Jessica agreed with him. I can only think quickly. Now, Jessica feels that she has lost face and starts to push people forward, and she must deal with it first. When she calms down, she will definitely forget about it. He hurriedly squeezed out his tears, and his expression became resolute. Xiaoqing, I am willing to do anything for you. I love you more than I love myself. Jessica's eyes also turned red, and her nose twitched slightly. Oscar, if you love me, you should make some changes. I have discussed this with my family and decided to let you work at a subsidiary of the Sue Group. If you do well, we will even provide you with money to start your own business. You've always said that you're talented, but not appreciated. Now I'll give you a chance to display your abilities. Oscar's mouth twitched. He had no other talents except his mouth. Xiaoqing, but I don't have a high level of education, and I haven't done many things. If you get in through connections, you'll inevitably be laughed at. Not only will people laugh at me, they'll also laugh at you. Besides, I don't want to be called a gigolo. I am a man with dignity. I want to work hard to start my own business. He doesn't want to go to work. If he really joined the Sue family business, he would be completely blind. Not only do you have to learn job knowledge, but you also have to work from 9 to 5 every day and work hard. If he was willing to work diligently, he wouldn't be so skinny and pale from hunger. The original plan was to make Jessica pregnant before she discovered his true identity, but now he was forced to go to work. He suddenly felt unsure. If this were to enter the company, would it be exposed? What would he do if Jessica found out that he didn't know anything? It doesn't matter. A reliable master will be arranged for you. I'm also interning in the company and can help you at any time. Our relationship can be kept secret within the company, so you don't have to worry about being laughed at. Jessica's eyes were filled with the satisfaction of having succeeded. William had already discussed a plan with her and was going to force Oscar to go work. Only by changing Oscar's environment can things get better. Oscar was forced into a corner, still looking hesitant. He knew very well that he was a loser and would never be able to learn even if someone taught him. What's more, he doesn't want to learn at all. His family wanted to send him to high school, but he refused to go because he was too lazy to study. It's so comfortable to be a waste. William walked forward with a smile and patted Oscar on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. Love will help you overcome any difficulties. As long as you love Xiaoqing in your heart, you could do anything. Do you want to back off? Don't you love Xiaoqing? Love very much, said Oscar. For you, I'm willing to give up everything, whether it's my career or my life. But I have principles as a person, and I must see things through to the end. I have several tasks on hand right now, and I can only do other things after they are completed, otherwise I will feel guilty. Xiaoqing, you don't want to see me go back on my word, do you? Oscar looked at Jessica lovingly. He was very confident that just by saying these words, he would be able to move the little girl. You mean the job at the garage? It's okay. I bought the store. You don't have to worry about it. William narrowed his eyes with a smile on his face. Rich people deal with problems in such a simple and crude way. The previous company won't let you go. Just acquire it. Oscar's face changed and his eyes widened. Brother, are you kidding me? No, this is a purchase contract. The ink is not even dry yet. William took out the contract. Oscar was dumbfounded because it was indeed the boss's signature. I actually bought the repair shop. Brother, even if you buy the store, I still have to finish the work at hand. It doesn't matter. I bought the car too. Well, Oscar wanted to cry, but had no tears. Rich and inhumane. Rich people really do things unreasonably. There was a Mercedes among those cars, worth hundreds of thousands. Brother, I need to fix your car. No, a friend of mine is filming a movie and needs a car explosion scene, so we've already taken it there to blow it up. William doesn't take Mercedes seriously at all. Oscar was finally forced into a desperate situation and had no more reasons to refuse. Xiaoqing, I want to find a job myself. Why do you have to force me to work at your house? I'm a man, and I have to save face. Xiaolu, what you said is wrong. Xiaoqing begged her parents for a whole night to give you this opportunity. If you don't go to work, you will be betraying your elders. You're making all these excuses. Don't you want to go to work? The boss of the repair shop said, you should work for a while and take a break. Don't be lazy all the time. For a family like ours, we can accept a partner who is a little poor and has a low level of education, but we cannot accept a lazy person. There are many poor boys who are eyeing the property of girls, hoping to get it for free. We have heard of many cases in our circle where girls married poor boys. He was full of sweet talk before marriage, but after marriage, everything was a mess. He was not diligent or motivated at all, and he just spent the girls' money on wine and women. William's tone was flat, but these words made Oscar's hair stand on end, and he quickly glanced at Jessica. There are actually people like this. They're so mean. If I see them, I will definitely scold them severely. Oscar immediately drew a line in the sand, fearing that he would be lumped into the same category. Jessica didn't notice at all and nodded with satisfaction. Xian has a positive outlook on life and is definitely not a bad person. William also said with a smile, "Yes, I also believe in Jixin's character. But there are many people around him who have distorted values. What if they are led astray? It's not easy to learn good things, but it's easy to learn bad things." Xian just said that the freeloaders were led astray by others. If they continue to stay with them, they might commit murder or arson. Oscar was blocked by his own words, leaving him no room for rebuttal. I was young and ignorant before, but now I have grown up and can distinguish right from wrong. I will stick to my principles and will not easily learn bad habits. Xiaoqing, you have to believe me. Believe me, I definitely believe you. Your friends are so bad. They are not good people themselves, and they want to lead you astray. Jessica spoke with emotion. You always want to move up and get out of your current life, but they always hold you back. If they want you to stay at the bottom of society for the rest of your life, you should keep your distance from them. If you commit a crime, I will definitely put you in jail for the sake of justice. Jessica looked serious. She could really do this. Oscar's scalp tingled. It was the first time he felt that naive people were difficult to deal with and too stubborn. Xiaoqing, you know me. I have been a coward since I was a child, and it is impossible for me to break the law. I help old ladies cross the road when I go out on the street, and I often volunteer at nursing homes. I am not in the same group as them. Don't worry, I hate bad guys the most. If you dare to lie, I will never talk to you again. Jessica finally smiled and said, "So do you want to change and make progress?" "Ido. Definitely do." Oscar had no way of refutation and could only continue talking. If he had a little bit of ambition, he wouldn't have gone hungry 9 times out of 3 days. What happened today was really unexpected. I didn't expect Jessica to become so aggressive and start pushing people forward. It must be because I drank too much last night and it was too embarrassing, which caused Jessica to be upset. Why didn't I keep my mouth shut? Jessica issues an ultimatum. I'll go to work tomorrow. Let's make some achievements to show our family. Then no one will look down on you. You won't refuse again, will you? Oscar completely lost his temper and could only nod his head. Okay, I'll go to work and do my best. Remember to dye your hair back. You can't dye your hair in a formal company. The address and contact person will be sent to your phone. You must be at the company before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. William immediately arranged the follow-up matters without giving anyone a chance to refute. We finally forced him to express his stance, and we can't let him escape. Sooner or later, the fox's tail will be exposed. Oscar in the company, and he will be skinned alive if he doesn't die. Oscar was taken directly to the barber shop by the driver, and his face became gloomy. Oscar felt that he had made a mistake. I used to think William was just a big fool, but I didn't expect that he was a dagger hiding behind his smile, and he had already dug a trap for him to fall into. Today he blocked all his escape routes and forced himself to go to work. He can't go to work. If he goes to work, he has to work hard. Otherwise, others will know that he is really a hopeless case. But if I don't go to work, how can I explain it? You can't say that his current job has a bright future, right? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that if you continue doing low-level work, you will not make any money even if you work yourself to death. You can't fool anyone. Under irritability, Oscar dialed the phone. The person on the other end of the line was Jessica's roommate, Su Yan. The reason why he was able to get in touch with Jessica was all because of the opportunity created by Su Yan. Otherwise, a young man who graduated from junior high school would have no interaction with college students and would not know each other's preferences. With Su Yan's help, he was able to pretend to be the person Jessica liked. It took Su Yan a long time to answer the phone, and she spoke in a very low voice. "I've told you to stop calling. What if someone hears you? If you're free, let's chat at the hotel tonight." Although he said to call less, he didn't hang up. Although she went to college, she liked the gangster type. The ruffian and bad feeling made her unable to stop. One night, the two of them suddenly talked about Jessica in a small hotel and immediately came up with this idea to make money. A rich girl, innocent and naive. Maybe I can make a good fortune from her family. So, on the surface, she had to pretend that she was not familiar with Oscar. "I'm not looking for you to sleep with me. I have something important to tell you. Oh, I don't know you. You're always thinking about that. You can't even do this, and now you can't do it, Jessica. Soo-yin was very dissatisfied. The two planned to get Jessica pregnant, forced the Soo family to give them money, and even plotted to seize their family property. But Oscar lost the chain. Oscar also got angry. That's because your department head came out to cause trouble. I took off my pants, but she dragged me away. Couldn't you stop her? How should I know she's going to go out? That bitch doesn't have a sex life herself, and she doesn't allow others to have sex. What a bitch. Speaking of this, Soo-yin gets angry. They were in the same dormitory, but she felt like she was being outdone. Jessica is rich and pretty, and the department head Fong Yuching has good grades. Both of them are excellent. Instead, she was not as good-looking, had worse grades, and came from a worse family, so she was at the bottom of the class. Now, they have ruined her good fortune. This is just a gang up on bullying others. Neither of them is a good person. Oscar cursed and spoke in a commanding tone. Shut up. I'm going to beat you up, bastard. I'm giving you face, right? Come to the hotel now. Let's meet and talk. I still have classes to attend. I'm going to skip class. I'll give you half an hour to come here. I'm very angry. Don't be angry. I'll be there soon. Soo-yin changed her arrogance and set off in a hurry. Oscar spat, his face fierce. This woman is a bitch. She has to be manipulated into obeying you. If you can't control yourself, she will control you. Chapter 22, Being Disliked by Family. Bang. Cigarette lit. Oscar took a deep puff of his cigarette, pushed Soo-yin away, and crossed his legs. Stay away from me, bitch. Okay, are your shoulders sore? Let me rub them for you. Soo-yin sat down on the bed, not angry. Instead, she spoke softly, her eyes moist and unusually gentle. Why did you suddenly think of looking for me? Did things go wrong at the Soo family? It's okay. I know Jessica's character. The more her parents object, the better she will be with you. Find an opportunity to get her pregnant. I'm not afraid that the Soo family won't give me money. Those two old guys are easy to deal with, but the boss of the Soo family is a shrewd man. He forced me to go to work. If I don't go, it means I have no ambition and am not a good student. If I don't go to work, Jessica will dump me sooner or later. Then our relationship won't work out. Oscar smoked violently with a sad face, and his head felt a little dizzy. Hearing this, Soo-yin suddenly looked up and grabbed Oscar's arm. Will she know something? No, she just wants to save face in front of her family. Why are you panicking? Oscar sneered and pulled his hand away. College students are no better than this. He discovered Soo-yin when he passed by an alley a few months ago. It was a dark and windy night. No one was around, and Soo-yin was wearing a short skirt. Oscar was horny and dragged her to a corner to vent his lust. But Soo-yin not only did not resist, but she was very supportive. After the incident, the two exchanged contact information. I thought she was a young woman who couldn't stand loneliness, but I didn't expect she was a college student. Oscar naturally couldn't bear to cut off contact, and has maintained a relationship until now. At the beginning, he was a little bit fond of college students and wanted to get along well with them. After spending a few times together, I realized that she was a bitch and was taking advantage of me. On the contrary, the worse she is treated, the more submissive she becomes. He had met many girls, and he quickly got a handle on Soo-yin. Their daily routine was either beating or scolding. Soo-yin became more and more dependent on him. But Oscar soon got bored. Without the filter of a college student, Soo-yin is just an ugly and fat woman. In order to keep him, Soo-yin tried every possible means, including introducing women to Oscar. Her roommate was the natural first choice. After just one look at the photo, Oscar made up his mind to sleep with Jessica. Jessica is beautiful and has a good personality, which is exactly what Oscar imagined a college student to be. But Jessica usually stayed at school and went home directly, so the two of them hardly had any interaction. Soo-yin created an opportunity to take Jessica out for a trip. The car broke down during the trip, and they met an enthusiastic guy named Oscar. She did her homework for Oscar in advance and told him about Jessica's hobbies and personality. Oscar is an old hand in the love field, and he broke the girl's defenses in no time. Getting closer step by step, the confession was finally successful. But I didn't expect William to show up in the middle of the process. You know my situation. I've never worked properly. If I mess up my job, it's easy for the duck in hand to fly away. Oscar frowned, looking a little worried. He is good at dealing with women, but has difficulty doing serious work, so he needs someone to help him with his advice. Although Soo-yin is mean, she is a college student after all. With a higher IQ, she might be able to come up with some good ideas. Soo-yin clenched her fists and thought for a moment. Then go to work. Don't let them get suspicious. Fuck, what a stupid idea. Not to mention whether I'm willing to do it. Am I the right person for it? Honey, listen to me. You work in the company and leave the work to me. We can always finish it together. Suyin kept smiling apologetically. This is to please Oscar. On the other hand, she didn't want Jessica to have an easy life. Why is she so beautiful and has a good family background? This is unfair. Oscar nodded silently. He really needed Su Yan's help. But he was no longer satisfied with sleeping with a woman and making some money. What he wanted was the entire Su family. Luxury cars, villas, servants, delicious food, and good wine. Everything stimulated his nerves. If he gets rid of William and marries Jessica, the Su family will be his. This is his best opportunity to become a superior person. It is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Oscar smoked and fell into deep thought. First of all, I have to perform well at work before I can take the next step with Jessica. In this case, Su Yan's help is indispensable. If you want her to work, you have to feed her. As for Su Yan being ugly, that's not a big deal. The reason why there are always women around him is that he relies on one principle: kill all the ugly ones. Oscar threw away his cigarette butt and raised his eyebrows. Come up and move on your own. Monica hid at home for a day and got into big trouble and was disliked by her family. The bank card could not be swiped, and although her family scolded William, they did not forgive her. My father asked for money to drink. My mother was chased at the door by a debtor, and my younger brother brought his girlfriend home to ask for a gift. Everything costs money, but she couldn't afford even a penny. How can you scold me? I'm also a victim. Monica felt very aggrieved, with tears welling up in her eyes. Little girl, I raise you up, but you don't even give me money for a drink. Are you still a human being? I don't care about what happens between you and William, but your father, must pay for your drinks. I don't ask for much, just a few thousand yuan. How come you can't afford it? Don't you have some private money? Father Lu reeked of alcohol and looked unhappy. That's right, girl, stop hiding it. Now that it's come to this, hurry up and take it out to help mother settle the debt. Amanda also tried to persuade him, saying that she had bad luck today and lost tens of thousands. People are still blocking outside the house and won't leave unless you pay them. Stop arguing and take care of my business first. You guys made my girlfriend angry and left. Naruto was the most angry. Drinking and gambling were just small matters. My girlfriend was a little angry because I couldn't even give her a gift for meeting her. When I mentioned the cancellation of the card, my girlfriend's face changed immediately. If I don't give her some money to coax her, the matter will be over. Sister, do you still want me to help carry on the family line? Eating, shopping, buying cars and houses, everything costs money. How can I fall in love with you like this? Your urge to get married every day. How can you get married without money? The three members of the family have become accustomed to getting money from Monica, just like they are addicted to drugs. Suddenly the support was cut off, and several people felt uncomfortable. Monica never expected her family to become like this. No one cares about her grievances. She also hoped that her family would help her denounce William, but she didn't expect that they were only concerned about making money. Is all family affection fake? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that William was quite nice to her. At least he never pressed for money. Not only does he give enough money, he also often sends gifts and says nice things. He's a pretty good man. Wait a minute. Once William apologizes to me, I will have money. I can't possibly beg him now. Monica could only be patient and comfort him. Naruto slammed the table and shouted, You obviously don't want to give me the money. Do you still recognize me as your brother? How can you talk like that? Monica pursed her lips, feeling pain in her heart. She loves her younger brother so much that she often gives him money and sends him home with delicious and useful things. But now we are just short of money temporarily, that's what he said. At this moment, she suddenly missed the past days and just wanted to go back to that big flat. When the time comes, my parents will come and beg me. Chapter 23, Kickbacks. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, at the headquarters of Walmart chain, William was waiting outside the door. Seeing Oscar arrive at the company on time, I immediately went forward to greet him. Oscar wore an ill-fitting suit and dyed his hair black, looking like a shy boy. Brother, you don't have to wait here specially. I will do what I say. Look, I'm here, aren't I? William gave a thumbs up and nodded in approval. Xiao Lu, I knew I had the right person. Do your best and make some achievements. By the way, find me a simple job first. Otherwise, I'm afraid of making a fool of myself. You know I'm shy, really. Don't worry about me. I'll start as a purchasing assistant. I won't say any more. I still have things to do. William pointed the way and left in a hurry. Oscar withdrew his hand. He originally wanted to play a victim and hoped to be assigned a simple job so that he could slack off. who knew that William didn't even give me a chance to speak, as if he just wanted to see the fun of it. This is not a good thing. After a while, Jessica will definitely discover his true face. There was a ruthless look in his eyes. Since you're pushing me so hard, don't blame me for taking drastic action. Even if I have to drug her, I have to get Jessica into bed. Under the guidance of HR, Oscar moved step by step to the purchasing office. In the office, a fat man was tidying up his desk and moving personal materials into his supervisor's office. It seemed that he had just been promoted. Oscar, your assistant. Let him sit in your original seat. Lee Yong-gang smiled with his honest face. Okay, no problem. HR explained to Oscar. Manager Lee is proficient in his job and has just been promoted. If you study hard under him, you will definitely gain something. Okay. Oscar sat in his office chair with a nervous mood. The chair was comfortable and elastic, but sweat broke out on his back. It was the first time I felt the atmosphere in the office, and it was particularly uncomfortable. I couldn't understand some of the information provided by HR. He turned on his computer and prepared to check the news. But I found that the WeChat icon in the lower right corner was flashing. Could it be Manager Lee's? An urge to pry into other people's privacy made him click on the flashing icon. When you click on it, you will see a sentence. I'll give it to you according to the 20,000 yuan you mentioned, and we'll have a long-term partnership. Scroll up again. Oscar smiled in surprise. Lee Yong-gang was asking for a kickback. He looked through many chat records again. I was shocked. This fat guy can actually get 100,000 in kickbacks a month. It's really jaw-dropping. I didn't expect that someone like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes would also take kickbacks. Oscar's uneasy heart disappeared and his eyes widened with excitement. If you catch your supervisor's weakness, then why worry about your job? Not only that, whoever sees it gets a share, so it's not too much for him to ask for half. That's still 50,000 yuan a month, and you can't spend it all even if you go for healthcare every day. Oscar quickly took photos to leave evidence. Then he pushed open Li Yonggang's office door. Xiao Lu, if you have anything to say, tell me later. I'm still busy. Knock before coming in next time. Li Yonggang's hands did not stop, and his face turned cold. His eyes were fixed on the work in his hands, and he didn't even look at Oscar. Oscar closed the door and sat down on the stool. He has the upper hand and is the one who takes the initiative. No matter whether he is a supervisor or not, if he doesn't give me face, I can put him in jail with just one phone call. Manager Lee, I want to make friends with you. Oh, what's wrong with you? You think you're awesome because you got into the company through connections? I'm going to ask HR to fire you right now. Lee Yong-gang sneered and looked Oscar up and down with contempt in his eyes. Manager Lee, I advise you to be honest. You don't want others to know that you took kickbacks, do you? What are you talking about? Li Yonggang's eyes flickered, and he was obviously a little flustered. Oscar was even more proud. This fat guy has no guts, so it's easier to deal with. Look at what this is. Oscar took out photos, which contained chat records asking for kickbacks. Li Yonggang's face turned pale. His chubby face was shaking, his buttocks slammed heavily on the stool, and he was so scared that he couldn't speak. Be honest, you are still too young to fight with me. Don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to make some money together. It's a 50-50 split. You won't suffer any loss. I will bear half of the risk for you in the future. Li Yonggang's face was gloomy, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief. 50-50 is too much. I do all the work. Why do you deserve so much? With just one phone call from me, I can put you in jail. With such a large amount of money, you should be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. You? What do you mean by you? In one word, do you agree or not? All right. Li Yong-gang gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. Oscar smiled and stood up. Don't be so serious, and bear more responsibility at work in the future. We are still superiors and subordinates. The first day at work was a great experience. In the future, I will earn at least 50,000 every month. He suddenly became a high-income earner. I'm so excited that I don't know who to talk to. If you have money but don't show off, then your wealth is in vain. I haven't received the money yet, so it's not easy to have a meal with my brothers. He first went to Su Yin to vent his anger. He wanted to feel the admiration of college students. Hotel. On double bed. I found a way to make money today. I will have a large sum of money every month from now on. Guess how much I can earn every month? A purchasing assistant should only make around 5,000 or 6,000 yuan. Su Yin didn't understand and just roughly estimated a number. Oscar glanced at Su Yin with playfulness. A college graduate only makes about 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, but he can earn 50,000 yuan without even graduating from junior high school. What a crappy university. It's not even a hair's worth of his. Being able to study is useless. Only a smart brain can help you succeed. Be bold and guess again. 10,000. Guess again. 15,000. Bigger, bigger. Here's a hint. 5. 50,000. That's right. Seeing Su Yan's disbelieving eyes, Oscar felt unprecedented satisfaction. This is the thrill of showing off. It can make people fly. Su Yan hesitated for a while and asked, "How can they pay so much? Are the Su family members crazy? How could the Su family give me so much money? I found this way to make money myself. I'm just telling you, don't tell anyone else. I have a purchasing manager." Oscar told the whole story. Su Yan's eyes widened. "I admire Manager Lee's way of making money, and I also admire Oscar's audacity. It is true that the brave will die of overeating and the timid will die of starvation. Oscar is really going to get rich. You are amazing. That's good to know. I want to buy a bag. If you serve me well, I will buy you the best bag." Oscar agreed without thinking, but whether he would buy it or not was another matter. Money is for women to see, not to spend. He didn't spend a penny on staying in the hotel or buying condoms. Still buying bags? You wish. Su Yan was overjoyed and immediately analyzed the pros and cons from Oscar's perspective. "I think we should be more cautious. What if that fat guy takes your money? You mean, next time he contacts a client, you should go with him and make sure he recognizes all the people. Otherwise, he might do something behind your back and deliberately give you less money." "Well, that's a good idea. I'll find a chance to snatch the client away so that I can share the money. Then I'll find a chance to kick him out, and the 100,000 will all be mine." Oscar thought about it. The more excited he became. That fat guy has been making money for so long. He's already made enough. It's time to let the young people get rich. Chapter 24, The Thought of Breaking Up. Go to work the next day. Oscar walked directly into Li Yonggong's office again. Li Yonggong's fat face suddenly lengthened. "What are you going to do? I promise to give you money. Don't go too far." Oscar was not angry, but smiled. "Don't talk like that. I don't mean anything else. You work too hard, and I want to help you share the burden. I heard that you're meeting a client today. I also want to expand my network." Li Yonggong suddenly stood up and said angrily, "You're pushing your luck. I worked so hard to negotiate this matter. Why do you want to interfere? You're not satisfied with having money. You want to take people away too? You might as well let me die." "You said so. Then I called the police." Oscar took out his cell phone and pretended to call the police. But his eyes were looking at Li Yonggong. He was not unprepared. He asked about Li Yonggong's situation at the company. He had a family with both old and young people, and the whole family depended on him for support. Such people are full of weaknesses and have no courage to fight to the death. As long as you push them a little, the bottom line can be infinitely low. "Don't call the police. What do you want?" Li Yonggong's face became dejected, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just had. Oscar put away his phone and smiled disdainfully. "Li Yonggong, stop giving me the cold shoulder in the future. Do you really think you're somebody? Let me tell you, I have caught you. I will keep this secret for the rest of my life." Li Yonggong's facial features were distorted, uglier than eating shit, and he said harshly, "How much the hell do you want? Tell me the exact amount. If you push me too far, we can just break up." Oscar smiled, took the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and savored it carefully. "Speak in the softest tone possible. We are all colleagues. Don't make the relationship so awkward. I don't have high expectations. You're asking me how much I want? No, I'm asking you how much you have. I'll take whatever you have, and I won't leave you a single cent. Don't shout yet. Wait until I finish speaking. You've been in the company for many years. You've made a lot of money. You have a family and a career. I am young and poor, but if I eat well, my family will not be hungry. Now those who are barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. Would you like to consider it?" There was anger in Li Yonggong's eyes. He was breathing heavily and said nothing. Oscar paused and continued. "You don't want to be controlled by me for the rest of your life, do you? It would be better to just give all these customers to me and let me have a good meal. By then you'd have caught my weakness, and we were in the same boat. No one will dare to report anyone in the future. With your skills, you will definitely find more customers and continue to make money. To put it bluntly, you're just losing money for a while and buying peace of mind." Li Yonggong stared at Oscar and breathed heavily. After a long silence, he closed his eyes helplessly. "You are so cruel, I give in. It's been a pleasure working with you." Oscar extended his hand, imitating the successful people in movies. Li Yonggong reluctantly stretched out his hand and shook it. "I can give you these clients, but if you dare to threaten me with these things again, we will all be in trouble." "How could that be? I would smash my parents' tombstones, but I wouldn't smash my own job." Oscar's heart was filled with emotion. For the first time, he felt that his IQ had the upper hand. It turns out that the workplace is so interesting. The next few days, he followed the Yonggang all over the market and got the benefits. The savings in his pocket exceeded 6 figures for the first time, and he felt that his life had reached its climax. To celebrate, it was a rare occasion for him to treat others, so he took Su Yin out for a barbecue. As he bit the lamb skewer, a smile unconsciously overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The success of his career has given him confidence. Su Yan's eyes were almost tearing. You seem to be getting more and more handsome. Nonsense. When am I not handsome? I'll stay at your place tonight. Forget it. I'm not in the mood. Oscar felt that making money was more interesting than playing with women. But immediately he thought of Jessica. Think about it. It's not that making money is more interesting than playing with women. But because he made some money, he wanted to eat something good because he was tired of the coarse food next to him. His face suddenly fell. I feel like Jessica has been quite a bit colder lately, and things are a bit troublesome. She always works overtime and has no time to spend with me. The company organized some team-building activities, and she was not enthusiastic about me at all. I seriously suspect that it was her eldest brother who was doing something bad to alienate our relationship. Suyin was a little anxious. How could things turn out like this? You were fine a few days ago. Why did you suddenly change your mind? It feels like things haven't been going well since Oscar went to the Su family. First, Jessica had a falling out with her parents because she didn't have them. Then she forced Oscar to go to work, and now their relationship is growing distant. Things were getting out of control. If this continues, Jessica's life will be on the right track. She will graduate safely, marry a tall, rich, and handsome man, and live a happy life. Not fair. Su Yin bit the mutton skewer hard, mistaking it for Jessica. Jessica had no grudge against her and even helped her often. She would always treat her when she saw she had no money to eat. That innocent look always makes it popular with everyone. I have a lot of friends, and I even write them love letters one after another. Every time Su Yin saw Jessica laughing cheerfully, she felt like the flames of jealousy were about to burn her to death. She has no money and no looks, and can't stand others living better than her. If Jessica escapes this time, Su Yin will regret it for the rest of her life. Use drugs. I'll invite her out for dinner and put drugs in her wine to make her faint. The next day, I can blame it on drunken sex. Jessica is very traditional. Now that you have taken her body, she will never mention breaking up again. Rely on her, and you won't have to worry about anything in your life. You are so bad, I like it. Oscar drank a full glass of beer. He had actually thought of this method a long time ago, but he was busy making money these 2 days and had temporarily delayed it. 100,000 a month is nothing. The Su family's tens of billions of assets are the bulk of it. The two discussed the details again. Su Yin immediately contacted Jessica and made an appointment for a midnight snack. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Jessica left the company tired. I don't know why, but there has been a lot of work recently, and everyone in the department has been working overtime until midnight every day. Every time she wanted to change her job, William would always make fun of her. No way, no way. You can't even do this little bit of work. Since it was a matter of face, she gritted her teeth and persevered, working overtime for a week without even taking a weekend off. I am physically exhausted and mentally tired, and the sun appears green when I go out. She was so busy at work that she had no mood for dating or shopping. After get off work every day, she just wanted to lie down and browse her phone. Fortunately, my family has money, and this is just a temporary job. Jessica shook her head and threw away this vulgar thought. She felt very sympathetic when she saw her colleagues working overtime for bonuses. It's horrible that these people have to work all their lives. After just 1 week of overtime, I feel like I'm not feeling well. If you live like this for the rest of your life, what is the meaning of life? She brought Oscar home. She had already made plans to elope if her family disagreed, and was willing to live a life of hardship for the rest of her life. But if it were now, she would definitely hesitate. Life is so hard for workers. Because of this, she has become much colder towards Oscar recently. Oscar sent a lot of messages, and she was only willing to reply during breaks. Oscar couldn't help me solve the troubles at work. I was feeling depressed and wanted to talk to someone, but Oscar couldn't help me. The company has organized several team-building activities recently, and Oscar's performance was disappointing again. Jessica suddenly discovered that the real Oscar was completely different from the Oscar she imagined. This Oscar is a person of low quality, with no sense of teamwork and no knowledge of interpersonal communication. He is not the poor, but motivated young man. There are more disadvantages than advantages. The idea of breaking up lingered in her mind for a long time. It's not that she despises the poor and loves the rich. but she feels that the two of them are not from the same world. Chapter 25, There's Something Wrong with This Wine. 12 o'clock at night. Jessica arrived at the agreed Lao Song restaurant. Suyin came forward warmly and reached out to hug him. Xiaoqing, I miss you so much. I miss you too. Best friends sit side by side and chat. After a while, several tables of people came into the store. But the two of them didn't pay attention. They were just chatting and talking about their recent troubles. Oscar, who was hiding outside the restaurant, felt inexplicably irritated. Although I invited Jessica out and everything went according to plan, there were a lot of people in the restaurant. This shabby restaurant is usually very quiet until midnight. But today, by sheer luck, quite a few diners came. It's a good thing for the restaurant, but Oscar is a little unhappy. He and Su Yin agreed that he would pretend to meet by chance and come in for dinner, and Su Yin would put drugs in the wine and then take him to a hotel to get a room. Tonight, he wants a threesome. But now there are so many people, and if someone with bad intentions wants to intervene, things will be very troublesome. But the person has already made an appointment, so I have to go ahead with it anyway. Done. It seems that they have already started eating. Oscar came to the door with a look of surprise. Hey, Xiaoqing, you and your friends are having dinner here. What a coincidence. GXIN, why are you here? What a coincidence. I just finished accompanying a client and was going to have a midnight snack. Oscar looked natural and didn't seem to be lying. Suya made a face deliberately. It's so nice to meet a young couple here. You two are really a perfect match. Come and have something to eat together. Well, let's go together. There was no surprise in Jessica's words. They were very calm. In the past, she would be very happy when people praised them as a perfect match, but now it seems a little irritating. Oscar noticed it, but didn't say anything. After sitting down, we ate for a while, waiting for Jessica to go to the bathroom. Suyin took out a white powder and threw it into Jessica's wine glass, and the powder instantly disappeared into the wine. Once Jessica drinks it, she'll be unconscious in 2 or 3 minutes. Oscar looked around nervously and was relieved when he found no one was paying attention. Jessica came back from washing up. Su Yin immediately proposed a toast. The three were about to pick up their glasses and drink when a surprised voice came from behind them. Hey, Xiaoqing, you and your friends are having dinner here. What a coincidence. William walked to the 3-person table at some point. Without any hesitation, he sat down between Jessica and Oscar. Oscar's face turned green. Brother, why are you here? I'm a second-generation rich kid, so of course I go out to party in the middle of the night. I just happen to want to have some midnight snack. Brother, we'll be leaving soon after we finish eating. Why don't you just pack up and take it away? William laughed. I don't have a big appetite, so I'll just eat a little and leave without wasting time. Aren't we going to have a toast? Count me in and pour some for everyone. Oscar hurried to stop him. No. Jessica drank this. She would pass out immediately and would definitely be taken home by William. Tonight's plan was in vain. And if William notices something strange, he won't have enough lives to play with the rich. In the past, he acted recklessly, relying on Jessica's support. Now that his feelings for Jessica have faded, he doesn't have the guts to offend rich people. What? I don't deserve to drink. William's eyes were cold. No, I'm afraid that you might drive after drinking and break the law. Oscar explained quickly. Yeah. William still had a suspicious look on his face. Suyin hurriedly poured a glass of wine and poured some white powder into it with her fingernails. Her movements were so subtle that no one noticed. He handed the wine to William and smiled. Brother Su wants a drink, then drink some. No, you can't drink. You can't drive after drinking. Jessica snatched the glass from William. Driving under the influence of alcohol is extremely dangerous, and I must not let my brother make a mistake. Suzan smai zoking li. Xiaoqing, it's okay to drink a little. When you go out to eat, having fun is the most important thing. Mr. Su is such an old man. He knows what he is doing. What's more, your Su family is so big and powerful that even the police dare not do it. Jessica's face turned cold, and she covered the wine glass with one hand. William, if you dare to drink, I will tell my parents. Su Yin sat down with an awkward smile, but continued talking to William. Master Su, I think you won't be able to drink today's wine. I didn't expect that young Master Su was actually controlled by his sister. This really opened my eyes. Oscar also came to his senses and realized that the plan was to drug the Su brothers and sisters together. He scratched his head. Xiaoqing said before that my brother is very opinionated. It turns out that he has this side. He is very good at managing people. The two men used provocation to force William to drink. Men are very concerned about their reputation, so they might rush to drink the glass of wine. But William just spread his hands. You are right. I will listen to my sister. Jessica frowned and looked at Oscar and Su Yin in surprise. feeling that the two of them spoke strangely. Although she is naive, she is not stupid. He has a straightforward personality. In other words, he won't hide his anger. What's the meaning? How are you two talking to each other? Is it wrong for my brother not to drink? Do you have to watch them get their cars destroyed and people killed to be happy? Suyin broke out in a cold sweat. Xiaoqing, that's not what I meant. I mean, the Su family is a big family with a lot of wealth. They shouldn't be so timid. If they shrink back, it's like they're afraid of the police. With the Su family's family background, anyone who sees this would have to give in. Jessica's face suddenly turned stern. Bullshit. Our family has always been law-abiding. When have we ever done anything to bully others? My family is rich, but we are all honest people and have never been to the police station. You always instigate my brother to drive after drinking. What are you thinking? You just want to see my brother go to jail to be happy. Su Yan's face turned pale and blue. She was blocked by the words and quickly winked at Oscar. Your girlfriend is furious, so quickly appease her and muddle through the matter. Oscar stood up and immediately acted as peacemaker. Xiaoqing, keep your voice down. We are being laughed at. We have no bad intentions. We just want to have fun together. It's okay even if you drink. I'll find a designated driver later. Oscar picked up the glass and drank it all. I was wrong just now. I'll drink a glass as punishment. Let's forget about it. Xiaoqing, give me some face. Let's keep eating and drinking. Jessica folded her hands, looking angry. I'm not happy and can't eat anymore. You guys went too far today. William raised his glass and looked closely. I'm also curious. Why do you insist on me drinking? Is there something wrong with this wine? What exactly do you want to do? Is there something added to this? Oscar and Su Yan's faces turned pale as paper. If you don't say anything, then I'm right. Bang! William raised his hand and slapped Su Yan in the face. This person has a typical foo shower face, and it makes people angry just by looking at him. The sound of applause immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. The boss, waiters, and customers all looked over there. It's over. Oscar's head buzzed. He had never expected things to turn out like this, and he didn't have time to react. I originally wanted to drug the two men and continue as planned, but ever since William came over, things have gotten increasingly out of control. William, who was always gentle to others, actually hit someone. Chapter 26, Call the Police. A grown man hitting a woman. Do you still have any shame? Whoa. Su Yan burst into tears, hoping that someone would speak up for her. But when I glanced around, I found that all the customers were watching coldly, and there was something wrong with their expressions. The shop owner and the waiter wanted to go forward, but were stopped by the customers. They could only watch anxiously. Something is wrong. Only Oscar spoke up to persuade him. Hey, why are you hitting a woman? Even if a woman is wrong, there is no need to hit her. William grabbed Oscar by the collar. You're defending her so much, you must be in the same group. The wine was drugged, either by her or you. What do you want to do? I'm curious. Why did you pour out the medicine? You must give me an explanation today. Brother, what are you doing? Jessica's eyes were blank, and she didn't understand what was going on. Oscar quickly spoke first. Xiaoqing, your brother is crazy. Hurry up and hold him back. He has always disliked me and must be trying to break us up. Jessica didn't understand and pulled William to persuade him. Brother, don't do anything yet. What exactly happened? They put drugs in the wine. They must have had some dirty intentions. Hearing what William said, Oscar became anxious and spoke quickly. You are insulting people. How could I possibly drug them? If Jessica knew the truth, they would definitely break up, and the Su family would not let it go. The consequences would be disastrous. The drugging must not be known to anyone. I just happened to take a video, and it shows that someone did drug you. I have this too. My perspective is clearer. The customers in the restaurant stood up one after another, holding their cell phones or professional cameras, all holding evidence in their hands. William was well prepared. Ever since I knew Jessica was asked out for dinner by her bestie, I made careful arrangements. Since Oscar and his friends were planning to do something shady, William would of course record the evidence. All the customers around here are William's people. He recorded the evidence not to call the police, but to let Jessica see Su Yan's character. I thought it would be difficult to find evidence, but I didn't expect that the two of them really treated others as fools. Now that he had the evidence, William no longer had to maintain superficial harmony. The fact that he had drugged her was enough to alert Jessica. Oscar and Su Yan saw the equipment raised around them. They immediately realized that William had tricked them. He looked terrified, and his lips couldn't help trembling. It's really over. If you get caught, you'll definitely go to jail. William took someone's cell phone and played the video. In the video, Jessica left her seat. Suyin took out the white powder and poured it directly into Jessica's cup. It goes without saying that he is up to no good by looking at him in a sneaky manner. This white powder is not a good thing. Jessica's mind was blank and buzzing. Her roommate and best friend actually drugged her, but Oscar didn't react at all. Even a fool would know there is something fishy going on. What else do you have to say now? This is the medicine for the disease. I accidentally put it in the wrong cup. Suyin spoke without thinking and made up excuses. No matter what, she would never admit it. Oh, then I'll call the police and let them check what it is. If it's a drug that harms people, you can expect to go to jail. William didn't believe it at all and signaled his men to pull the two men apart to prevent them from destroying the evidence. Suyin was completely panicked. She didn't want to go to jail. Xiaoqing, we're good friends. I would never hurt you. Please believe me and don't call the police. Don't lie, what is that white powder? Jessica's voice was a little hoarse and her voice trembled slightly. Suyin lowered her head as if accepting her fate. I just saw that you guys were progressing too slowly, so I offered to help out. I have no other intentions. You? Jessica's eyes widened, already guessing what the medicine was. Oscar came to his senses when he heard this. He hurried to distance himself from the matter. Xiaoqing, Suyin happened to ask about our relationship some time ago, and I said a few more words at that time. I didn't expect she would help us in this way. Suyin is just too enthusiastic. She really treats you as a good friend. For her good intentions, don't pursue the matter. Oscar opened his mouth. He cleared himself out and also excused Suyin at the same time. This matter must be suppressed. If Suyin tells everything, he won't be able to escape. If he opens his mouth, maybe he can get away with it. William raised his hand and slapped Oscar hard on the face. Fuck you. You take me for a fool. You couldn't see her drugging you face to face? You didn't even know it. How dare you say that? I'm curious. Why did you come here when they were having dinner? Beijing is so big. Don't say it's a coincidence. Bang. Another slap. If you don't make things clear today, I'll destroy you. Do you really think our Su family is easy to bully? Oscar wanted to fight back, but when he saw the customers gathering around him, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. These are all William's men. If you dare to fight back, you will be beaten to death. He's afraid now. Call the police, and let the police clear my name. William was overjoyed and called the police immediately. He knew that if the matter was reported to the police, the worst that could happen would be detention, as it had not caused any serious consequences. But this must be done to make Jessica give up completely. As long as Jessica lets go. The Su family has 100 ways to kill Oscar. Soon 2 policemen, one fat and one thin, arrived. Police, I have all the evidence here, including witnesses and physical evidence. Please arrest these criminals. Drugging a girl must have bad intentions. Please take the evidence back for testing. This is definitely not a good thing. They secretly poured it into the wine glass. Anyone with a discerning eye can guess what they are trying to do. If they succeed, the consequences will be disastrous. William took the lead in explaining the situation. Oscar now just wants to save himself first. He said hurriedly, it really has nothing to do with me. And it was a misunderstanding, a joke between their friends. Xiaoqing, please say something quickly. You can't really send Suyin to the police station. Oscar, you still have the nerve to speak? You haven't even cleared your own responsibilities. Shut up. William stood in front of Jessica. Oscar finally dared to speak loudly because of the arrival of the police. William, you've gone too far. You deliberately threw dirty water on me in order to break up Xiaoqing and me. You deliberately found so many people to force them to confess. You are the worst person. The 2 policemen were knowledgeable, and after taking a look at the evidence at hand, they made a rough guess. He drugged a girl and slept with her, and her best friend was the traitor. They know everything. William still stared at Oscar and scolded him. Oscar, no need to explain. I knew long ago that you and Suyin were having an affair and that you had planned to harm my sister. Now you want to clean up? It's not that easy. You haven't explained why you are here. Why did you pretend not to see when the drug was given to you? If you can't give an explanation, then you are an accomplice. Chapter 27. Drug dealer arrested. Oscar waved his hands in panic, determined not to admit it. There was no evidence to prove his involvement. Not even the police could find any fault. He still wanted to make some money from the Su family, so there was no way he would admit this. He glanced at Suyin and asked her to confess her crime quickly. Suyin covered her face and cried. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I meant well, but ended up doing something bad. But even if you are angry, you can't do that to a little girl like me. I'm still a student and a girl. I can't stand such grievances. I have depression and I want to commit suicide. Uncle Police, arrest him, he beat people. The two policemen remained calm, as they were used to this kind of situation. He is stubborn when he is right and throws a tantrum when he is wrong. Hakamiki fuck. William was not polite either and slapped him again. Bang. What's wrong with hitting you? You still have the nerve to cry. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have moved the person to the hotel by now. My sister is so good to you. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? You are ugly and bad. How can there be such a person in the world? You can't avoid going to jail even if you cry. The police quickly separated the people. Kill this stinking bitch. She is bringing shame to us women. Tear her face off. Pull her hair. Bitch. Fat pig. A group of burly female customers rushed up and started fighting without saying anything. Someone even pulled Oscar to the ground and started fighting with him. The police wanted to stop them but couldn't, and they couldn't do anything to the woman. Just a moment. Oscar and Su Yin both had claw marks on their faces and scars all over their bodies. It took a while for police support to arrive, and in the farce. Oscar stood up with his head turned upside down. His face was covered with scratches from his nails. He wanted to explain, but found that Jessica was hiding far away, with a dull expression and no words. William is still communicating with the police. Comrade police, the situation is very clear. Arrest them. The police were also happy to leave this troubled place. A group of middle-aged ladies. They are too powerful and difficult to catch. You two come with us back to the police station. Oscar's face was covered with sweat. He couldn't get involved in this matter. If he went to the police station, he would be skinned alive even if he didn't die. It's none of my business. You can't wrongly accuse a good person. She was the only one who drugged him. It has nothing to do with me. Su Yin suddenly became anxious. This clearly means that she is the only one to take the blame. Oscar, you have no shame. It was obviously because you were greedy for Jessica's body that I was drugged. Uncle Police, I'm turning myself in. He asked me to give him drugs and forcefully sleep with Jessica. And he also wanted to make the girl pregnant before marriage and force the Su family to pay. I was forced to do it. He was the mastermind. I am a girl, and I would never lie to anyone. Oscar suddenly jumped up and said viciously, "Don't blame me, you bitch. You and I don't even know each other, and you are framing a good person." William continued to add fuel to the fire. They were biting each other, so we both got insurance. We can't let a bad guy go. Oscar came in and raised his hands and shouted, "Comrade police officer, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not involved in this matter. If you don't believe me, you can check the chat history." He communicated with Su Yin through voice calls, and there were no written records at all, so of course he was confident. Su Yin was so anxious that she jumped up and down and shouted at Jessica. "Xiao Qing, don't believe his nonsense. He forced me to do this. You and I are good friends. I can't possibly hurt you. Oscar is not a good person. He approaches you just for money. He just wants to get you pregnant, and then take the Su family's money. You have been deceived by him all along. Don't trust him." Jessica couldn't stop her tears from flowing, and her mind was in a mess. William sighed inwardly. She must be very hurt after things turn out like this. Growing up is a painful thing, compared to being tricked into having a child before marriage, breaking up with family, and dying miserably. This little pain is nothing. The police didn't want to listen to all this nonsense and went straight forward to handcuff the two men. Oscar is still shouting, "I'm really wronged. She has no evidence. She's just crazy. You can't catch me. Oscar, you bastard." Su Yin took advantage of others' unpreparedness and rushed directly to Oscar. He formed his hands in a claws and grabbed Oscar's face. Immediately, several bloody marks were left. "Ah!" She scratched and screamed like a madman. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Just as the police were about to stop him, Oscar had already taken action. He had never had the idea of being courteous to women since he was a child. There was no mercy at all when the action was taken. He punched Su Yin in the face, knocking him down. Su Yin lay on the ground and cried. Oscar spat. "Fuck you, I'm giving you face, right?" When he looked up and saw Jessica's shocked expression, he immediately came to his senses. It's over. The image is completely gone. Xiaoqing, she was the one who wanted to attack me, and I was acting in self-defense. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a violent person, and I wouldn't hit a woman. She tried to drug you, and I got so angry that I couldn't control myself. This kind of person is really rotten-hearted and doesn't deserve to be a human being. Jessica opened her mouth, but still said nothing. William didn't listen to his excuses and spoke directly. Everyone knows that you have something to do with this. Stop talking. It's useless to say more. After saying that, he waved outside and a man with tattoos on his hands was brought in. Police, this is the drug dealer. I have caught him. Look at his bag. It's full of medicine, and he still has a lot of stock at home. Everyone stared at William in amazement, shocked by his move. Both investigation and arrest can be completed with one set of procedures. You are better than the police. The two policemen looked at each other. Oscar was also stunned. He panicked when he saw the drug dealer. This guy is an acquaintance. He tried to avoid the sight by looking away, but was blocked by the people around him and could not move. Oscar had a sad face and lowered his head. It's all over. Xiaoqing, you have to believe me. I don't know this drug dealer at all. I'm a decent person. I will never buy this kind of medicine, nor will I come into contact with this kind of people. This must be an actor hired by your brother, deliberately trying to frame me. Xiaoqing, please say something. Jessica still said nothing. The current situation has made him mentally confused, and he can't figure out the situation at all. Instead, William sneered. Whether it is an injustice or not, the police will naturally judge. They will definitely investigate to make sure it's true or false. What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true. Since you haven't done it, you're not afraid of the police investigating. Oscar was very nervous. If the police ask about it, detention is a small matter, but breaking up with Jessica would be a big deal. He begged, Xiaoqing, just trust me for once. We've been together for so long, and I've never lied to you. Don't you know me well enough? Chapter 28, I need an explanation. William laughed. Confess and be treated leniently. Resist and be treated severely. Once the police have finished their questioning, we will know who is lying. We will wait and see. Oscar tried to remain calm, but in fact his back was already covered with sweat. I have done nothing wrong, so I am not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. The two policemen were not idle either. They called the drug dealer over to inquire about the situation. Oscar stared at this place, hoping that the drug dealer would abide by the code of conduct and not sell him out. But even though he was anxious, he couldn't say it out loud. He wanted to flee the scene, but his way was blocked. The police looked at the drug dealer. The drug dealer looked dazed, with fear in his eyes. After being caught by the underworld gangster Uncle Chow, he suffered a lot of torture, including water torture and electrotherapy. There were no injuries on his body, but he was almost collapsed. Now seeing the police was like seeing my own father, and I immediately started crying. Police, I'm turning myself in. I'm selling illegal drugs. Please arrest me and put me in jail. I was really wrong. The police officer frowned and asked, what drugs did you buy and who did you sell them to? Drug dealer, drugs and aphrodisiac powder, they both bought them. He pointed directly at Oscar and Su Yan. Oscar immediately burst into cursing. Go away. I've never seen you, and I've never heard of any drugs. You must have been paid to wrongly accuse me on behalf of William. Won't your conscience hurt if you do this? You are so shameless to wrongly accuse someone. If your brothers in the underworld hear you, they will definitely laugh at you. Oscar brought up the code of conduct in the underworld, hoping that the drug dealer would understand. But drug dealers don't have time to care about that. Uncle Chow left him a message, saying that if he didn't go to jail today, he would be thrown into the river. Now his only wish is to sit in jail safely. It's okay to go to jail for a few years. At least you're still alive. I want to report it. I want to make a contribution. This guy named Oscar is a bad guy. He comes to buy drugs every few days. I don't know how many girls' innocence has been ruined. He often boasted to me that he had harmed many women. He is a rapist, and I am an accomplice. Arrest me now. I plead guilty. Oscar, I want to be a good person now. You come in with me. He stared at Oscar. Oscar was sweating profusely. He wanted to explain, but was interrupted by the drug dealer. Yesterday, he brought this woman to buy medicine. He didn't have a penny on him, and she paid for it in the end. I heard from them that they were planning to knock the woman's roommate out and force her into sleep. The two policemen looked at Oscar with cold eyes. Based on their professional experience, they could tell at first glance that Oscar was not a good person. Now, several people are matching their testimonies. I roughly imagine the image of Oscar in my mind. He is full of lies, not doing his job properly, cheating girls of their money and bodies, and even drugging beautiful girls. What a scumbag. Do you have anything else to say? The police stared at Oscar as if they saw through everything. Normally, they would not want to spend energy to catch such a little gangster. But since he was in their hands, they would not let him go. I didn't. I'm innocent. Oscar still gritted his teeth and persisted. Even when questioned and accused by witnesses, he would not admit it. If you refuse to admit it, maybe you can still make a comeback. Admit it, and everything will be over. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will win back Jessica, not only for the woman, but also for the wealth. In one's life, one must go all in once. As for the rest, just give up when you should. He remained silent and shook his head in denial. I have a diary here, which records daily transactions. The drug dealer took out a notebook. The notebook is full of daily content, most of which are trading experiences. The original record of his purchase and shipment of goods was restored. There are records of how much was sold and to whom every day. Oscar's heart skipped a beat, his mind racing. Who knew that drug dealers also keep diaries, and that the diaries contain transaction records? If he still had the confidence to fool people before, he is now really confused again. Do I really have to admit all this, give up Jessica, and give up the Sue family's property? To take a step back, if he admitted it, he would not even be able to keep his kickbacks in the company. After earning $100,000 a month, he could never go back to living in poverty. Is life going to end like this? William watched everything coldly. He was very curious about how Oscar could defend himself. If he hadn't considered his sister's thoughts, he wouldn't have gone to so much trouble. Arrange customers to record videos, arrange personnel to track, and ask friends on the street to catch drug dealers. All these things took a lot of energy and money. As long as Oscar confesses his crime himself, his sister will be able to see his true face, and all this will be worth it. You are all wronging me. I absolutely do not admit it. It was clearly her who bought the drugs and put them in the wine glass. Everyone else recorded it, and it had nothing to do with me. If you want to arrest someone, arrest her. Don't accuse innocent people. Oscar adopted the strategy of a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. He refused to admit what he had done. Jessica's eyes sparkling in the distance, he became more energetic. It doesn't matter whether others believe it or not, as long as it can make Jessica hesitate. Without Jessica's protection, not only would he not be able to make a fortune, he might even lose his life. Now, he has no way out and can only go down this path. Now, let alone Su Yin, even parents could betray her. He yelled, "Everything requires evidence. You want to arrest me? Do you have evidence? You police officers should arrest these two bad guys as soon as possible and put them in jail. I'm an office worker, but I don't have time to play with you. I have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Don't you feel guilty for wrongly accusing me, an innocent person?" William sneered. Oscar is still the same Oscar. Shameless and unscrupulous, using any means to achieve one's goals. Only people like this could do such things as drugging, raping, kidnapping, and extorting people. Damn it. The police refused to listen and took everyone back to the police station. A simple interrogation. But I found an embarrassing problem. I really couldn't find any evidence against Oscar. The drug dealers paid in cash and deliberately chose suburban areas with no surveillance as the transaction location. Oscar's transaction with him. What's more, when Oscar and Su Yin went to buy medicine, Oscar didn't bring a penny. It was Su Yin who bought the medicine. In the video in the restaurant, Su Yin also drugged the patient herself, and Oscar just watched without taking any action. The two just exchanged glances and didn't speak at all. Adding everything together, it's really impossible to convict Oscar. Su Yin is a student and a girl. According to the above meaning, this kind of person should be given the lightest possible sentence for his crime. In the end, Su Yin was sentenced to 7 days of administrative detention. The drug dealer was placed in criminal detention, awaiting prosecution, and is expected to be sentenced to several years in prison. The matter was not concluded until the early morning. Ultimately, Oscar was acquitted. The group left the police station. Oscar was still following closely behind Jessica and her siblings. But Jessica's doubts have never been resolved. Is Oscar really that kind of bad guy? Although the police did not convict him, there are signs that Oscar must know the details. Even if he didn't take the initiative, he would definitely be happy to see it happen. All in all, Oscar definitely has bad intentions. But Oscar has always denied it. Jessica wants to know Oscar's true identity. If he is really a bad person, she must break up with him. Thinking of this, her chest ached. Turning back, he asked, "Oscar, I need an explanation." Chapter 29, I've never heard of a Yonggong's name. William folded his hands, happy to see it happen. Love can make people blind. But as long as there is distrust between the two parties, the relationship will become increasingly weak. Instead, we see more and more shortcomings. Now, Jessica finally starts to distrust Oscar and may even break up with him. Things are getting better and better. Oscar pursed his lips and looked aggrieved. "Xiaoqing, you have to believe me. This is your roommate trying to harm someone. I was thinking about work at the time and didn't notice she had drugged me. I don't even know the drug dealer. I've never even seen him. I don't know why they wrongly accused me. I suspect they took money and deliberately framed me. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence?" He glanced at William, and the meaning was obvious. William was framing him. Jessica frowned. The family does have reasons to do this. But all the suspicions point to Oscar. He must be involved. My mind is in a mess. Su Yan's betrayal made her a little tired again. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Oscar, things have come to this, and I don't want to hold anyone responsible. But bad things will definitely be punished. God is watching what you do. Yes, yes, I have always acted according to my conscience. Oscar quickly responded. Let's all calm down and don't contact each other recently. You should go to work when you're supposed to. I won't let the company fire you. William heard Jessica's words. He knew that she had not completely let it go. Although the goal was not fully achieved, being able to get her to say this was already a big progress. First love is so magical. No matter how many wrong things I've done, I can't bring myself to do it. There is no need to rush. Better days are yet to come. Go back and rest. I'll give you a day off. William waved him away. Oscar took 2 or 3 steps to block the way ahead. Xiaoqing, I must explain clearly today. There must be a misunderstanding between us. No, I'm tired. Jessica turned her head away and didn't even look at him. William snapped his fingers, and a group of bodyguards in suits rushed up and separated Oscar. Someone sent him home to rest. We in the Sioux group care about our employees the most, and we can't let them stay up late. The bodyguards forced Oscar into the car and did not stop what they were doing even though he was screaming. The car disappeared in a flash. The brother and sister took the bus home. Jessica suddenly sobbed quietly, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly asked, Brother, I've always regarded him as the best person in the world, and I've always regarded Su Yan as a good friend. Why do they treat me like this? Did I do something wrong? William patted his sister's shoulder. It has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault. Bad people want to hurt others because they are bad, not the victim's fault. But why me? Ooh. Jessica covered her face and cried. There are many sweet moments during this time with Oscar. Sending flowers, going to amusement parks, and sweet words can make people addicted and unwilling to wake up. But it turned out to be fake. I have been living with my roommate Su Yan for 4 years, and we have a very good relationship. She asked herself whether she had taken good care of Su Yan during these 4 years, and even lent her money to pay for her tuition. But Su Yan actually teamed up with Oscar to harm her. Thinking of how she kept trying to match me up with Oscar, Jessica's head went boom, and she suddenly realized something was wrong. She met Oscar. Su Yan seemed to behave in a wrong way. She was too enthusiastic. Is there something wrong here? Is everything fake? That's too much. Jessica felt a pain in her heart and kept grabbing William's sleeve to wipe it. William's mouth twitched. If she wasn't my biological sister, I would have given her a few slaps in the face. It doesn't matter. First love is painful. Just get used to it. William continued to comfort softly. Jessica pulled up William's coat and wiped her face. William's eyelids twitched wildly, and he finally couldn't help it. There are tissues. I don't want it. I'll just use your clothes. You must have known about this a long time ago and deliberately hid it from me. After crying for a while, she choked. Thank you, brother. Jessica raised her head, her face looking like a little cat. As she thought back on the past, she realized something was wrong. He had been working overtime like crazy during this period of time, and when he was drugged, he suddenly showed up and the drug dealer turned himself in. There are too many coincidences. It must have been William's arrangement. He must have made a lot of preparations. Jessica is now full of gratitude to her brother. Oscar might have taken advantage of me now. At the same time, a trace of fear flashed through my mind. If her brother hadn't noticed, if she had drunk that glass of wine, she would have definitely lost her virginity to Oscar by now. Brother, I want to see Oscar's true face. I don't want to be deceived by bad guys. Don't worry, I will make him speak the truth from his heart. William took off his coat and gave an assurance. After confirming his sister's attitude, William was immediately ecstatic. Good, she no longer believes in Oscar. At the same time, Oscar was thrown out of the car and kicked several times. He returned home with footprints all over his body. But he didn't care about that. Being beaten doesn't matter, as long as I can maintain my relationship with Jessica. Even if I can't maintain my relationship with Jessica, it's a good thing to be able to keep my current job. A kickback of $100,000 a month is enough for him to live a luxurious life. The next day, instead of resting, he came to the company early. In his life, he had never thought about cherishing a job so much. It still goes like this. If my boss gives me a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, I am the boss's dad. If my boss gives me a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, I am his dad. He wanted to go to work more than anyone else. Even if he stayed up all night, he was full of energy. When he arrived at the company, he found something wrong, but he couldn't tell what was abnormal. Turn on the computer and stare blankly for a while. No one cares about him. He had caught Lee Yonggong's handle and didn't dare to assign too much work to him. He just had to fill in some data forms, which could be done easily. He was secretly happy, thinking that this secret would last him a lifetime. Just as he was drifting off into sleep, a deep and magnetic voice came from the side. Oscar, wake up. You sleep at work? Do you still want to do this? Oscar shuddered and opened his eyes blankly. In front of me was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with a resolute expression. He looked intimidating without even getting angry. Who are you? You must have been confused after sleeping. I am your supervisor, Du Ziru. No, my supervisor is Li Yonggang. Oh, you've learned to talk nonsense. I've never heard of this person called Li Yonggang. Oscar's mind suddenly became clear, and he suddenly stood up and looked towards Li Yonggong's office. The fat man was nowhere to be seen. The name on the office door was not Li Yonggong's, but Du Ziru's. What's going on? Did you see a ghost? Don't change the subject. Recently, a customer complained that you took kickbacks. Tell the truth. Oscar was dumbfounded. Chapter 30 Expulsion. Li Yonggang does not exist. Customer reports kickbacks? Impossible. How so? Oscar opened his phone, but didn't see the photos he had taken in the album. I opened WeChat and wanted to contact Li Yonggang, but found that I didn't have any friends of Li Yonggang. He didn't know that his phone had been tampered with. Just feel horrified. Feeling weird. He pushed Du Ziru aside and rushed into Li Yonggong's office. The layout inside was different from before. The signatures on the documents were all from Du Ziru, without any trace of Li Yonggang. Really not. Du Ziru also came to the office and joked. I asked you to come to the office to talk, but you didn't have to come all the way here. Tell me, what's going on with the kickbacks? What the hell? Where's Li Yonggang? Don't play this on me. Today is not April Fool's Day. No one wants to play with you. Kickbacks are illegal. Do you want to go to jail? I don't want to bother with you. I want to find Li Yonggang. Oscar ran out of the office and rushed to the Human Resources Department. The sweat on my forehead kept dripping down, and my ears were filled with the sound of my heart beating. Things are really weird. If Li Yonggang doesn't exist, then who is he connecting with recently? He remembered clearly that Li Yonggang was his superior. He forced Li Yonggang to give up the kickbacks and took the 100,000 yuan for himself. I have followed Li Yonggang to visit various clients these days, and I can still vividly remember the conversations we had together. I definitely remember it correctly. He rushed into the Human Resources office, looking for his contact. After a quick look around, I found that the HR I was in contact with was gone, and there were only unfamiliar faces here. His cheeks were covered in sweat, and he looked around the office in horror. How was that possible? Oscar, what's wrong with you? Several pretty female HRs looked over curiously. Oscar had no time to appreciate their beauty. His lips were trembling. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who are you? He took a few steps back in a daze, but bumped into the security guard who was rushing over. They were notified that someone seemed to be causing trouble. When I saw Oscar's appearance, I realized something was wrong. Are you okay? I'm very troubled. Something is wrong here. Something is wrong with all of you. Oscar pointed in a circle. Du Ziru hurried over. Catch him quickly, this guy is crazy. You're crazy. Oscar tried to struggle, but was pinned down by several security guards and forcibly dragged into the meeting room. Du Ziru sat down with his arms and legs spread out, and next to him sat a lawyer in a suit and tie. Oscar coldly. Du Ziru held a large stack of documents in his hand and handed them to Oscar one by one. The above contents are all chats in which Oscar asks for kickbacks, as well as the customer's transfer records. An idea suddenly occurred to Oscar. William, it must be you. We have no grudges against each other. Why are you trying to harm me? Jessica and I are in a free relationship. Why are you trying to break us up? Xiaoqing, where are you? Save me. His voice was very loud, but the office was very soundproofed, so it couldn't be heard. The lawyer slammed the table and said coldly, Mr. Liu, calm down. You have all the witnesses and material evidence. You asked for kickbacks, which constitutes the crime of bribery by non-state personnel. The amount is huge, and you could be sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison. Oscar was startled, but he immediately laughed arrogantly again. Haha, I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to be honest. I'm the boyfriend of your boss's daughter. If you push me too far, you'll all be out of job. Then please call for help immediately. Du Ziru remained calm and composed. Oscar called Jessica, but found that her phone was turned off and no one responded to his WeChat messages. He felt disappointed. I also know in my heart that even if I contact Jessica, she may not save people. What's more, with William messing around, things will definitely go in the worst direction. Damn William. Oscar felt so angry when he thought of this name, as if he had met his natural enemy. William at the Sue family villa. Nothing has gone well for me. Not only did he let Jessica get away, he didn't even get the money, and now he has to go to jail. Did you get through on the phone? Why aren't you talking? Don't worry. He might even know the president and is about to call him for help. Do Ziru and the lawyer sang the same tune. Oscar blushed. William personally arranged the work for the two of them and had already revealed everything. Oscar is just a little gangster, and it's best to play him to death. Seeing Oscar's behavior, the two of them could guess something and naturally had to work hard. Oscar had a stern face and said nothing. Now he really has no idea what to do. Things were fine before yesterday, but now it is completely beyond his expectations. His demands were not high. Even if he could not become the son-in-law of the Sue family, 100,000 yuan a month would satisfy him. But it turns out that this $100,000 is also a trap set by William. From the moment he started working, there were already pits waiting for him to choose. What a terrible William. The lawyer coughed, bringing Oscar back to his senses. According to financial calculations, the loss you caused is as much as $500,000. If you can pay the money, the company may consider not pursuing your liability. How can I possibly have $500,000? The company is very humane. You can pay it back slowly, but you have to hand over the 100,000 yuan kickback today. Oscar left the company in a daze. He was fired. That's not all. The money in the bank card was emptied, and I also had to take out a loan. The company's finance department gave him a repayment plan, requiring him to pay off the $500,000 debt over 5 years. If there is any default, the police will be called immediately, and he will be put in jail. Thinking about the debt, he looked worried. He wanted to delay paying the bill, but when he thought of the lawyer's cold face, his heart sank to the bottom. Even when he searched on the internet himself, he came to the same conclusion as his lawyer. A prison sentence of 3 to 10 years would be a given. He shuddered at the thought of going to jail. That's not a good place. Oscar walked to the door with heavy steps and saw William driving a Rolls-Royce sports car and stopping in front of him. Oscar looked at him with anger in his eyes. Damn it, this should have been mine. William, why did you take my things? Oscar's eyes were red. He held back his anger and walked forward, but his way was blocked by bodyguards. He could only speak from a distance and force a smile. Brother Sue, where is Xiaoqing? I have something to ask her. Oh, she stopped working after her internship. My parents heard how hard she worked, so they gave her $5 million in pocket money as a reward. She is now planning to start her own business. We have money, so we can just use this money as a practice. If we lose, we can just use it as a way to comfort the kids. It's not a big deal. Because my sister behaved well, my family rewarded me with a car. This Rolls-Royce is barely drivable. William came here on purpose to irritate Oscar, just to make him angry. Arabic proverb. Don't get angry easily, because once you get angry, you will use your real skills, and then others will know that your real skills are terrible. William just wanted to irritate Oscar. Make him angry, make him desperate, and then make him do irrational things. Will he commit suicide, or commit murder or arson? William was a little looking forward to it. Chapter 31, Sue Yan's Despair. It can be said that since Oscar stepped into the Sue family, everything that happened afterwards was under William's control. William is now fully capable of sending Oscar to jail. But the time is not right yet. My sister hasn't fully woken up yet, and I have to make her see Oscar's true nature. Let her be more careful in the future. Oscar must continue to shine and teach Jessica a vivid lesson. If you don't fall into a pit, you will never learn your lesson. Just like William himself, if he hadn't been reborn, he would never have been able to get rid of Monica. Oscar stared at William, his eyes almost blazing with fire. Damn it, is it great to be rich? Can you do whatever you want if you have money? You are building your happiness on my pain. This should obviously be mine. Oscar almost went mad. If William hadn't interfered, he would have slept with Jessica by now. You can also use Jessica to threaten the Sue family elders and get a share of the property. The good thing of gaining both money and people disappeared without a trace. He opened his mouth and cursed, "Fuck." Bang. The bodyguard slapped him hard, and then a group of people punched and kicked him. William didn't care. Which rich second generation doesn't go out with dozens of bodyguards? That is, when Jessica went to college, her family didn't want her to be too conspicuous, so Oscar took advantage of the situation. With a large number of bodyguards protecting us, no one will be able to do it again. William stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The sports car roared and sped away. Next, just wait for Oscar to go crazy. Detention center. Bang! The door opens. Suyin walked out the door. Looking at the roads and vehicles outside, I couldn't help but shed tears. Only when you lose your freedom do you realize how precious it is. There were rules for eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, and the prison bosses bullied her. Her life was worse than death. It's all Oscar's fault. He took all the blame and caused her to be detained. It was clearly a conspiracy between the two of them, but she was the only one held responsible. It's not fair. She called Oscar. Oscar, you bastard. What the hell? I'm really annoyed and don't have time to bother with you. Oscar was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to Su Yen at all. After what happened last time, the two of them broke up and could no longer maintain their previous relationship. He didn't indulge Su Yen either. Su Yen was furious. She hung up the phone and went straight to school. I've been absent from classes for 7 days, and I don't know whether the school will punish me. At the dormitory gate, I swiped my student ID card, but it beeped and showed that it was invalid. The dormitory manager took a look and immediately frowned, pointing to a notice on the wall. Su Yen, right? Don't bother. Didn't you see the school's notice? You've been expelled. How can you be so cruel at such a young age? You even want to harm your classmates. Don't you have any conscience? Everyone, look, this is Su Yen. She was jealous of her roommate, so she drugged her to clear her name, but luckily she was caught by the police. This is a scumbag who has tarnished the reputation of a university. Get out of here now. The aunt was very rude and almost pointed at my nose and cursed. She had a very loud voice, which attracted many students to watch and point fingers at her. The school reported and criticized the incident, and the punishment was issued long ago. Now that they have seen the culprit, everyone is interested in seeing what this conscienceless person looks like. There was contempt in his eyes. The aunt continued to yell, "Go away. Your things are in the security department. If you don't take them, they will be thrown away." Su Yan's face turned blue and purple, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Even she couldn't bear being blamed by so many people. She covered her face and ran out crying. The old lady was still scolding him from behind. "Not only are you ugly, but you also have a bad heart. What are you living for? Bitch." Loud voices can cause high damage. They didn't stop until Su Yin disappeared. She held her head high with pride, her face full of satisfaction. Someone gave her money to curse. One can both maintain a simple sense of justice in one's heart and curse people in public. It's like good things come in pairs. Su Yin wanted to find the school leaders, but no one paid any attention to her. It just so happened that the Su group donated 100 million yuan, and the school leaders were discussing the expansion of the gymnasium. As for Su Yin, let her die. Finally, he was driven out of the campus by a group of security guards. I came to the street carrying large and small bags and looked at the busy traffic in a daze. After 4 years of college, I was about to graduate, but I was expelled. Life was about to begin, but now it has ended. Is it really true that I will have to work in a factory for the rest of my life? The future is bleak. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. If given another chance, she would definitely be careful not to be discovered. Damn Jessica. Damn William. Damn Oscar. They all deserve to die. They made themselves like this. Her heart broke when she thought about her current situation in the darkness of the future. She just didn't know what to do. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was the village chief calling. I answered the call in confusion. The village chief's voice came from the other side. Su Yen, have you broken the law? Village chief, I don't have it. Su Yen, don't lie to me. Someone came to the village to tell us and took out the video. Everyone in the village knows about it. The village chief spoke with regret. Su Yan's parents were shot for breaking the law, and she has been dependent on her grandmother since childhood. She studied hard and was admitted to university. She was thought to be different from her parents. But I didn't expect that I would end up committing a crime. It is true that a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse gives birth to a son who can dig holes. The village chief sighed and said, "When your grandmother heard about this, she closed her eyes on the spot. The village is preparing for a funeral, so come back and pay your respects." Boom! Su Yan's mind went blank. No suddenlies, no tears. It just feels a little unreal. Grandma's rough hands and wrinkled face are still so clear. How could she have passed away? The village chief continued. What a sin. Your grandmother was still calling your name before she died. Be a good person in the future. Bang! The phone call was hung up. Su Yan dialed her grandmother unconsciously. No one answered the phone. Only then did she truly realize that her grandmother had passed away. Tears flowed out of my eyes like a dam bursting, and I couldn't stop them anymore. Grandma, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done bad things. My heart and liver ached so much that they felt like they were being torn apart. She didn't stop crying even though passersby were watching her. She didn't know how long it was before she felt so thirsty that her tears had dried up. After taking a gulp of water, she asked herself a question with a hoarse throat. Why is this happening? She did something bad, so the consequences should be borne by herself, not by her grandmother. She drugged someone and has been dealt with by the police and expelled from school. Isn't that enough? She hated everyone who had caused this. The Sue family is rich and cannot take revenge for the time being. But Oscar can't have it easy. Why did I get the retribution while Oscar is still fine? Oscar can still be so carefree while his life is worse than death. The two of them clearly did bad things together, so they should be punished together. Since we couldn't arrest you last time due to lack of evidence, we'll fabricate some evidence this time so that you can go to jail and suffer the consequences. She took out her cell phone and called Oscar. GXIN, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I really can't leave you. Please don't leave me. Let's meet at the old place. Chapter 32, Crazy Woman. Oscar smiled disdainfully. Oh, woman. He originally wanted to dump Sue Yin, as he was tired of eating her. But when he thought of his debts, he suddenly had another idea. Although the prison provides food and accommodation, he doesn't want to go in. You have to pay back the money you owe to the Sue family. But where to get the money is a big problem, and I can't sleep because of it. Soo Yin just happened to come to him and gave him an idea. In the past, when he was short of money, he introduced his girlfriend to the industry, and she tasted the sweetness. Soo Yin is a little ugly, but she is a woman after all. There will always be people willing to patronize her if she sells for a lower price. Take on more customers, the more money you can make. According to the address Soo Yin gave, Lu Ziyuan came to the hotel. Of course, he didn't register and just slipped in. Come to the door. Oscar knocked on the door, but no one answered. He got angry and kicked. Open the door, bitch. What are you hesitating about? This attracted many residents in the surrounding area to open their doors to check. Oscar glanced sideways and said arrogantly, What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before? Crunch. The door opened. Oscar strode in. Soo Yin immediately bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have said such nonsense. Don't be angry. I will serve you well today. She went forward and massaged Oscar's shoulders. Even though she wanted to cut him into pieces in her heart, she always had a flattering smile on her face. If you want to take revenge on Oscar, you must endure it now. Oscar's mouth corners turned up. The sense of accomplishment of being coaxed by a woman made him feel much better. Even for him, it was rare for him to meet such an obedient woman. That ugly face looked much more pleasing to the eye. You're not really angry, are you? Soo Yin asked, tears in her eyes. No, but you are quite obedient, which is good. You should continue to be obedient in the future. Oscar said it casually. He was thinking about how to persuade Soo Yin to sell herself. This required skill and could not be done by brute force. Yinzi, seeing you being detained makes me sad. It's not that I don't want to accompany you, but it's not worth it for me to go to jail for nothing. You have to believe that I love you. I wanted to visit you in the detention center a long time ago, but I was delayed by something and forgot the time. Alas, it's also our fault that we didn't do things carefully enough, and Jessica found out. Now the matter is ruined. William caught us taking kickbacks and made us pay $500,000. You helped me come up with the idea, so you're considered an accomplice. I'm really annoyed by this. If we can't pay the money back, we'll all go to jail. Of course, don't worry. I'll take the blame this time, and I won't involve you. I'm so touched. Soo Yin acted touched and felt happy in her heart. The Soo family's revenge came so quickly that Oscar was left with a lot of debt. What Oscar said. She's a college student and at least knows the legal provisions. This matter has nothing to do with her. It has nothing to do with her no matter how you talk about it. But I can't bear to see you go to jail. I can't bear to leave you either. Oscar suddenly let out a long sigh. A friend said he could help me, but I scolded him because his idea was too extreme. What can he do? He said he had a client who liked college students and that he could make a lot of money just by sleeping with them. I'm not that kind of person, and I would never agree to that, even if I were beaten to death. Oscar pretended to be resolute, then looked at Soo Yin affectionately. After what happened in the past few days, I finally realized that you are the one who loves me the most. I have found true love in my life, and I don't want anything else. Wait for me to serve a few years in prison, and then I'll come out and marry you. If you can't wait, then find someone else to marry. Oscar also had tears in his eyes and used all his life skills. In the past, as long as he used this trick, he could coax girls around. He had used this rhetoric before to send quite a few people into the KTV, including several high school students. If he wasn't in urgent need of money, He wouldn't want to use this trick on Su Yin. It's a bit disgusting to say love to an ugly face. Su Yin sneered in her heart. Already saw through Oscar's intentions. He just wanted me to be sold. What a scumbag. That's fine. Oscar anyway, and now she has no psychological barriers to doing so. Make a determined look on your face. I'd do anything for you. No, you are my woman. I can't let you do this. Oscar shook his head, his expression of love growing stronger. This silly woman is so easy to deceive. Just a few words could get her into the business. And after working for a few years, she could not only pay off her debts, but also make a fortune. If he wasn't afraid of being caught by the police, he would have made this his main job. Su Yin grabbed Oscar and said firmly, "It's settled. I'll help you pay off your debt." Yinzi, alas, since you insist, there is nothing I can do. You are doing this for our future. How can I despise you? When the debt is paid off, I will definitely marry you. Oscar laughed wildly in his heart. Done. As long as he tricked Su Yin into working, he could pay off the debt in a year or two and make a fortune by relying on her status as a college student. Su Yin's heart was full of ridicule. A man's mouth is a lie. He just wanted to trick people into helping him pay off his debts, all for his own sake. Xin, is it true? Then I'm really happy. As long as you are willing to marry me, I am willing to do anything. Don't worry, I will help you pay off your debt as soon as possible, and we will live a good life in the future. Oscar enthusiastically. I guess the time is about right. Just now it was Oscar who showed off his acting skills. Now it's her turn. She opened a box and took out the rope inside. From now on, I won't just belong to you. You have to love me well for once. You actually like this? Oscar has gained some new knowledge. He had only seen it in movies and had never tried it in practice. I became interested at once. Since this is the woman's request, then satisfy her. Done. Su Yan's hands were already covered with red marks from being tied, but she still refused to untie the ropes. His body was covered with bruises, and there was almost no healthy flesh. It looked a bit scary. It's not that Oscar is cruel and likes to beat people, but that Su Yin keeps making demands. Oscar had no choice but to do it. This was considered to satisfy Su Yan's last request, allowing her to sell her body with peace of mind. Oscar was very tired and went to the bathroom while smoking. I'm going to the bathroom. Come back soon. Do you want me to help you untie the rope? No, we'll continue later. Oscar shuddered and cursed in his heart. Crazy woman. He is just bad, not a pervert. He really can't stand the way this woman plays with him. But on the bright side, this woman has special hobbies and can receive some special clients and earn more. Just think of it as an investment, and it will pass if you bear with it. Oscar walked into the bathroom with a smile, imagining a bright future. I was thinking deeply when I heard the sound of a door opening outside, as if someone was going out. He was just wondering what was going on when he heard Su Yan scream outside the door. Help! I was raped! Call the police! Call the police! Chapter 33 Breakup. Oscar was confused and his head was buzzing. He had no idea what was going on and even thought it was a brand new way of playing. I hurried to the door and saw many people coming out to check. Hiss! Seeing Su Yan's appearance, everyone gasped, covered with scars. Looking at this, even a fool could guess what happened. Girl, don't be afraid. The bad guys are there. Someone get a blanket to cover her. Call the police now. A group of people were in a panic. Oscar's hair stood on end and his back was soaked with sweat. If I really call the police, I won't be able to explain myself. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We are a couple. It's not a crime. Su Yin, quickly explain it to everyone and stop going crazy. Speak quickly. Oscar spoke hurriedly, his face distorted. Being stared at by everyone, he felt panicked. Su Yin continued to cry and could hardly speak. She wasn't pretending to cry. She was really upset. Being detained, expelled from school, and her grandmother's death, one thing after another had already pushed her to the brink of collapse. Once I start crying, I can't stop. Looking at the panicked Oscar, she grabbed a strong man next to her and cried. It's him, it's him. The residents looked at each other unkindly, and some people had already rolled up their sleeves to uphold justice. Oscar's eyes were full of fear and panic. Now I have to explain clearly, otherwise I'll be beaten. Su Yin, don't talk nonsense. It was obviously you who asked me to do it. You said you liked this, so I did it. Don't come over here. I'm telling the truth. Su Yan's crying became more miserable. Woo woo woo. He is a bad guy. Call the police. The guests finally couldn't bear it anymore. Fuck, beat this bastard to death. Let's go shoulder to shoulder and destroy him. All men should come forward. A group of people rushed forward. Oscar retreated back into the room and slammed the door shut. Su Yan's face was in tears, but her heart was filled with joy. Oscar can't run away and will definitely go to jail. If we are all in trouble together, no one will have an easy time. Oscar was still roaring while hiding in the room. Suyin, just wait. I'm going to kill you. Do you think you can scare me like this? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid. The strong men outside the door became even angrier. There's no law, and this kid still dares to be so arrogant. Catch him. Don't let him get away. Hurry up and get the key from the waiter and catch the bad guy. A middle-aged man wearing Armani took out a few red bills and shouted, "Call a shitty waiter, break the door open, and I'll pay for it." I'm a man, asterisk N. A group of people cheered loudly and started banging on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Oscar's face turned pale inside the door, and he shouted to the outside with all his strength. Get out of here. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Believe it or not, I'll chop you up. Do you know who I am? No matter how much trouble I cause, no one will have an easy time. Fuck, stop it. Seeing the door about to be kicked open, Oscar's heart began to beat fast, pushing the tables and chairs to resist. The group of people outside the door became even angrier. Boy, don't let me in, or you'll be in trouble. I'm going to break all 5 of your legs. I'm going to beat you to death. The gap in the door is getting bigger and bigger. Oscar couldn't stand it anymore. Turn around, jump out of the window, and slide down the pipe. Fortunately, there were only 3 floors here, and he reached the ground almost instantly. When he ran away, he still didn't understand what Suyin was doing. They both had a bright future, so why did she wrongly accuse him? Then a nameless anger surged in my heart. Without him, Suyin would never have been able to find a man. How dare she do this? Oscar found a place to hide, and only relaxed when he was sure there were no pursuers. But then he fell into anxiety. The situation at the scene was very complicated, and all the evidence pointed to him, making it hard for people to believe in his innocence. Things will be very troublesome, and even if you explain, the police won't believe it. He was right. When the police arrived at the scene, they almost undoubtedly identified Oscar as the criminal. After all, how could a girl use her innocence to frame others? The police checked the surveillance footage and restored the truth of the incident. Oscar forced his way in, and many tenants saw him kicking the door violently, probably to threaten Suyin. Afterwards, the guests in the next room heard the screams from a room. Oscar violated Suyin and tortured her inhumanely. Everything ended only when Suyin found an opportunity to escape. The witnesses and physical evidence at the scene can prove this. The evidence is sufficient and the facts are clear. Oscar is the criminal. The police are arranging arrests here. Oscar was shaking all over when he saw the news online. So angry. This was the first time he had suffered such an injustice, and he immediately called Suyin. Suyin, please explain it to the police quickly, otherwise I will be in trouble. Now is not the time to be angry. It will really cause trouble. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Oscar, you can't run away. Turn yourself in. You have committed such a serious crime and cannot escape the punishment of the law. You still have a chance to surrender yourself. You must think carefully. You are still young and have a chance to turn over a new leaf. These words made Oscar furious. The police really treated him as a criminal. What should I do about this? Turn yourself in, Oscar. These words seemed to linger in my mind, echoing constantly. He can't go to the police station. If he does, he will definitely be arrested. All signs were against him, and he would be convicted if he went there. The only way out is jail. He held the phone, his eyes flickering. Suyin's move was too vicious and left no chance of survival. His hatred for Suyin grew bigger and bigger, and he wished he could kill her right now. Damn bitch, how have I ever let you down? If I catch you, I will skin you alive. At the same time, William was a little amused when he received the news. I originally wanted to watch a good show, but I didn't expect Suyin to interfere, which made the show even more fun. He teased and pushed Jessica. Sister, you have a good eye. You chose a rapist. It's so annoying. Please stop talking. Jessica covered her ears, feeling upset. She didn't know how to deal with this. Suyin should be happy when she is unlucky, and Oscar should also be happy when he is unlucky. But she couldn't be happy. One was a good friend, and the other was a lover, but neither of them was a good person. I've officially broken up with him. Don't mention him in front of me anymore. I don't want to hear any news from him anymore. Are you sure? I'm sure. I'll change my phone number now, so he can't contact me. Are you satisfied? Very satisfied. I will never mention Oscar's name again. If I mention Oscar's name again, I will be a despicable person who is not even as good as Oscar. I'll beat you to death. Jessica bared her teeth and clawed, twisting the soft flesh on William's waist. making him grimace before she stopped. Wait for her to leave. William stopped smiling. Hee hee. Oscar, prepare to be wrathful. Chapter 34, Entrepreneurship and Demolition. At night, at the Sue family villa, Jessica kept her head down, looking listless, with red eyes, as if she was about to cry. William comforted her. Don't be too sad. You will always meet scumbags in your life. Jessica turned her head and said seriously, Brother, thank you very much this time. If you hadn't been helping me, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have recognized this man's true face. I was ignorant before. I was almost deceived by him. She was also a little scared. According to the information she had received, Oscar had approached her with a purpose from the beginning. Moreover, the image of a young man trapped in family poverty but ambitious was completely a disguise to make her feel sympathy. What a sinister intention. Thinking of this, Jessica burst into tears again. This is my first love. This kind of first love is too much. I was deceived by my best friend and a scumbag, and I almost got myself into trouble. I almost broke up with my family because of it. If it weren't for his brother's help, the Sue family would have been in chaos. How sad my parents must be. Jessica buried her head in her knees. Love breakup is a small matter. Your parents will introduce you to a better guy someday. Yes, you are still young. You will meet someone better. Su Duong and his wife stood not far away, with the corners of their mouths raised, almost unable to suppress it. The old couple had long recognized Oscar's true face. Yellow-haired, uneducated, lazy, and greedy. There are so many shortcomings. They had been looking forward to the two breaking up. But his daughter was stubborn and hard to persuade. After William's actions, Oscar finally showed his true colors. After getting rid of the yellow-haired guy, they finally felt relieved. Therefore, William became much more pleasing to the eye. I sold the Rolls-Royce a few days ago and gave it to William. Now that the dust is settled, I can't tell you how happy I am. Jessica ran back to her room with a sad face. William, however, was not so relaxed. His brows were still furrowed. Mom and Dad, we can't completely relax yet. Oscar is capable of anything. I recently added a few more bodyguards to my sister to prevent him from doing anything desperate. Our family can only relax when the police catch him. William certainly knows the nature of Oscar. This kind of person will not stop until he achieves his goal and will do anything for money. In his previous life, in order to seize the Sue family's assets, he kidnapped and killed Jessica and her son, and even spared his own son. This person is very dangerous. William is not afraid of him. He is more likely to be safe than sorry. Su Diwang Smai Gon Li. Let him come. He really thinks our Sue family is afraid of him. Our family is rich. We can hire more bodyguards. I don't believe he can do anything. William nodded slightly. Logically speaking, the Sue family really didn't have to be afraid of Oscar. But as the saying goes, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Liu Jixin has been in the underworld for many years and knows a few desperate criminals. In the kidnapping incident in his previous life, he contacted his friends in the underworld. This time he has become a wanted criminal by the police, and you can't be sure what he might do. If the dog becomes desperate and still sets his sights on the Sue family's money, we'll be in trouble. You have to be more careful. Especially Jessica, you need to be extra careful. Dad, we have to take the initiative. Otherwise, he might do something and hurt anyone. Su Duong lowered his eyes. His fingers tapped on the table. He was also thinking about a plan. You could do it, but even if that guy is caught, he will only spend a few years in jail, and he will still be a nuisance. Dad, contact Uncle Chow. William has been a human being for 2 lifetimes and now has a very hard heart. What's more, Oscar was the one who provoked the Sue family first, so he deserved to die. He plotted against the Sue family, so he had to bear the consequences. William had no psychological burden at all when he did something bad to Liu Jixin. In order to completely resolve the threat posed by Oscar, strong measures must be taken. If he hurt Jessica, the consequences will be disastrous. Su Duong nodded silently and made a phone call. Lao Chow, there is something. He communicated for a few minutes, then hung up the phone satisfied. The man on the opposite side is called Chow Feng, a sworn brother of Su Duong. He has been walking the gray area for many years and has a group of brave and combative subordinates. They work very efficiently. After finishing the tasks at hand, the whole family felt a lot more relaxed. Su Duong finally remembered to ask Su Fan about his entrepreneurship. Every year, his family gave William a lot of money to start his own business. If for no other reason, it is just to allow William to gain experience. William was able to start a successful business and become a wealthy man thanks to these entrepreneurial experiences. He is not a business genius. He just has a greater ability to take risks, and he has developed his abilities through failure many times. Anyone who loses tens of millions will probably have his whole life ruined. But William loses this much every year to gain experience. How's your business going lately? It's almost bankrupt. Normal. Sell it quickly and think about new projects. Su Duong has become accustomed to his son's business failure. It doesn't matter if you lose money. What's important is to learn a lesson. William knew very well that Monica was actually responsible for the failure of his business ventures. Monica likes to be bossy. Not only will she stuff a lot of irrelevant people into the company, she will also interfere in the company's operations. They would even introduce their relatives to William as suppliers. William developed real estate, and her relatives sold building materials. William is an e-commerce, and her relative is an express delivery. William runs a department store business, and her relatives run a food factory. Anyway, William is there to back them up, so the Liu family's relatives won't suffer any loss. Under such internal and external attacks, William's entrepreneurial projects basically lost money quickly, while Monica's relatives became rich instead. It can be said that William fell and the Liu family was well fed. Recently, the breeding base that William is running is on the verge of bankruptcy. However, in the past few days, he has cleaned up the company, and it is much cleaner both inside and outside. However, William knew that the breeding base still had an opportunity to make a fortune and could not go bankrupt for the time being. The government is going to demolish the factory soon, and the compensation will be quite a lot of money. As long as you stick to it for a few more months, you will have a large income. Not only can you recover your investment, but you can also make a lot of money. This news cannot be disclosed to the public for the time being. We have to keep quiet and make money. William had a plan in mind and was ready to buy up a large amount of land nearby. Dad, I think I can hold on a little longer. Give me another 50 million. What? You want more money? You lost 30 million in there, and you want to lose another 50 million? Su Duang Fdao Wen. This is my own son. If he were a company employee, he would have been fired long ago. With such huge losses, you have no idea how to run a business. If it really doesn't work out, just hand the company over to professional managers and let William just sit there and wait for death. Dad, don't be impatient. In a few months, you will know that what I did was right. When you were in e-commerce and department stores, you always said this. Do you think I believe you? Su Duong rubbed his temple, feeling that he had given birth to a stupid son. If the Su family continues to squander money like this, it won't be able to pass on to the third generation. Oh, and there's that malicious daughter-in-law, and it's not certain whether the divorce is real or not. Which big Buddha did the Su family offend? What a sin. William couldn't explain it. He couldn't say that he had known the demolition was going to happen. He could only smile shamelessly and said, Dad, since I helped my sister, give me another 50 million. Mom, please help me persuade Dad. Zhang Yufeng looked up and just pushed Su Duong. Old man, the kid wants to do something serious, so don't stop him. Hey, a loving mother often spoils her child. Here you go. Here you go. If you lose again, you'll just have to eat and wait for death and forget about starting a business. Su Duong sighed, but finally gave the money. Chapter 35, The Liu Family is in Trouble. Monica stayed at home for 2 weeks. I never received a call from William, nor did I come to apologize to him. I became more and more panicked. After 2 weeks of spending, the family was really struggling to make ends meet. Amanda confessed to her family that the family had no savings and was heavily in debt from gambling. The entire Liu family was in a panic. With William's bank card, a little debt was not a big deal. William would never let the Liu family get to the point where they couldn't afford to eat. But now William has not come to apologize, which means that the Liu family has no money to repay the debt. Monica naturally became the target of Liu family's blame. At this moment, the family of 4 gathered together again, looking worried. Mom, why hasn't William come to apologize yet? You're not going to ask for the transfer of the big floor again and make people angry and leave, are you? Why don't you wait until I buy the villa before you consider the large flat? Now that I say this, he won't be happy to hear it. Amanda glared with her hands on her hips. Don't blame me. I haven't mentioned it yet. He didn't come on his own. Maybe he died in a car accident. If he doesn't come and apologize, I'll really consider myself divorced. Monica was a little anxious, but she refused to admit defeat. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Second aunt is outside the door. My second aunt and her family work in William's company, and the 2 families have a very good relationship. But at this moment, second aunt looked unhappy. Just walked in. Second aunt put her hands on her hips and spoke in a loud voice. Monica, how have we ever wronged you? Do you think you can live with your conscience by asking William to fire us? The reason why my second aunt came here was because her whole family was fired for no reason and lost their jobs. I wanted to have some trouble with William and let him learn a lesson from me, but I didn't expect William to directly ask the security guards to kick me out. They were filled with anger and had no place to vent it. There's anger and worry. Their family bought a house in Beijing, and the monthly mortgage is 15,000 yuan. Because we were relatives, we were treated very well when working for William. The combined salary of 3 people was more than 30,000 yuan, and it was easy to pay off the loan in the past. Naturally, the family lived a carefree and comfortable life with the remaining money. But now I have lost my job and my mortgage is about to be paid off. Coupled with the high spending habits that I have already developed, it seems that my savings will not last for more than a month. The whole family suddenly became anxious. They haven't been working seriously at all these years. As long as William starts a business, Monica will bring his relatives in and offer them a good salary. As a result, the past few years have been very comfortable, with high income, little work, and close to home. They don't even have the concept of saving money. They have a large salary coming into their bank account every month, so they don't have to worry at all. Now that I've lost my job, it must be Monica's fault. She must have been the one who persuaded me. Monica looked at them with an unhappy expression. It wasn't me who did it. William acted on his own initiative. Ever since she introduced her relatives to work for William, she has become a popular figure in the eyes of her relatives. During the holidays, there will always be a large number of relatives visiting. Even when visiting relatives, we always sit at the main table. Everyone gives me face and everyone praises me. But in the current situation, she couldn't tell anyone directly. She was still waiting for William to apologize. But William never showed up. Although she still believed that William would definitely ask her to go home, she was becoming more and more panicked. I hope he won't really divorce her. Second aunt took 2 steps forward and was blocked by Amanda. Sister, let's talk. Sister, I need an explanation. How could your Monica do this? Monica, when you were little, I held you in my arms. When your family was poor, I lent you money to tide you over. Why are you treating me like this now? You know how your uncle and cousin treat you. William not only expelled 3 people from my family, but also expelled all the relatives of the Liu family. How can you be so kind to others? You two should act according to your conscience. How do you think we can solve this problem? There were also some rumors among relatives that Monica and William were getting divorced, but no one took it seriously. After spending these few years together, everyone has seen through William's true nature. He can't live without Monica. It would be better to say that World War III broke out than to say that they are getting divorced. Second aunt, William and I have been having a conflict recently. He is so irritating. Monica could only say something vaguely, saying that she was also a person who cared about her reputation and didn't want to make a big deal out of the divorce. You two are having a conflict. Why do you want to involve us? Besides, William is a soft-hearted person and he will listen to you. As long as you say a word, he will do it obediently. I don't care. You ask William to invite us back to work immediately and double our salary. Second aunt and her family didn't take William seriously at all. In their eyes, Monica is the boss. If she hadn't been dissatisfied with the small size of the startup, Monica would have stepped forward to be the boss. But even if she doesn't manage the company personally, she will usually get involved in the company's affairs. The most common thing to do is to squeeze people in. It can be said that any relative of the Liu family, even an 80-year-old man, can find a job as a security guard in William's company. Even so, William didn't dare to lose his temper. Although everyone looked down on William from the bottom of their hearts, they had to take his money. Second aunt, please wait a few days. William will come over to apologize to me in a few days. I will scold him and make him come to your house to invite you to work. Monica forced a smile, feeling extremely humiliated. William to expel Liu's relatives. This was simply humiliating her. William really crossed the line. She couldn't explain to her relatives. No matter how bad her temper is, she still has to be consulted before doing anything this big. Monica gritted her teeth. I thought of the grievances I suffered at home these days. Because she couldn't give any money, she was blamed by her family and couldn't even hold her head up in her parents' home. I sleep on a hard bed every day, my back and waist ache, and I have dark circles under my eyes. This is all William's fault. Second aunt's anger subsided a little, but she was still confused. Everyone has heard about the funny story of the two having a conflict. William, the henpecked man, must apologize within 24 hours, but now he has to wait for a few more days. Is he crazy? Originally, she didn't want to interfere in the couple's affairs. But now that it concerns her own wallet, she can only speak up to mediate. Don't blame second aunt for being too talkative. We can have conflicts, but we can't keep on having the Cold War forever. In the past, you always won when you had conflicts. This time, things got serious, so just let him go for a while, just like coaxing a child. I know you're stubborn and won't admit defeat, but you can't just watch everyone go hungry. Your second grandfather even lost his job as a security guard, and he is coming to you with his cane to seek justice. He has a bad temper, and he's going to lie down in your house. Let's see what you will do. The second aunt directly brought up the elders to force Monica to reconcile. It doesn't matter if others are wronged, but you cannot let your family be wronged. Monica frowned, but still refused to let go. It's okay for you to wait for a few days. You will definitely get paid. I will ask him to compensate you. You don't understand. I just want him to be completely convinced. Otherwise, there will be no law in this family. When second aunt heard that she could get her salary supplement, the anger on her face subsided a lot. But when he thought about his own family situation, he became worried again. I'm short of money. Can you lend me a few $100,000 for emergency? I'll pay you back after I get paid. Second aunt, I'm also short of money. Monica looked embarrassed. Her pockets were cleaner than her face. There's still a large debt at home, and we can't borrow any money. Second aunt's face suddenly changed. Monica, what do you mean? You want to arrange a job for me, and you won't lend me money. Don't you consider me a relative? If you despise the poor and love the rich, just tell me, and I will never come here again. Sister, say something too. Amanda couldn't help it either. She owes too much money, and no one is willing to take her to play cards recently. Enough of this day. Monica, this is your responsibility. You have to find a way to solve it. We are all relatives. Can you just watch us starve? If second grandfather hits you with his cane, I won't stop him. My phone has been ringing nonstop with calls from relatives. Can you think of what to do? Monica was increasing, almost making her unable to breathe. First time, she feels that her relatives are a burden. Under irritability, she waved her hand and blurted out, Okay, I'll take the initiative to go back and find William. As long as I ask, there is nothing I can't do. Just wait for work. It's just a small matter, but you made such a big fuss about it. You are really short-sighted. Everyone's worry turned into joy immediately, and they all tried to coax Monica carefully. Monica, I'm sorry for wronging you. As long as you can solve this problem, second aunt is willing to kowtow to you. You are the savior of my family. My daughter, I will make you something delicious tonight. Seeing everyone's flattering faces, Monica smiled slightly and regained her previous feeling. That's enough. You guys are all dog-faced. You can turn against me at any time. William later. Chapter 36, A Sinister Plan. That day, Jessica received an invitation from her roommates to have dinner together to help her calm down. Moreover, this may very well be their last meal before graduation. Graduation is approaching, and everyone will go their separate ways. We are so far apart that it might be difficult for us to meet again. Jessica went there happily. In the restaurant box, the 5 people from the dormitory were having a great time, chattering about their future plans. Only the director Fong Yuqing sat quietly beside him, not saying a word. She has always been like this, not talkative. Her shiny black hair was scattered, covering most of her face, and her thick glasses without prescription covered her bright eyes. Few people know that hidden behind the hair and glasses is a beautiful face. She was tall, but she was wearing only gray, figure-revealing clothing. She kept dressing like this throughout her 4 years in college, hiding her beautiful features under poor attire and deliberately lowering her appearance. Jessica was standing next to her, wanting to say something sweet, but the door suddenly opened and Su Yin walked in. Why are you here? Jessica could say anything. Fong Yuqing had already stood up and glared at Su Yin with a stern face. Su Yin, you are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. We don't have people like you who break the law in our dormitory. You are a disgrace to dormitory 703. Fong Yuqing is a responsible person. He feels extremely uncomfortable when he thinks that there is such a person in his dormitory. She didn't want to be associated with such people at all. Su Yin ignored it and walked in, bowing deeply. I was wrong. I know I did something wrong, but I have already been punished. I am here to ask for forgiveness. I have no ill intentions. Please don't chase me away. Let me have one last meal with everyone. You did something like this, and you still have the nerve to come and ask for forgiveness. Aren't you a little shameless? Fong Yuqing couldn't help but feel angry. I told you Oscar is not a good guy, and you should be wary of him. But you not only didn't keep your distance from him, but you stayed with him. Miss Jessica, we have been together for 4 years and have been like sisters. How could you do such a thing? How shameless. Xiaoqing has taken care of you a lot in the past few years, helping you pay for your tuition and often treating you to meals. People are all made of flesh and blood. Don't you know how to be grateful at all? What's the difference between you and an animal? Fang Yuqing still has a hot temper and can't tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. As the head of the department for 4 years, she has done her job conscientiously and tried her best to take care of her classmates. The other roommates are not good people. Only the silly girl Jessica was innocent and had no guard against others, so she was given extra care. But just before graduation, she was almost injured by the little yellow-haired boy, which really tarnished her career as a department head. If they succeeded, she would never be able to get over it. When she saw Su Yin, she became furious. Such a person still has the nerve to ask for forgiveness now. So shameless. It seriously impacted her three views. She has her own persistence and has known what she wants since she was a child. She also established her own outlook on life early on. Even though she had a good-looking appearance, she deliberately hid it for 4 years to avoid trouble. In order to save Jessica, she even had a big fight with the dormitory manager and rushed out of the dormitory. Now, she dared not care about her image at all and cursed the ungrateful Su Yin. The three girls nearby took a look and immediately stood up and stood between the two of them. They took Su Yan's money and prepared to assist today. Although the situation on the scene is not good, we have to help because we have received money and are helping them to avoid disaster. Director, calm down. We have been together for 4 years, and we were as close as sisters. She just made a small mistake and was taught a lesson. Now, she's been fired and her grandmother just passed away. It's already very tragic. Xiaoqing, I know you are very angry, but you also have to consider Su Yan's feelings. You can't be unreasonable. Another classmate added, yeah, who doesn't make mistakes in life? Even though she meant to do something bad. Aren't you okay? There's nothing to lose anyway. Besides, was that your boyfriend? Su Yan meant well, but did something bad. She doesn't have any bad intentions. Who doesn't check into a hotel with their boyfriend these days? You're not some old-fashioned guy. Don't say you didn't sleep with him. Even if you did, it wouldn't be a big deal. You're being a little heartless for no reason. The last female classmate added, your thinking is too futile. You can't blame Su Yan. You are angry, but it's actually a bit unreasonable. But today is a gathering day. Let's not be awkward and forgive each other today. Bang! Fang Yuqing slammed the table with an unpleasant look on his face. She knew that these people in the dormitory were somewhat materialistic and vulgar, but she didn't expect that their values could be so distorted. When you do something wrong, force the victim to forgive you. Is this something a human can do? My roommates who I have lived with for 4 years are all like this. It's better not to have friends like this. She slammed the table. That's enough. How dare you say that? You guys are really going too far. It's Jessica's business whether to forgive or not. Why are you forcing her? Xiaoqing, let's go. I can't even eat with them. It's disgusting. Su Yan became anxious when she heard this. Fang Yuqing is a man of his word and Jessica is also very obedient. If this were ruined, her plan to kidnap Jessica today would be ruined. That's right. She came here today to ask for forgiveness, but she didn't mean it sincerely. Instead, she had a vicious plan to kidnap Jessica to take revenge on the Su family. No one who has offended her will be able to escape. Now that he has nothing, others can't expect to have an easy life either. She simply walked straight up to Jessica. I was wrong. Xiaoqing, I really know I was wrong. As long as you forgive me, I can do anything. Bang! Su Yan knelt heavily on the ground. Jessica wanted to leave, but she couldn't move her legs. She was too shy to stand the courtesy of others kneeling down. Although he hated Su Yan in his heart, when he saw her so miserable and kneeling in front of him crying, he suddenly felt a little bit of pity. But he immediately shook his head, put the thought behind him, and resolutely followed Fang Yuqing towards the gate. But several other female classmates blocked their way. Fang Yuqing, Jessica, you guys have forced me to kneel down. What else do you want? Not only was he fired, his grandmother passed away, but he was also defiled by Oscar. He's already so miserable. Are you going to force him to a dead end? He won't die if he says he's forgiven. Jessica, your family is rich, your parents are alive, and you live a happy life. But the only relatives of Su Yan's family have passed away. Can't he understand the poor people? That's right, you can't be so stingy. The one who is really hurt now is Su Yan. Jessica, you should be more generous. If it were me, I would also ask the school to reinstate Su Yan's student status now. You will have no friends if you are so narrow-minded. He who repays evil with kindness is a good person. A group of girls chattered and put all the blame on Jessica, as if she was the one who drugged Su Yin and made her unconscious. William had been listening outside the door and couldn't help himself at this moment. He pushed the door open and went in, protecting his sister behind him. I've had enough of you idiots. Chapter 37 Threats and Counter-Threats. Who are you? How dare you curse at me? What does it have to do with you? It's a matter between us sisters. Who are you to interfere? Several girls' teams pointed fingers at William. Only Su Yin, who was kneeling on the ground, began to tremble. She didn't expect William to follow her. Her plan failed last time because William saw through it. Now William has caught him again. Fear rose in her heart. Could it be that William is her nemesis? William glanced at Su Yin lying on the ground. Su Yin was sweating profusely, and her body felt like it was being pricked by needles. Brother Su, I was wrong. I've been expelled from school, and my grandmother is mad at me. I have realized my mistake and will leave Beijing soon. Before I leave, I just want to have a meal with Jessica, otherwise I will never feel at ease. Several female classmates nearby knew William's identity, but they didn't care. So you were Jessica's elder brother. What did you mean by what you said just now? Are you still a man? You scold women casually. A man should be generous. How can you be called a man if you're so petty? Your Su family is so rich and powerful that you should be more generous. The other person has already knelt down. What else do you want? Don't go too far, they're just mad dogs. Let's go and ignore them. Fang Yuqing couldn't bear it anymore and was about to leave with his people. William gave her a serious look. Fang Yuqing saved Jessica before, and this time, she spoke up for justice again. He has positive values, is efficient and decisive in his work, and is a good person. William decided to give her some money as a reward. If she doesn't want it, introduce her to a high-paying job. The group of women blocked the door tightly. You're not allowed to leave. No one is allowed to leave until we make things clear today. How can there be such stingy people like you? Do you want Su Yin to have a guilty conscience for the rest of her life? What's wrong with saying forgiveness? You won't die. You are such a vicious person. You want to watch others suffer for the rest of their lives. Su Yin lowered her head slightly, but she was actually smiling brightly in her heart. In order to get his roommate to help him, he spent a lot of money this time, spending tens of thousands of dollars and exhausting his savings. With so much help from her roommates, Jessica couldn't have the nerve to leave. Even William would be helpless in the face of so many women making unreasonable demands. Su Yin was just about to suggest that everyone have a drink and put aside their grudges. Of course, the wine was drugged. William suddenly asked, "Aren't you afraid of feeling guilty when you talk like this? We are upholding justice. Why should we feel guilty? You are the ones who should feel guilty. You should be magnanimous and not petty. Your family is so rich, and you still have the nerve to bully such a poor person." Several women chattered and completely put the blame on Jessica. Even William was not spared. Jessica bit her lip. Her heart was filled with anger. Now I've seen the true colors of my roommates. How can they be called best friends? They are simply a cancer. It was a waste of time that I took such good care of my roommates during my 4 years in college. But they treated me like this. That's too much. How can you have a nerve to call yourself a best friend? If all best friends were like this, she would rather not have any. What do you want to do? William was not angry, but rather a little playful. The language of the group of people opposite him was so bizarre that he skipped the step of getting angry and became interested in what they would say next. These years with Lou Monica, he knows that there are many people in the world with distorted values. Some people hide very well at ordinary times, but will stab you in the back at the critical moment, making it impossible to guard against. This is a good opportunity for Jessica to recognize the people around her and be more careful in the future to avoid being deceived again. Just like what happened this time. Obviously, it was Jessica who suffered the loss, but these roommates not only did not care, but they all felt sorry for Su Yin and treated her as a victim. It seems that making bad people pay the price for doing bad things is a very cruel thing. Ridiculous. Nausea. Our meaning is very clear. We want you to apologize. The 3 girls were even more proud when they saw that William looked easy to talk to, and they raised their chins even more. Today they have to uphold justice and make money at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Since we are here, let's apologize to each other before leaving. Let's have some food and drinks, and we'll still be good friends and sisters in the future. Su Yin has already knelt down. That's enough. The 3 of them started chattering. Jessica was about to cry, and Fang Yuqing's face turned red with anger. 3 no. For idiots, what a bunch of bitches. William sneered. If I were a naive student, I would probably be forced to apologize by their threats and inducements. But as a human being, how could I be morally blackmailed by them? What's more, you are in the right. Ah, why are you swearing? Hearing William's voice, everyone present looked at him, and the three girls showed disbelief on their faces. His expression immediately turned into anger. How can you scold a girl if you have no shame? Scumbag trash. You are just as unreasonable as your sister. Hee. The weapon of criticism is no match for the criticism of weapons. Pa pa pa. William raised his hand and slapped Su Yin 4 times, not even missing her. I've been holding back for a long time. The women stood there in a daze, covering their faces. Got beaten. They were actually beaten. The burning pain on their faces made them sure that this was not a dream. This man actually beats a woman. They all looked at William in disbelief, with anger and a hint of fear in their eyes. William is tall and strong, and if we really fight, no one will be able to defeat him. They only dared to question loudly. How do you hit someone? I'm going to hit you bunch of idiots. William wiped his hands as if he had touched something dirty. A slap in the face is a light punishment. I can make you unlucky with just one phone call. A group of people have studied in vain. They don't understand the truth. It's better to be blind. When you were young, you could use illiteracy as an excuse to cover up your shameless behavior. Now that you are in college, you finally have no excuses. You are actually bad by nature. A group of women were gasping for breath and unable to speak. William's words pierced their hearts deeply. It made their chests ache, but they were still staring at William and gritting their teeth. A girl suddenly sneered and said, I'll let you know how expensive this slap is. Don't leave if you have the guts. I'll call the police right now and put you in jail. Others also spoke up. Yes, we will also contact reporters to expose your Su family for bullying ordinary students by relying on your wealth and power. I will also expose you on Zaihongshu so that everyone can join in the crusade. Sisters will not let you go. They talked about it in bits and pieces, becoming more and more proud as they talked. Are you scared? If you are, apologize to me now. I want you to kneel down. They wanted to see William afraid. But William's expression was eerily calm, even revealing a hint of sarcasm. You're about to graduate now, right? I can make sure you don't get your diploma with just one phone call. If I report today's incident to your school leaders, they will not allow such a student with bad behavior to graduate, and your 4 years of college will be in vain. You guys are also looking for a job and internship now, right? All the big and small companies in Beijing have business dealings with my Su family. I'm telling you, don't even think about finding a job in Beijing. No company is willing to accept employees with poor character and incorrect values. It's useless even if you leave Jing City. I will send people to contact you wherever you go and publicize your shamelessness. I'll make sure you and Su Yin end up in the same situation. Chapter 38, Threatening Death.